Hello everyone, welcome to the final round of the 2017 US Junior and 2017 US Junior Girls Chess Championship. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm in the studio with Alejandro Ramirez, and today we will be wrapping up this very exciting tournament.
Two very different scenarios we have in the junior and in the girls section. The girls section has wrapped up as far as first place is concerned. Of course, the girls will still be playing for second place and many important prizes, rating and pride, while in the junior section, a completely different scenario where pretty much anything can happen.
We have a very exciting round ahead of us in the junior section. In the girls section, we do have a winner. Akshita Gordy has won the tournament with 1 round to spare. She has scored 6.5 out of 8 points. Mathematically, no one can catch her anymore. She has collected $3,000 for her efforts, the title of the U.S. Junior Girls Champion, and the qualifying spot to the 2018 U.S. Women's Chess Championship.
She has earned the right to play you next year.
Yeah, it's a big right.
No, but she had a dominant performance here in this tournament. From start to finish, for perhaps the first half you could say that she was fighting with Emily Nguyen, there for the title lead. But as soon as Akshita beat Emily in that crushing semi-Slav game, it was just Akshita the entire way in the tournament. And
actually, we have a completely different scenario in the junior section. Caden Trapp was leading the tournament 4.5 out of 5, going into the rest day, dominating the field. Yet here we are in round 9, and he's only half a point ahead of the field, and anything can happen in the junior section. And to see what's going on in the junior section, we are going to go to Cristian Chirila, who's going to tell us the players to watch and the key matchup of the day.
Thanks guys, and welcome back everybody to day 9 of the 2017 US Juniors and 2017 US Junior Girls. What an exciting tournament we had here. In the girls section, we already crowned our victor in Akshita Gorty, who just had a dominant performance this tournament. In the junior section though, the tournament is on fire. We have 3 players that could potentially snatch the title. Let's look at the players to watch. We have Caden Troff playing black against Mika Brattain. We have Evander Liang, half a point behind the leader, Caden Troff, playing white against Michael Brown. And we have Akshay Chandra, who is 1 point behind the leader, and he's playing against Nicholas Cheka. The key matchup of today is going to be Mika Brattain versus Caden Troff. If Caden wins this game, then he secures the title, he secures the spot in the 2018 US Championship. If he makes a draw, then Evander could potentially catch him with a win. If he loses, then everything is open and up for grabs. This is going to be such an exciting day, and we are very happy to call all the action here from the St. Louis Chess Club.
Not an easy pairing for any of the players. Theoretically, you could look at Caden's pairing and say, well, that is the lowest rated player out of any of the key matchups. But Mika is a strong player himself. He's only lost 2 games this tournament. He's extremely solid, and Caden is with the black pieces. He has a very solid repertoire against many openings, especially against Mika's d4. So it's going to be a tough ordeal for him to try to force a win.
It is, and from the way he made it sound yesterday, it sounded like he was trying to take the solid approach and let his opponents catch up to him. Let's take a look at the standings and see exactly where we are entering round 9. In the junior section, we do have Caden Trapp leading the tournament by half a point with 6 points out of 8. Evander Liang only half a point behind, 5.5. Akshay Chandra a full point behind with 5 points. So these are the only 3 players who still have a shot at first place. The rest of the field is mathematically eliminated. So Rufeng Li, Michael Brown, and Nicholas Cheka with 4.5 points. Andrew Tang with 3.5. Mika Brattain with 3 points. Bobby Liu with 2.5. And Joshua Colas with 1 point. And in the girls section, we have Akshita Gordy has won the tournament with 6.5 points. Maggie Feng and Emily Nguyen with 5 points. Annie Wang with 4.5, Rachel Ulrich with 4, Dalia Cervantes also with 4, Apurva Burkut with 3.5, Carissa Yip, Ashrita Esparn, and Agata Bakovtsev with 2.5 each.
Especially in the girls section, I was pretty happy about the performance of some of the newcomers. Rachel Ulrich and Talia Cervantes, I thought they showed very clear weaknesses, but at the same time they showed that if they can fix those little things, they have a shot even at the title. They are scoring very well in this tournament, and I'm happy to see that some of the newcomers are able to hold their ground against the more experienced players.
Right, they definitely proved that they deserve to be in this tournament, and they weren't just randomly picked. And especially Talia Cervantes, who you mentioned that just a year ago she was only 1,800 players. And here she is and showing like great preparation. And as you said, their weaknesses are clear, and that's what happens when you play strong players, which is why you should play strong players. So
Yeah.
you can, because strong players are very good at pinpointing your weaknesses in the games. When you look at the games, you realize, wow, this was really bad. Whereas if you play players your level or when weaker players, then you can get away with things, and it doesn't really show.
Yeah, that's very true. We saw Rachel with some weaknesses in tactics. Talia, definitely conversion is not her strong suit, but they showed good chess, and I'm happy to see that the girls section especially was, despite first place being already secured, the rest of the field I thought was very close together.
Yeah, I agree. I think even the first place I thought were pretty close.
Throughout the tournament.
Yeah, throughout the tournament. Not the last few rounds, but throughout the tournament it was. And I think we're still going to have very exciting games even in the girls section, even though we said the first place is determined, but it doesn't matter. There's still a lot of chess to be played. And let's take a look at the pairings and see exactly what we have today in store for us. So in the junior section, we have Bobby Liu versus Andrew Tang, Evander Liang against Michael Brown, Nicholas Cheka versus Akshat Chandra, Joshua Collis versus Ruifeng Li, and Mika Bratton versus Kaden Truff. In the girls section, we have Maggie Fang versus Agata Bukovtsev, Apurva Verkut versus Akshita Gordy, Rachel Ulrich versus Annie Wang, Carissa Yip versus Emily Nguyen, and Ashrita Eswan versus Dalia Cervantes.
Well, three very important matchups in the junior section. I think that's going to take most of our attention. But as you mentioned, there's good games all around. Some of the girls are going to be playing for top prizes, four-figure prizes, and of course, rating and pride. This is very important. Akshita has clinched the tournament, but I know that she doesn't want to just go down without a fight. She's going to try to win her last game and show the clear dominance in the tournament.
Yeah, when you have no pressure, you can just enjoy the game. You can experiment with opening. There's absolutely no pressure on you, and you can just play whatever you want. And she's playing black, so there's just really no pressure on her. And the reason we have three players we're keeping an eye on today is because we have several possibilities of tie breaks. So it's possible if Kaden Truff wins the game, he wins the tournament because he's half a point ahead. If he draws the game, there's a possibility of a two-way tie because Evander Liang can win the game and catch up to him. If Kaden loses, Evander draws,
and Akshat wins.
And Akshat wins, we have a possibility of a three-way tie. Of course, these are not very likely scenarios. Statistically, the more events you have, the less likely it is to happen. But I mean, it's a game. It's one day. Anything is possible. So if we do have tie breaks, we are actually going to have playoffs because we cannot end the tournament with just tie breaks because it is a qualifying spot for the U.S. Championship. So we need to have a winner. We need to have a qualifier. So if it's a two-way playoff, then we're going to have a match between those two players with game 25 plus 5-second delay. And if not, there's no winner after that, we're going to have an Armageddon match. If you have a three-way tie, they are going to play a round-robin tournament with game 10 plus 5-second delay. If that ends in a tie, we're going to have a match of a blitz match of 3 minutes plus 2-second delay. And also, if we still don't have a winner, we're going to have an Armageddon match. And the way Armageddon works is white has more time, but black has draw odds. So regardless of how the game ends, there's actually going to be a winner of the match. So even if the game ends in a draw, that means black wins. So
we will crown a winner today, no matter what happens.
Somehow.
But it will be played on the board. There are no mathematical tie breaks here that really matter. It's just for the standings. But as far as first place is concerned, the only thing that is important is going to be that direct encounter, that playoff after the tournament is over. We'll be having it today, which is why we're starting a little bit earlier. But I know that this man right here with the black pieces, Kaden Truff, he wants none of that. He wants to clinch the tournament right away. He needs a victory to be absolutely certain of this. He'll be keeping an eye out, of course, on a Wonder's game, as if a Wonder is only able to draw his game, a draw will also be good enough for Kaden.
Official predictions before the round starts.
Ooh.
You guys start first. I'm going to go last.
I'm going to go with 3 draws on the important games.
I'm going to go with tiebreak, a Wonder and Kaden.
A Wonder and Kaden?
Yeah.
Kaden wins it outright after a crushing victory over Mika
And
Bratton.
then we go home.
Well, we have to see. A lot of scenarios are, of course, very, very likely. But we have to remember who they're playing. A Wonder has one of the tougher pairings of the day. He is playing with the white pieces, though, but he's playing a very solid opponent.
Yeah, and Kaden yesterday, he had a very bad game. I think his worst game of the tournament. But I don't think it's reflective of his chess. I think he just had an off day. And I think even so, like when he was in a lot of trouble, when it mattered to like pull himself together, like in the end he almost blundered. Like I think he was still able to collect himself and still find everything he needed to find, which I think is a good thing and shows good strong character. even though it was more forcing and like he could have had a full point lead coming to this round.
Oh yeah,
but
that
I
would
think
have changed everything.
I don't think that bad game is reflective of his chess or his tournament is going downhill. I think he just had a day off.
I think he had one really bad move, and that was G3 allowing the double attack. But besides that, his preparation was majestic. And after that, he played quite decent chess. Okay, he didn't exchange the queens, he didn't take maybe the most practical decisions, but he didn't lose in a very, very sharp position.
Yeah, I mean, that's my point. And I think his bigger mistake was not exchanging queens, because the other one, blunder, you just, your brain turns off for a second. So I think his biggest, the one that will actually reflects on his chess is not exchanging queens and going for winning endgame instead for going complications, especially when he was constantly missing things in his calculation.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's when I feel like very vulnerable. When I miss things in my calculation, I become very paranoid. Like I want to not calculate because I'm afraid I'm just going to miss something.
Well,
and he just kept going and going, but then he was able to stop himself at some point. And thankfully, he had resources in the position. He wasn't just losing that rook.
yeah, at no point was he actually lost, but he was playing with fire there for quite a while. And okay, we have moves already here, and the last round of the U.S. Junior Championship and U.S. Junior Girls Championship.
So let's get to it.
I think we should start, of course, with the matchup of the day, Mika Bratton against Caden Trofe. Very traditional and sticking to his guns. Caden Trofe is going to be employing a sort of Grunfeld. This is technically an anti-Grunfeld from the white side, as there is no pawn on d4, which does change the character of the position. Pawn takes d5 was played. I'm expecting knight takes d5. And Christian was already mentioning that the idea of queen b3 is the most popular in the position. The move queen c2 was the one that we saw between Nicholas Cheka with the white pieces against Caden Trofe, and Caden showed absolutely brilliant preparation in that game. There are other moves here. Queen a4 check is an idea, g3 is an idea, h4 has been played recently, e4 has been played, and of course d4, there's nothing wrong with that move. So the plenty of things that Mika can choose in this position, surely he has some idea, because this is the only thing that Caden ever plays.
I really hope Mika is just like faking concentration, because if he's already out of his preparation, then my chances of Caden winning, my prediction chances are quite good.
Yeah, no, you have to have some kind of idea here. He might be choosing between different approaches. Something that always bothered me about morning rounds is sometimes I get into a routine where I prepare in the morning, and the last round is in the morning, and I'm like, when do I prepare? So
yeah, it's like I should be preparing now, but I'm playing chess. Like my mind is not awake yet.
Yeah, so we'll see what kind of scenario we have here.
Maybe he'll repeat the Nicholas game and just force a draw out of the opening and call it a day.
Yeah, that seems unlikely. Let's take a look at a Wonders game. Obviously, we have to check, as we have a Steinitz style of anti-Berlin. So that's what I'm going to be talking about. e4, e5, Spanish with knight f6.
And Michael played this once already in this tournament.
No, not precisely.
It was with a6.
You're thinking of the Akshot game, where he castled, where he played an early d6.
Oh, okay.
I think it was a6, bishop a4, d6.
Okay.
In any case, the inclusion of a6 is not very relevant. What is relevant is you force the move d3, and now you play d6. This is actually an old way of playing this variation. The modern way of playing this anti-Berlin system is that everybody's playing the move bishop c5 at the top level, which is supposed to be fine for black, but the move d6 is also supposed to be good. I mean, this is supposed to be playable and has been known to be playable.
Well, he probably prepared the structures for this tournament, playing with d6, like Stein's structures.
And sometimes you just leave the bishop on f8 and potentially bring it out via g7. So you play g6, bishop g7, especially against the move c4. If white goes c4 and tries to accaparate the center immediately, knight c3, take control over the square d5, then usually you go with the move g6, knight c3, bishop g7, and black's position is perfectly fine. I did play this position quite a few times. A potential plan for black is after castle, knight d7, knight b6, and just attack this bishop on b5, or knight d7, knight c5, try to take it off the board, and at some point the move f5, given the fact that my pawn is on g6 and I can recapture on f5 with the pawn. So a lot of dynamic prospects for both white and black. But we'll see if white is going to go c3 or c4. This is the big decision that he's facing right now.
But actually, this gives black more flexibility, right? Because if my pawn is on d2 against, if you play g6, I go d4 in one move. Once I commit it to d3, then you're more flexible and you can actually get g6, bishop g7, which is what you want to do. Once you put it, because you don't want to play bishop b7, castle, rook e8, bishop f8, g6.
Right.
You play g6 in one move, and once I commit it to d3, that actually makes it a lot easier.
And he's played the move bishop d7. I play the move with white a6, takes d4 actually. Against the Grandmaster Boris Politz here in the St. Louis Chess Club, and I got pretty killed with the white pieces. Totally overestimated the value of the pawn structure over the pair of bishops.
Really?
Oh yeah, but Michael Brana chooses bishop d7, a much more solid approach, still leaving white the option of playing either c3 or c4. He can delay the moves, but not for too much longer. He at some point has to decide how he wants to play, because some of the moves that he might choose at this moment wouldn't belong with the other. Like for example, if you play knight d2, it's true that you would think that you haven't committed to c3 or c4, but c4 doesn't make any sense here in this position, as when you play c4, the knight usually goes to c3. So basically, you've tacitly committed to playing c3 anyway.
So you can play like a more flexible move like rook e1, or you can just play c3 here. Well, okay. But like, I don't think you want to put your pawn on c4. Well, okay, I don't put my pawn on c4. Maybe that's why I'm saying
no,
it,
but
because I'm
is,
used to playing c3.
It is one of the main ideas.
Right.
I mean, c4 is one of the main ideas in the position. I wouldn't be totally surprised to see it, but c3 is also just as common. And I don't think Awander is perfectly familiar with the position, because usually he just instantly blitzes out everything. Michael's approach, I think, is quite smart. Instead of going for straight up theory, he's going to play a structure, play a very solid system, and just drag out the game.
Because he knows that the Wander is in a must-win situation.
Yeah.
No matter well, unless Caden loses.
That's not something he should be counting on.
So he's in a must-win situation, and he has the white pieces. So he is just trying to play solid and letting his opponent go wild. So let's take a look at Akshad's game, and because he is also still in contention.
Akshad is actually not choosing his typical Nimzo Indian / Quincy Indian setups. And he's going for a sharper line. He's going to be playing a semi-Slav with h6, the Moscow variation of the semi-Slav, where white has two choices. He can go into the anti-Moscow, which is bishop h4, which leads to some of the craziest variations in chess. Or he can, unfortunately, what he chose, take on f6, which is one of the quietest variations in chess. Here, obviously, black's going to take with the queen. And after the move, you can play e3 or g3 here. e3 was played. Black is supposed to be okay in most of these variations. He lacks space, but he has a very solid position. He's eliminated the dangerous dark square bishop. He has the pair of bishops himself, and has excellent chances of equalizing once he achieves an e5 break, which is very hard for white to stop. Many players here prefer to actually develop this bishop on a fianchetto setup. So actually the move g6 here is very popular and supposed to be the main line, if I remember correctly.
Okay, we'll see what Akshad decides to do. And I don't think we have a lot of developments in the other two key games, so let's take a look.
We do have some developments in the game between Mika Bertain and Caden Truff. In this position, queen b3 was played, knight to b6, d4, so far so good, bishop g7. And now there are a couple of options. One of them is e4, which has gone a little bit off trail in recent years. And then there is bishop f4. After bishop f4, bishop e6 is very important. And after queen a3, c5, immediately challenging the center. This leads to forced variations. But I know Caden, for a fact, has very, very powerful preparation, because he played one game against Xiong, against Jeffrey Xiong, and I was looking with Jeffrey at this line. We were preparing specifically for Caden, and I know he's very well prepared. But white chose this move e4, and I personally have faced this in a critical match in the Millionaire Chess in the second game of the finals against Barbosa, and I was shaking in my boots, because this is a very, very aggressive approach for white. Bishop g4 was played, and now this move is most probably going to come on the board. c6, and now knight g5, getting this knight out of f3. You're not going to be able to take it and mess up my structure. Castle will probably be played. Bishop to e2. Now black has two options. In a rapid game, a 25-minute game, I didn't want to go into the main lines after bishop e2, knight e2, knight to a6, queen to h3, and the attack, white's attack is coming on the king side. It's very, very dangerous, and a lot of black players have gotten checkmated if they didn't know the theory. Instead of that, after bishop to e2, I played the move bishops to c8. But this is already a concession, and black is supposed to be already worse here. I had some problems, I did defend, and I survived in that game, but I don't think Caden necessarily wants to play this type of game today.
Oh, well, take a look. I know that Caden is never afraid to go into those mainline variations. No matter how scary they look, he always seems to trust his openings. And we are going directly into this variation as the move knight g5 has been played. There isn't any choice here for Caden. He's going to have to castle. There's no good way of defending the f7 square. So that's exactly what he does. Castle. Now white also doesn't have a choice. If the bishop on b5 doesn't move, it's going to be captured. Doesn't have any good retreat squares. And immediately, of course, we see the move.
I think we're going to see actually...
Right. No, he took.
No, of course
I think we're going to see bishop e2, knight e2, c5. This is supposed to give a few pawns, but the ensuing endgame, it should be a draw with very, very good preparation. So
modern chess, you give up a few pawns to go into the endgame.
We'll see if Caden
All
plays
zeros.
c5.
I mean, this is a different situation than what Christian was talking about. This is not a rapid game. I'm assuming you didn't have a lot of time to prepare for your rapid game. He has probably prepared this before the round, before the tournament even started.
He's probably been playing this his entire life.
And he probably has no problem
But
playing this.
actually, objectively, I'm not sure if it's good for black. The knight a6 variation and allowing queen to h3 and all these complications. I was looking at it, and the theory goes all the way to like move 20, 25, and white gets a very, very aggressive attack on the king side.
So you're suggesting this move c5. Perhaps you can take us a little bit through what on earth the idea is of this move.
To give up a couple of pawns.
That's the
c5,
endgame.
d takes c5, and I think just knight d7, if I remember correctly. I will have to refresh my memory, but I do know I also talked with one of your students, Alejandro, and he mentioned this to me. He said it should be equal. Follow game, that against that, grandmaster against grandmaster, and that's just going to be a draw.
So which of my students is divulging secrets away? We're going to have to talk about
That Christian
this.
is giving away on that camera.
Yeah.
A very powerful student of yours.
Very powerful student.
But Caden did go into the knight a6 line.
So here we're expecting the move queen h3 that you were not totally convinced was good for black.
No.
Okay,
no,
so
no.
what's the line? Queen h3, I'm assuming h6, so you don't get mated? Or h5?
I think h5 is the move.
h5. Can I go g4?
No, h6, sorry, h6.
h6, knight f3, h5.
Yes.
And we have queen h3 on the board. We're going to have to see.
And then at some point, I'm not sure if it's h5 here or queen d7. I will have to refresh my memory. Once again, I completely avoided this line as black because
all
I
I
don't
know
want
is
to get
next time I'm
checkmated.
playing Christian, I know what I'm playing.
I don't want to get checkmated. I'm playing c5. I'm going into the endgame and I'm going to try to make a draw.
Try is the key.
Try.
Is the key word there.
Well, maybe we should give Christian an opportunity to look this line up while we take a look. Maybe we try to work it out or take a look at other games. So let's try to figure it out on our own. And
Well,
then Christian will tell us we're wrong about everything.
Of course, there's the checkmate threat on h7, and the only good ways of defending against this are h6 or h5.
I don't want to play h5.
H5 is always
G4 looks
risky.
like suicide.
Yeah, but in this kind of scenario, sometimes you can just get away with playing a move
queen
like queen
d7.
d7, taking advantage of the pin. Now, to be quite fair, even pawn takes h5, queen takes, knight takes doesn't seem particularly appealing to me. I mean, I'm up a pawn for the moment. I don't think knight b4 creates that much counterplay just yet. But even more importantly, here in this kind of scenarios, even the move rook g1 and queen h4 at some point, they still look very scary.
Well, after rook g1, now I want to take on h5 because I have the open file.
Now you also have the open file, so you need to start creating some counterplay with knight b4 or a quick c5, something in the center to distract white. But I am absolutely not sure on what's going on already in this kind of position. Sometimes I have to be very careful of even the queen just transferring back to b3, attacking the knight and defending c2, allowing me to take on h5 since I've moved away from the pin. A very dangerous position here. Caden better remember his theory. The move h6 has a problem that after knight f3, I am taking on h6. You don't really necessarily want to defend with the king, because there are going to be issues of me returning on g5 at some point if I really want to. Not to mention that the pin itself is uncomfortable, but you have to defend somehow. I mean, the move knight b4, running again knight c2 check, might force me to castle, which is not the worst thing in the world to be forced to castle. And white hasn't really sacrificed anything. This is a very important feature of this attack, is that in many cases white sacrifices a pawn or sacrifices his structure or sacrifices something of a tangible nature.
You have a free attack.
Yeah, here the attack is more or less for free, but more importantly, I'm going to be able to keep my pawn center alive. And if I'm able to do that, I could just at any point switch back to a positional approach, keep the pawn center alive, and start repealing black's pieces. Caden does have to know exactly how to deal with white's position and create some kind of play. And usually the ideas of c5 at some point have to be played, or something very, very quick in order to repel white's attack.
So just to give you a taste of what's about to come, after queen h3, h6 is the main line, knight to f3, h5 potentially, and now rook to g1. I'm preparing to play the move g4. You're going to go knight to b4 most probably, g4, queen to d7, and in this position I have to get out of the pin. I play a move such as queen h4. I'm still continuing the attack. I say, okay, you want to take my rook? Take it, no problem. King to f1, and right now the only move is to take on d4. If you take the rook on a1, you get checkmated after g takes h5, knight g5, knight f4. Potentially we're going to exchange this bishop on h6. The rook is perfectly placed on g1. This is extremely, extremely dangerous for black. And instead of knight e1, if you take the move knight takes d4, I think the line goes something like knight takes d4, bishop takes d4. And this is a current game, a very recent game between, I think, Navarra and Mamediyarov, in which white won convincingly. So I'm not sure where Caden's novelty lies, but we're going to find out in just a couple of minutes.
Well, it's not a good sign to have that pose right now, because this is the I'm thinking pose, not the I'm trying to remember what my theory was.
I mean, that final position you had on your board looked just completely lost for black. I mean, I take on h5.
Survivable. It's
Really?
survivable somehow.
Magic,
I'm not
black
sure
magic.
how. I'm not sure
I mean,
how.
it's just like visual. It just looks lost.
I think it's time to start the engines.
That looks lost.
Yeah,
I
this
know
is
how the
completely
thermometer
lost.
works. The thermometer looks like it's just losing. I don't quite agree with whatever line Christian has just thrown at us. I have to agree with Tatev that just looked completely losing for black.
Especially playing over the board.
Yeah.
I mean, especially you didn't even take a rook. You just took a pawn. Like, who cares? I mean, if taking the rook is bad for black, then taking the pawn should be even worse. Like, I'm not even down material. I'm just checkmating.
Apparently. Well, we're going to have to see if Caden can remember his theory, because it's actually a crucial, crucial game. Mika seems to be well prepared, going into a sharp line against a very well prepared player. It's a risky approach, but let's see if it pays off.
So what other? So knight a6 is a line. It's
Yes,
theory.
knight a6 used to be the
used
only
to be
line.
line.
Used to be the only line before they found this idea of sacrificing a couple of pawns and entering an endgame in which I'm going to regain my pawns. I'm not really
mysterious
sure
endgame.
how. I'm going to definitely analyze this position further on in my spare time, because Alejandro is coming after me. Yeah, I will definitely play c5 next time I'm playing this game.
So what's the score in this line? White just wins this in line? Like, I don't
White
understand.
wins around 70% of the games.
70%. I mean,
That's
practically
a lot.
speaking, is that's kind of a lot of. It's a big number.
Black gets checkmated most of the times.
Okay, we don't mind seeing that.
No.
Well, let's.
There are some variations of
figure this
chess.
out.
There's some variations of chess that I felt like only a few players can actually handle. Like, for example, every time I see the Grunfeld and black's getting checkmated, it seems like Svidler with the black pieces just wins. Like, he's getting checkmated, but there's actually no checkmate. He wins a pawn. He simplifies the position and somehow wins. Or like in the advanced French, where everybody with white loses except
And then
their
Grishik just wins.
Grishik wins every game. In this kind of scenario, Struff is really going to have to pull out his Vidler, because he might be getting mated in many variations if he's not very careful. And he better start learning or remembering what it is that he was supposed to do in this position. So I wouldn't like to face this over the board.
Let his inner Swidler come out.
That's what, well, everybody needs to do that. And remember that Peter Sviller will be joining us here at the Singfield Cup. One of the top exponents of the Grunfeld defense will be here as the wild card of the 2017 Singfield Cup. And actually another player that Christian was mentioning, David Navarra,
St. Louis Blitz and Rapid.
He'll be playing in the St. Louis Blitz and Rapid here. An amazing player. Honestly, I wish I saw him more often at the top circuit.
Very creative player.
Very creative. I mean, he's very famous because in one tournament he played his king from E1 in a Najdorf to H8.
I remember that.
In less than 25 moves.
It was against Lasnička?
I don't remember exactly against.
And the most impressive thing was that it was all preparation.
And it was all preparation.
He was blitzing out the moves. It was just unbelievable.
No, Navarra's preparation is definitely one of the best in the world.
So maybe we'll see the C5 line where you give up a couple of pounds and get a draw.
No, actually the C5 line is quite straightforward. So D-Take C5, I just checked it. Very important game between Lupulescu, a Romanian grandmaster, and one of your students, Alejandro, that I was mentioning, Darius Zvierz from Poland. Queen to A5, bishop B2, queen to A6. Now you cannot take the rook because of knight C6, and I'm catching your queen, so you have to play a move such as C6 or queen takes A6. I'm going to recover the pawn on the C file. The pawn on B2 is going to be forever under attack, and while you finish your development on the king side, I'm going to be able to recapture all my lost pawns, and the game is just going to go towards a draw.
It's a Romanian variation of the Grunfeld.
There you go.
So how did that game end? Was it also
draw?
a draw?
Draw.
Yeah, I like how I say draw. Like
most of the games
normal.
are being draw. Like 9 out of 10 games are being draw in this variation.
So H6 was played, knight F3. I'm attacking H6. I think that's quite obvious. We didn't like the move King H7, but H5 has the risk of allowing Rook G1, G4, which is actually a very obvious idea. Let's see what he does.
Is King H7 bad? But I just can go G4. No, you're not gonna go G4. You might go G4.
King H7, the idea of playing G4 followed by taking on H4 and playing G5 is definitely not bad. It's at the very least quite dangerous.
This is not pleasant, no.
I understand, but...
It already doesn't seem very pleasant, Christian. You haven't given us any variation where I can be like, okay, black solved some of his problems.
Again, like I said, objectively, I think black is actually worse in this variation, and the results are just confirming that.
Worse or losing from what we see is just so bad.
So yeah, because I mean, there are some decisions where you see it's worse, and we've seen this all around the tournament where black accepts a slightly worse position, but they're solid and they're just playing on and they play chess. The difference between the worst that I see here is that black's just getting mated unless I have some great idea coming up.
Yeah, and this is something we talked about throughout the tournament when you're playing more high-risk opening, like the King's Indian or Najdorf for the Dragon. Like, if you don't get worse position, you just lose. So I think there's more pressure on you to find precise moves.
Yeah, for example, the move G5 already loses, right? G5 I simply take with the bishop, takes, and this is already, that's already game over.
Yeah, because rook E8 check and queen H5.
Yeah, well, check here. I was thinking queen F5, and that's it. That's game over. You can play like this. Check
you can lose
here, check. Yeah, and you lose a queen with very simple maneuvers.
Well,
so
this will be.
that's not going to happen, but it just exemplifies how dangerous this kind of variation is. I mean, you could perhaps play the move queen D7, force me to go queen H4, maybe H5, but okay, queen H4, let's say.
Can I go G4 in the position?
You could go G4 here. Although here, maybe I can get away with F5. And I hope I don't get my GM title revoked.
You probably will. I will take G takes F5.
And then play rook G1, and
G1.
then...
and then I will definitely regret that. Okay, that's not even playable. I don't know. I'm grasping for air here. This is not a position I would like to have with black.
Well,
I'm just trying to come up with ideas.
One of the moves that scores well for black but hasn't been played in the last 3 or 4 years is the move queen to D7. And after queen H4, black has 2 options. He can play H5 or G5. The problem with G5 is another game of Navarra against an international master, I think, from Holland, Robert Riss, if I'm not mistaken. Bishop takes G5, H takes G5, knight takes G5, rook F to D8, queen to H5. Now you have to find a way to defend this pawn on F7. So Navarra, Riss played the moves such as E5 castle, F6, Queen h7, King f8, f4. Alejandro, would you like to have a position such as this one as black?
Well, when the thermometer is completely white, I'm gonna go with no. And to be fair, I'm not entirely
I think I've
sure.
had positions like this.
Not entirely sure, but to our friend Robert Riss, I did think he made his Grandmaster title.
But we're talking about Queen d7, g4 because we're all in.
Yeah, I like. Well, Navarra plays Queen h4. I don't doubt him.
Yeah.
There are certain players that when I see on the database, oh, this is a very complex position. Maybe I should think about it. Let the engine brew on it for a while. Maybe I'll make myself some coffee. But if I see that Navarra played one of the variations, I'm like, okay, Navarra's already figured this out. I don't need to do my homework. If Navarra played Queen h4, then the move is Queen h4. That's what I've learned from years of studying chess. G4 is probably also quite playable, but I'm assuming that it's not as powerful.
I think you have to wait for h5 in order to play g4. The problem with g4, I think black gets enough counterplay after knight to b4. This is a very concrete line, so black does get apparently a lot of counterplay in this particular case when the pawn is on h6 and not on h5. So I have a feeling white is waiting for black to play h5, and then he's going to launch and try to break the structure with g4.
Well,
this reminds me of my last year's US Championship. When last round I just had a very one-sided game and lost when I was leading the whole tournament. But I think Kaden is going to take his time and try to figure out so we can analyze this position forever. Let's take a look at Awander's and Akshat's games and see if we have some new moves in those positions.
Awander's taking his sweet time in this position, perhaps not very aware of what the plans are. He's played rook e1 after a long thing, and of course Michael simply put this pawn on g6 because that is, as we were saying, the traditional way of developing. Some of the things that comes without experience is that you get used to just the trendy variations. For example, after d3, we're talking that the trendy line is bishop c5. Everybody's playing it. Wesley, Aronian, Hikaru, Carlson, everybody's playing bishop c5. But nobody's playing d6, which actually has never been refuted. It's just, in some variations, it leads to some slight pressure for white and nothing special. But this has been recommended as perfectly playable for many, many, many years. And the fact that Awander is unfamiliar with the variation just shows you that, after all, he's only 14. And when you're 14, you can only have seen so much chess.
You only live so long.
He's only lived so long.
Play chess for so long.
Yeah, so I mean, g6 I think is a great approach for Michael Brown, just putting the position in a solid grounds.
But well, I mean that. I'm thinking like if Kaden Trapp is just like losing right away, then
well, he's not losing right away.
But
It'll
I
take
think
a
this is
couple
going
of.
to be a critical moment right now because now if it goes wrong, it looks like he can just lose.
Oh, definitely. He needs to be very careful.
So let's see Akshat's game. Let's see. So this looks like a structure we saw yesterday with some differences.
This looks like a King's Indian. Judging by the speed of Akshat's play, this is all theory because he is up on time.
Temporarily.
Temporarily. Wow. G6, bishop d3. And I know that this kind of ideas do exist in the position. A good friend of mine, Igor Schneider, used to play this all the time, and he was one of the few players that consistently play this variation.
With white or black?
With black. And I saw him play this against the Grandmaster Igor Novikov, who actually I haven't seen play in a long time.
No.
And
wait, you take on c6?
Yeah, and this variation, I thought the pair of bishops gave enough compensation for everything else that was going on in the position.
Because in this position you have the option of bishop f8, bishop c5 very quickly.
Yeah,
so
you have to take on c4.
This is not the classical King's Indian where your bishop is just
misplaced.
Done.
Yeah, and then knight at d5, it gains the tempo on the queen. You might as well play this. You cannot take on c6, of course, because of knight e7 check.
So queen d6
I don't remember where the queen goes.
You don't have that many squares.
I'm assuming it's d6.
Maybe you can go e6 too, but e6 looks... yeah,
you
e6
could.
is uncomfortable.
You could. You're always kind of worried about knight c7 business. Obviously, it doesn't work because I can take on c6. But, actually, it does go to e6. There you go. Queen e6.
What do we know?
Well, the computers know. So when you're completely prepared...
I see. So after she takes d7, I think you want to take with the rook and play bishop b7.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then you're going to be targeting the knight on d5. Usually black's supposed to have enough for the knight on d5. He has a pair of bishops, and it's not so easy to retain.
This looks like a lot of theory because they're playing very fast.
They're playing very quickly, but I don't think it's too much for white. You probably should take with the rook here. I don't imagine anybody wants to take with the bishop.
Yeah, you take with the rook.
Takes with the rook, so this is the position that we have now on the board. Bishop b7 is obviously going to be black's idea, taking on d5 at some point. Pair of bishops is dangerous. White has to corral this pawn on c4 very quickly and very effectively if he wants to try for any kind of opening advantage.
But I don't see how you do it because bishop b7 comes so fast, and then rook d8. I feel like.
Well, I'm going to
Well,
play
you
queen
want to move
a4.
and then move your knight, and then bishop b7.
Well,
Like you don't want to exchange, right? Or you do? Oh, really?
Well, at the end, your e5 pawn is hanging, right? So you have to be a little bit careful. You can take with the rook instead of the queen.
Wait, if I take with the queen, how's the pawn hanging?
I don't know, it's 11 a.m. So perhaps queen a4 doesn't actually net anything because you're right, bishop b7 just attacks the knight on d5.
And I can't even throw in rook c8.
Well, I'd be a little bit scared about this kind of scenarios for white because the bishop on g7 is just a better piece than the knight on f3, especially with this pawn gone. I'm always going to be able to play e4 at some point, and the bishop's quite powerful. Nicholas has to be a little bit careful here. I think that he needs to play with some power. He has the advantage of being slightly better developed in this position, so he needs to come up with an idea to keep up the pressure over. Otherwise, the bishops take over. He does have some time to do so, but it needs to be quick.
But it looks like a good opening outcome for Rakshad.
Absolutely, I have to agree. I mean, I don't see the big deal. Even if he loses the c4 pawn clean, the bishops usually give a lot of compensation as it is.
I mean, regardless of the tournament situation, just I think a nice position to get with black out of the opening.
Completely agreed.
But let's go take a look at our champion and see how her game is going, because I feel like both Evander and Trav. Well, Evander is not at a critical moment, but he's out of book, so he's trying to figure out what to do. And Trav is at a critical moment. So
Well, Trav has played the move queen d7, and instantly Mika
Also.
played the Navarra queen h4. And I'm telling you guys, if you see Navarra game in the database, you just believe it. Don't even put the engine on it.
And actually, Trav is playing according to the best line given the score in this line. And queen d7 is very, very important because if you play the move h5 first, I have the move rook to g1, and now after queen to d7, I'm going to go queen to h4, and well, actually no, queen to h4 is bad because of the move queen to g4. So after queen d7, you have to go g4. The problem is, if you go queen d7 first, queen to h4, h5. Now, if you go rook g1, once again, I'm going to go queen to g4. So I no longer have that idea. I have to play the move h3 to prepare the move g4. And according to that base, c5 is the best way to try to break the center and create counterplay. And after g4, c takes d4, g takes h5. Now black is at the crossroads. He has to play either knight c5 to try to bring his knight to the attack, or to play d3. d3 is a game, I think, between Fresine and Sutovsky, which Sutovsky, as black, did win, but he was completely lost. After h takes g6, f takes g6, knight to g5, I'm threatening checkmate, rook to f6, knight to f4 would be a potential move. White can even castle, and then he will have a lot of pieces next to the king, enough pieces to
Black
create.
won this?
Black won. Oh, well, I'm not sure if knight f4 was played in that game, but black did win. We had that position in that game, and Sutovsky somehow won.
Was it a recent game? Was it from the?
That's 2014, I think.
Okay.
2014 or 2015.
No, not too far away, yeah.
But yes, we'll see. Once again, after c takes d4, g takes h5, I was analyzing a little bit, and I think knight c5 should yield the best chances. But once again, after a move such as rook g1, if you don't know the theory, and Trav doesn't feel very comfortable already, he's spending a lot of time, he's trying to remember all these sharp lines. If you don't know, you still can get checkmated quite quickly.
Well, Mika's playing very fast, right? I mean, he spent some time getting into this position, but once he got into it, played queen h3 instantly, played queen h4 instantly, which shows that he's obviously well prepared in this line.
So one player is really well prepared, and I think the ones is on the checkmating side. It doesn't seem to be, unless he's trying to remember.
We'll hope so, at least for his sake.
But let's take a break from this game because I don't think we're predicting the moves, or I mean we don't really know what's gonna happen. Let's take a look at Akshida's game. I mean she already won the tournament, but I'm curious to see what she's doing today.
Well, faithful to her openings, she's playing a Catalan with the black pieces, a very quick check on e7, which is all the rage nowadays. and a quick a5, which is it's an interesting idea. Bishop b7 is the main line, but a5 has been also seen. Knight c3, bishop a6, and this is a well-known position. The move knight a4, though, I don't think I've ever seen this move.
What is knight a4? Can I already start resolving the matters with b5, or I shouldn't?
Well, normally if black gets in b5 for free, then she's pretty happy. I'm trying to figure out what a Perva is planning on. Well, I don't know.
Because you're not gonna take and play knight c5.
No,
I mean, you can play knight
looks-
c5 right away, and I cannot.
No, but after rook
like,
c8, this
down
looks
with
like
the
you're
second.
just losing a pawn. I mean, the pin is just lethal.
I cannot say I've been impressed with Ashrita's openings this tournament.
A purpose.
A purpose, sorry.
Yeah. I don't know. b5 looks very logical. It seems to solve all the black problems and then some. I don't actually know what you play against b5. You cannot even
Well, I thought maybe I can play knight c5 right away.
knight c5, but after I take, and b4, this pawn is not very good.
No?
No,
I agree.
it's just gonna die. This pawn's just gonna die. I don't know. I've never seen knight a4.
What's the move here instead of knight? Well, your pawn is hanging, so you're trying to protect it.
You don't
I
need to
understand.
protect the pawn, actually. That's one of the things you learn from years of experience of this variation. You don't
Or
need
just
to
go e4 if you take.
You can go bishop f4 even. If you take, then I have knight d2. And I'm attacking the bishop and this pawn,
Yes, of course.
and you don't have bishop d5 because of e4.
Dropped, yeah.
Yeah, so this is actually well known that you don't have to defend the pawn. Even if black takes it for free, after e4 you normally get quite a bit of compensation. So bishop f4 is normal because it defends the pawn that doesn't really need defending, and it puts the bishop in a good square.
I want to play b5. I don't want to take on c4 and then play b5 because there's no reason to give up the center. So just b5 right away.
Yeah, but this is a different scenario right now. I can consider
No,
taking.
I mean after knight a4.
Oh yeah, after knight a4.
Because at first I thought maybe I should take on c4 and then I thought, why am I giving up the center?
No, I think b5 is.
b5 is probably going to go knight b2. But you cannot go back, then I'll take on c4. And you cannot take and
Yeah,
give me
but
the
I think
file.
black's already playing for the advantage.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Akshita has ever had problems at opening,
No.
except for her game versus Annie Wang.
And I'm not sure that b5 is the only solution here. Even a simple move like rook c8 might put into question
To
what the
prepare
whole point of
b5.
knight a4 is. Yeah,
Yeah, kind of a strange decision, but again, like I don't think a purpose opening have been.
yeah.
On
What is
point
the
this tournament.
what is it saying in English? Knight in the rim is dim, or something like that.
I don't know the ending, but I know the beginning. Knight on the rim is something.
Well, the knight on a4 is just looks
But
like
it's
a
not on
terrible
the rim.
piece.
I mean, we're talking about the knight on b3 and g3 now.
No, the knight's on the edge of the board.
Ah.
That's a rim.
I don't speak English.
Okay.
It's my third language.
It actually is. So,
Let's take a look at the Carice's game versus Emily. So Christian is going to keep an eye on those games, so if you have developments, and let us know. But I do want to take a look at the rest of the games and see what is going on.
this looks like a Sicilian gone wrong for Carissa, which is not the first time I say this tournament. Let's take a look at what happened.
The rook on b1 looks...
Yeah, very sketchy. Okay, so there's a normal Khan Sicilian. Queen knight c3, and bishop d3 is one of the main lines. Knight c6, and okay, bishop e3 is completely playable. Knight f6 castle, takes on d4. Usually against knight c6, you're supposed to take on c6, but it's not the biggest of deals. Bishop c5, and you're playing basically this variation. They're quite popular. You're supposed to take on c5 here with white, and then king h1 f4. Bishop e2 looks highly suspicious because you're just losing a tempo. E5 makes a lot of sense because you're going to force the trade of the dark squared bishops. Takes a4. Well, it prevents b5.
And b5 looks very annoying, actually.
Yeah. b6, queen d3, bishop b7. Rook fd1 castles.
You don't have time to play queen b6.
Queen.
d6.
You don't have time to play queen d6
Because the pawn hangs.
because this pawn hangs.
And we don't wanna... Or do we?
Do what?
Oh, you just take on e4 right away, you don't take on d6.
Yeah, I can do many things. I can even just ignore you completely. I mean, the queen on d6 is not really doing
just
very
play
much.
rook c8.
Rook c8 or something like that. What happened in the game is also kind of dubious. Rook a b1. I imagine she's worried about queen b4 winning a pawn. So
But
she
how
played
does
rook
rook b1
b1.
stop it?
Well, b2 is not hanging.
I have a feeling she wants to play before here, but simple rook a8 stops it.
I'm not sure what the rook's doing on b1. After rook c8, black has a dream.
No, but I just feel like it's just hard for her to find moves at this point.
Well, black has a dream Sicilian. I mean, you're going to put the rook on d8 to protect the pawn. The pawn on e4 is permanently weak. The dark squares are weak. The bishop on b7 is better than its counterpart. The knight on c3 can't go to d5. Superficially, it looks like white's doing okay. Some pressure on the d file. And if you're just learning the Sicilian, or if you've been learning the Sicilian for a long time but have never got in such a good position, you might be wondering what the big deal is with white's game. It seems like white's fine. But at least at the grandmaster level, I would already much prefer to be black. She's gotten pretty much everything you could ask from a Sicilian, and strategically, from a strategical point of view, black's just better. You have an open C file that's worth more than the open D file. A D5 break is always in the mix, and just the ability that you can have a break and your opponent doesn't is important, because white doesn't have any good breaks.
Yeah, I haven't seen her handle the Sicilian very well this tournament. Let's just say her game against a Pervo, I believe.
No, against Ashritha.
Oh, no, but yeah, that's one. And I'm thinking
and the other one also.
She went like F3. Yeah, it was against a Pervo, and she went like F3, and then.
Oh yeah,
it should be 2 F3 and then H5. It was
both,
just all
both
around.
games.
It was just a strange game.
Well, as an E4 player, you should probably learn how to play against the Sicilian.
If you're playing open Sicilian, especially.
Especially. If
I have a feeling here you have to go like Rook D2 and Knight D5, because if I allow you to go D5 or Rook D2 Bishop F3.
But Rook D2 Knight D5, I think with the bishop is almost positional suicide.
Because yeah, I mean the problem is white is stuck with the bad bishop, and black is stuck with a good one. Because usually you have a bishop E7, pawn C6, D6, and I have a dark square bishop like harassing that B6 pawn.
And the exchange of dark square bishops and this kind of structures is usually very beneficial for black, and this is not an exception.
No, I agree. This does not look like a good position, and I think she's playing like Rook B1 and everything because you just cannot find moves. And I can't blame her because it is hard to find moves.
Yeah, so
I
that's
think you
not
have
a
to
good
play
sign.
like Bishop F3, maybe G3 to just stop D5 at least.
Yeah, I guess, but not a great position here for Carissa, who has been very unimpressive this tournament.
Well, let's look at maybe Mega's game. She is in second place.
Tied with Emily.
Yes. And Emily's doing quite well, so we're playing for second place. But still, strong players, and I think Meg is definitely one of the strongest players in the tournament.
Well, if you liked Emily's position, let me tell you about Maggie's position. This seems like something really went wrong for black, but let me check. Actually, no. This is still okay. I forgot. This is actually still okay, but it has this very specific reason. I almost forgot about it. This is all theory.
Can tell us, this is what, G3 King's Indian again?
This is a G3 King's Indian. I completely had forgotten about this line. With C5. So she's deviating a little bit because she usually plays Knight BD7. We saw her play that against Emily. Or E5, doesn't matter. Knight C3, Knight C6. And she's playing this line, which is a ton of theory.
I've played this line before.
It's supposed to be better for white.
But in a different mode, I played it with Knight C6.
First and then Knight A5, C5.
Yeah,
it actually just transposes.
Yeah.
Bishop B2 takes, Bishop H6.
You're threatening D2.
You're threatening D2, which just wins this pawn.
And then piece.
Yeah, no. And E3 is not good because of Bishop F5. You want to have the ability to play E4 against Bishop F5. So F4 is almost forced. E5, and now...
This looks all like sharp and forced.
This is all sharp and forced. Takes, Knight D5, and here, the reason black is not, white's not better is because his rook's still on B8, which means that there is a sacrifice on B2.
In which line?
But that's what I'm trying to remember. Which line was it that black just sacrifices the rook?
So maybe Bishop G7. Okay, we see some more moves. So she played Bishop. No.
She took first. I think that's correct. I think you're supposed to take and then play Bishop G7. Because if you do it the other way around, if you play Bishop G7 first, you get into some trouble with the knight on A5. I think simply Bishop C3 in this kind of variations, avoiding the exchange sacrifice, leaves the rook on B8 kind of misplaced, and the knight on A5 always being a target. So I think she's playing correctly. Yes, rook takes B2 is very important. Queen takes B2 and Bishop G7.
So this looks like a lot of theory as well. So we have some theoretical battles, and we also have some updates from Christian.
In the game of the day between Mika Broutain and Caden Trough, Caden is in huge trouble, and he knows it. in this position after queen h4, he spent a lot of time and he took what I would say is a good practical decision of not entering the lines of from h5 or g5. I was trying to wrap my head around it and I just couldn't do it. I mean, black gets checkmated in 90% of the lines I was looking at. So instead of that, he played the move king to h7. But this simply acknowledges that something went terribly wrong, and now I'm going to be in big trouble for a very, very long time. Castle, a very natural move, was played, and the biggest problem for black is these two knights. These knights are not going to enter the game anytime soon. With the king on e1, knight b4 was a real threat, and then even if you would have castled the knight c2 to grab the rook wouldn't be possible. I would still have the move knight d3 and involve my knight into the play. The problem is after knight to b4, right now I'm going to play a move such as rook d1, and your knight is still completely out of the game. I'm going to play a3. You don't want to put your knight on c2 because this knight is going to get trapped and it doesn't have a way around. I'm going to develop my bishop to e3 or to f4, play very, not in this particular position, I will go rook to b1, but then next move is going to be bishop f4, even bishop g5, now that the king is on h7 and the pawn on h6 is pinned. This looks very, very green for black, and if you play after castle a move such as c5 to try to challenge the center, once again, I'm going to go rook d1, then bishop e3, bishop f4, or bishop g5. I'm putting a lot of pressure on your pieces, and once again, these two knights, they're completely out of play. The king on h7, still not safe. With the pawns on g6 and h6, this is knight g5 is always on tap, bishop g5 is always on. This looks very, very bad. And just from a practical point of view, it looks very difficult to play as black.
Yeah, and I like that Mika himself is playing for a win. Of course, instead of castling, if he wanted to just end the tournament and play knight g5 check, king g8, king f, knight f3.
He has so much power to do. Like, he can influence the standing so much, right? Just make a draw and then be like, okay, Wonder, it's on you.
But no, he castles, he plays for the win, which has backfired more than once in this tournament. But I really like his position. It's the strong central structure that's still going to take some time to evaporate. He will have to play c5 at some point. I think he might as well do it now. But I have to agree that the remaining pieces do favor white. It's just a very clear pressure.
Let's just put it this way. In this position after castle, I think the best move according to the computer is the move f6. If you have to play this move f6, this is a signal something went terribly wrong.
f6?
Yes.
I can put a fair amount of money that f6 is not going to be played.
It's not going to be played, 100%.
100%.
I don't know about 100.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
But it's definitely very difficult. We have a lot of development in the game between Nicholas Chek and Akshat Chandra.
Let's take a look. Oh, we have an endgame, so we predicted some things.
Yeah, we predicted a few things. So this actually all happened.
So you took with the queen.
Yeah.
And didn't lose a pawn.
And didn't lose a pawn. And we have, actually it's funny, we have the same structure here with the... But of course
minus the queen and the checkmate
and the strong center and the knights, yeah. Black is fine, but not more than that.
Well, it's a game.
It's a drawish game, I'll put it that way.
Here also you can play f6 and free your bishop.
Probably you should. I mean, it's just an equal endgame.
Akshat is out. Akshat is out of this race. He's not going to win this game as black.
I mean, it's just going to be a draw. I can't imagine this not being a draw. I mean, black has to stay defending the pawn on e5 for a very long time, even if you play f6. I mean, you really actually don't want to play f6 because I now have to worry about h4.
Right.
Even at some point h5, weakening those light squares. And on a worst case scenario, I can play g5 as white and weaken the pawn further. White doesn't have much of an improvement either. I mean, he has already maximized the knights and the rooks. Whereas the more he advances any pawns on the queen side, the more likely they are to fall. So, I mean, already you're reaching a position where it's hard to make progress for either side. Draw is definitely the most natural result of this endgame.
I mean, but this is the first time we're seeing Akshat like confident and well prepared. Well, I mean, okay, I cannot say he wasn't well prepared before, but he hasn't spent any time in the opening, so he should be happy about that at least.
There's something. Yep.
So Akshat is just completely. Well, I mean, it's a long shot for Akshat anyway.
It was a long shot for Akshat.
But given what Trough is doing, maybe not such.
Remember, if Trough loses, Wonder draws.
Akshat wins. We're here for another like 3 hours. And actually, I was just looking at Mika. So he drew Akshat and he lost to a Wonder. So he has actually affected the standings already.
And
so
there's something.
if he beats Truff as well, then he's like the biggest influence in the top 3 race.
Yep.
Let's keep looking at the other games because I don't think a Wonder has done much.
I wonder has actually entered a position where luckily for
he
him
has
tempo doesn't matter. Tempi. But he's actually 2 tempi down compared to the normal variation because he has played after bishop g7 d4, which actually you can play d4 in one move in many of these lines, castles, and he actually plays bishop a4 voluntarily. Normally black plays a6 to force you to play bishop a4. So he's actually just down 2 tempi on what's a normal variation, and that leads me to believe, by the way, a variation where black's supposed to be okay. So that leads me to believe that black's just perfectly fine in this position.
Yeah, because this is why black gets away with the g6 structure. Because if you can castle and play d4 right away, black cannot get away with this. Black is going to have some problems in the center. You cannot just neglect the center and play g6, you know, go for your ideal setup. But since you played d3, that gives black a lot of time to get the setup that he wants with g6.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a known position. 1 or 2 tempi down, depending on which variation you're looking at. Black is not better. Let's not go that far. But he's completely fine.
I agree.
All
So
right.
this is going to be a very long game.
Oh, definitely, especially because Awan is going to try to maximize the pressure from what is an equal position. I mean, he's just trying to outplay his opponent in the Spanish. That's what a lot of grandmasters do to earn their living.
That is true. Let's keep going through the game. So we're in the junior section, so let's look at some other game. Let's look at Rufeng's game. So we've been really entertained by his games this tournament. Winning or losing, they feel like they end the same way.
All right, let's take a look at what happened.
How did this happen on the 8th?
So
file?
d4, g6, knight f3. We got some kind of well, it was a symmetrical Grubenfeld until Rufeng decided to play the move e6. Not a great move, but can't be that bad. Castle, knight e7, c4. This structure's already supposed to be better for white. Not a big deal again. Queen c2, rook d1, a5. Not entirely sure what this move does, but we'll find out. At some point, white should already...
a3.
I'm not sure that's very true. At some point here, white should really consider to just go e4. A3 seems like a3 seems much less useful than a5, because now I'm going to be worried about a4 blocking the...
Black is playing like he's not playing black. He can just do whatever he wants, and I like a5, a6.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like he's
true.
trying to get his ideal setup. It's like, no problem.
Well, he
Oh,
pretty much got it, because
yeah.
after takes, I really hate this move, bishop b2. Because why put the bishop on b2 against the pawn on d4 when I could have put it on f4, where it's attacking c7? I really don't understand the move bishop b2. a4, and...
That means b3 is a bad move also. Oh, well, b3 stops a... Well, I mean, the whole a3, b3 thing just seems bad.
I agree. Takes on knight a5. Black sacrificed the pawn, but he's going to be able to get this knight to c4. There's some obvious positional compensation. I don't have time to play knight d2 because this pawn is hanging. And then the black structure is just much better.
Yeah, if you play knight c3, then something lands on c4.
And so that's why knight e5 was played. But after something along the lines of rook c8 and c5, I think black, if not better, is at least completely fine. Maybe even better, actually. Rook c8 and c5 looks annoying. Black has finished development, and white hasn't.
And your a4 pawn, it's nothing to be proud of.
No, it's your extra pawn, but I mean, it'll fall at some point. Even if it doesn't, the pawns on a4 and a3 don't really count as an extra pawn.
Yeah, I really like black's position. White
No,
has mishandled this position. It's like black created something out of nothing.
Yeah, agreed.
Wow, so we have a really exciting round ahead. So we have Kate and Truff game that might blow up. We have a Wonder game that's going to go on for a very long time. And Akshat's game, you're predicting a draw, but I think that game, I don't know if Nicholas is going to try to do something. We've seen him decline draws in completely drawn positions. So
And completely in worse positions.
yeah,
We've seen
so
in decline draws.
like I don't know if he. I mean, it's the last round, and he's not really playing anything, so he might just go all out. So we definitely have a very exciting round ahead of us. We are going to take a little bit of a break, so please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
A question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move. like, let's say, play king e7, king g2, then I'll try, because could I do it?
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not a lot.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. d5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. But I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
I'm Mike Matheny. I've been part of some great clubs, and now I'm part of another. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. Our world-renowned center is dedicated to teaching, playing, and promoting the sport. Because chess has been proven to enhance academic performance, our Scholastic Outreach program now works with over 100 schools. So whether you've played for years or never before, come experience all that chess has to offer.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, this is the last round of the 2017 US Junior and 2017 US Junior Girls Chess Championship. It has all come down to this very last round, and we have so many exciting games going on. As we mentioned in the girls section, we have a clear winner, but in the junior section, everything is just blowing up as Caden Truff is, I want to say, kind of surviving, barely surviving, as he's out of book and he got out prepared, and he's in a very dangerous position even right now. We have a couple of moves as we're coming back in that position that we left off at King H7, I believe.
Yeah, King H7, castle, and then C5 happened, which is what we expected. Definitely not the computer move F6. The thing is that
F6 was not going to happen.
I think that Kin is taking a very practical approach, because even though Mika is definitely better in this position, he has to have a large amount of precision to keep up the initiative as it is, and there are many tempting options that don't quite work. For example, the move knight e5, with the idea of retreating the knight to g4, perhaps even after a bishop takes h6, looks extremely tempting, but it doesn't necessarily work. Analyzing this during the break with our journalist, Grandmaster Dennis Boros, we saw that the strongest move was rook d1, with the idea of taking with the rook on d4 in case of a trade, activating this rook and allowing a potential e5 to transfer the rook even further.
And you cannot take on d4 because it's just suicide.
That's just completely suicidal after check here, and I'm assuming knight g5 just wins. Even if it didn't, it's already very dangerous to just take the bishop for black.
Right.
But, you know, Dennis was tempted to play the move d5, which I think is just a bad move. And because it just releases the tension in the dark squares, and I feel the knights can now come back rather easily. But, you know, if you can be tempted into such moves, I think that there's still a lot of leeway for white to go wrong.
But it's a good approach, because even if you're in a worse position, you still want to make sure your opponent has to make decisions. You don't want to get into the kind of worse position that your opponent can just do whatever they want. Like, their advantage is never going to go away.
And I think that's exactly what Gideon has done very well, because after c5, black still is still worse, and let's not doubt that. But
because of the center, the knight on a6, the attack,
the kings, there's a lot
so
of
many
things.
things.
But it's pretty temporary. He doesn't have any permanent weaknesses. He doesn't have any permanent problems. Perhaps the king is going to be there for a while, but it's not something that's going to be there for the entire game, the way a double pawn or an extra pawn would be. In this case, Mika has to keep up the pressure, and we'll have to see if a player of his level, who's a strong 2300 player, can keep up the pressure against the Grandmaster.
Well, Caden did survive the storm, because any other line we're looking at with h5 or anything else, it just looked completely winning for white. And
this just looks better, but it's far, far, far from winning.
But this is what you want to do if you feel you're being out prepared. Even if you remember the lines with h5 that maybe you're surviving, if you don't remember them exactly, you don't want to do that. It's better to accept a worse position where you're not, at least not getting checkmated, and then, you know, give your opponent opportunities to make some mistakes.
Absolutely agree with that. It's a practical approach, and I think Gideon has done well to get to this position, considering his knowledge of the theory. So we have to see if Mika's able to find correct continuations to keep up the pressure.
Let's say a Wonders game, because that's another game you're keeping an eye on. And I have a feeling that game is not going to have a lot of developments for, at least not crucial developments, for a long time.
Not for a while. Here, Michael actually plays the move after h3, which is very natural. The move a5.
Oh, and I have to mention, I think you have to play bishop a4 in that position, because knight d4 is already a threat.
Well, there is the threat here after here to play the move knight d4. Yeah, that looks like a threat.
Yeah, if you play knight bd12, just take on d4, and then...
And that simplifies the position favorably for black.
Well, it just wins a pawn, I want to say.
No, but because I can...
Oh, take on e5. Yeah,
Take
but
it
I
on
mean,
E5,
this is like a dream.
Yeah, but the pair of bishops is just
And
monstrous.
open, yeah.
Open
So that's why the
everything.
bishop had to move.
Yeah, that's why the bishop moved. And actually, many times here, black can play the move queen e8.
And make your bishop move one more time.
Because it renews the thread. Knight takes d4 as a thread yet again, taking advantage that you can take on f3 with check.
And queen e8 is a useful move because if black ever closes the center to d5, now we're in a King's Indian type of position, and your idea is to play like f5. So
yeah,
you want to be able to swing the queen to the king side.
So okay, h6 is also perfectly playable. Nothing wrong with putting the rook on e8. It's just another setup. And the move a5, which I'm curious about this move. Now the move bishop b3 can be met with the move a4, which is kind of annoying. Because the rook is now opened, the tactics involving knight takes d4 now work again. But if bishop b3 is not played and the bishop just remains on a4, I'm kind of curious on what the point of this move is. Perhaps the move is simply to avoid bishop b3.
Well, I think it's asking what is white going to do, because now you do you commit, like if you commit with d5, then I go knight b8. Well, I have to go knight b8. No, knight d7, I'm sorry, what am I saying? But then c4, c5 maybe is more difficult. Like you don't have c4, b4.
Yeah, that's also true. I mean, the pawn would be useful on a5 in this kind of closed structures.
And you cannot move the knight to f1 in this position. So I think the question is, what is black going to do? Because knight e4 hangs.
Yeah, because knight f1 I can take,
right,
and e4 is hanging at the end.
So I think the question is, what is white? But I think white can just play bishop c2 maybe?
You can and you can't.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, but sometimes you gotta be a little careful about something like this working.
But this is not the structure where this works.
It shouldn't, especially with the pawn on...
Right, because you want to follow this with c5 usually.
I want to follow this up with c5. This shouldn't work.
No.
So perhaps bishop c2 is playable.
Maybe I can just go a4 and just keep harassing you.
It's possible to play a4, yeah. Again, bishop takes a4 doesn't really work. And a3 might be a useful idea at some point.
But maybe white can play a3 and just keep an eye on that.
I'm not really sure about a3, because after b5, knight a5, I'm starting to take a lot of control over the light squares. But yeah, as it's a strategical game, and finding moves for both sides starts to become a little more difficult than perhaps they would like. Still an interesting game with a lot of pieces still on the board and that tension in the center. And
the thing about the Spanish, it's such a versatile opening because we get so many structures out of it, and that's the reason why beginners are told to play this kind of, like, once you're at a certain level you start playing the Spanish, because you can get a knight structure, you can get a King's Indian structure, or you can get like more classical Spanish structures. Yeah. You can get symmetrical structures. So it's such a versatile opening. So if white ever commits to d5, then it's just some version of a King's Indian.
I agree.
It's no longer a Spanish.
Yeah, it's a very versatile opening. It's one of the few in which the structure can change to pretty much any other opening, and it's all of them of great strategical value. And it's harder for white to play d5 in this position because you committed h3, which means my kingside attack might be a little scarier. And it's even though I played rook e8, so that's it shouldn't be the biggest of deals, but it's not something I want to do is to close down the center with the move h3. Right. So if you're gonna do that, you want your pawn on h2. Even though, but then black also had me wasted the move with rook e8. So if my pawn was on h2 in this position, if I saw rook e8, I would think about d5 because that would make f5 harder. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there are so many little details in this position which makes them very hard to play. Yeah. Very complicated position. I mean, it's funny, we're like at move 12 and we already don't know what to do. And all we've done is like develop our pieces. Well, it's not just us. Look at our Wonder. He spent half his time and we're not even on move 12. Yeah. So, I mean, not alone. We're not alone. No, we're a good company, let's put it that way. No, that's a fascinating thing about this position. Like, you develop your pieces, you make normal moves, and then it's not like a Sicilian or something, you don't know what to do, right? It's just, you just develop your pieces and you castle. You haven't done anything special. You played something, but Queen, wow. Queen b3. So this looks... This is unnatural, not necessarily bad, but definitely unnatural. I mean, I can already force a bishop trade, even though I'm not sure what's the best way of doing that. Which way? Well, I can take on d4 and move my knight. Yeah, but I was wondering why you would want to do that. I actually was very tempted to play rook b8. Now you're threatening b5. And I'm threatening b5. Yeah, I mean, this move... it's a little bit on the unnatural side. You could just put the bishop on b5 and block away the b pawn, but I'm not sure what the queen on b3 does. Never mind. I wanted to play b5 right away, but I don't think that works. b5 right away?
Yeah, I think it's a little too.
It's a little too feisty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Takes b5.
Yeah, bishop takes
And then
b5.
I solidify my bishop with a4.
Oh yeah, you have a4.
Well,
Well, I'm knight a7.
things are not so simple. I mean, I have ideas here in this position, certainly.
I hope. Can I go knight a7?
You go knight a7. You can also go, yeah, knight a7. Why not? Threatening c6.
Okay, so maybe I should just probably play the move queen to a4 in that position.
Yeah, I thought
That's
so.
yeah, this is what I didn't like.
But
so do I have knight d4 here?
I was also thinking of, yeah, knight d4 is an idea. You cannot take
Am I
with the
losing?
pawn
But I
because
think here
bishop
I'm
takes.
losing.
Bishop
the
takes
pawn.
d7.
Knight takes f3.
Oh, then you can take on a5.
I should take with the queen, I think. I don't know if really white would be better at the end, even if you take an extra pawn. Black's structure is very, very good, and I have some pressure there on. I have some pressure. This looks risky. I don't like queen b3, but I'm trying to figure out exactly
knight d4,
why.
I thought you could take. I mean, it just looks wrong. That's why. Because at first you're blocking your bishop, and then the like, are you really
Queen b-
threatening my pawn?
Queen b3 looks wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'm
it
trying to
just
figure
feels
out
wrong.
why.
I think we should take on d4 and try to simplify the situation in the center, potentially attack white's pawns from e4 and d4.
Well,
And
that was
maybe
vague.
knight
Do you have any concrete ideas there?
maybe knight h5 here.
Knight h5.
Trying
Wait,
to
so
go to
where-
f4 and
you're
attacking the
d4
pawn on d4.
Attacking this guy. Okay, I like it. I like
So
it.
probably d5, right? I'm assuming.
Well,
I mean, I don't want to do it, but I
if,
don't want to lose the
if
pawn.
white has to play d5, then this is already a huge success for black. I mean, the dark squared bishop becomes a monster. This pawn is now weak.
Well, how do you want me to defend my pawn? By
By
not putting my queen on v3?
Yeah, that would be a good start. I like the solution. Pawn takes and knight
G4.
h5.
No, I don't have g4.
You don't have g4 because knight f4.
I wasn't serious about g4.
This looks a little shaky, actually.
Yeah, queen v3 just looks wrong.
It looks unnatural to play a move
Yeah.
like queen b3.
Like it doesn't. The queen
Doesn't belong
there.
here. It doesn't
yeah.
belong on b3. It doesn't have anything that's attacking f7. I mean, there's no pressure on g6. I'm not entirely sure why the queen's on b3.
I think he's just trying to unbalance the game a little bit, make Michael get out of his comfort zone, start calculating concrete variations, and I think Awander just feels like he's a superior player in those type of unbalanced positions, and he wants to shift that game into those directions.
But I don't think it's necessary to start shifting it at this moment. I mean, this is going to be a long game. Like you'll probably have some other moments to shift the game.
But the
in
question
a
is,
more favorable way.
What other move do you have?
Yeah, I think that was the problem. But I thought you have to play bishop c2.
You can go bishop c2 to defend and pawn on e4 and try to go knight f1, knight g3, but
Yeah.
unprovoked bishop c2 usually is difficult to play, I would say.
I mean, bishop on a4 is not doing anything. I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be worried about losing
I
the
mean,
tempo.
I'd rather play bishop c2 than queen b3.
I agree. Queen b3 looks very unnatural to me. That looks like a move that you play if you have no choice. I don't like the move queen
Also,
b3.
I'm not sure what happens after bishop c2. Can I just try to simplify the position immediately with d5?
Well, now we have to calculate, but
No, you have an engine, so you should
No.
you should tell us.
Well, yeah, this is not very good. Knight takes e5, knight takes e5, d takes e5, and now I don't have a good way to take. If I take with the
yeah,
H6
h6 is hanging on the
knight
end.
f3, knight on d5 is hanging, bishop on e5 is hanging, pawn on h6 is hanging.
Yeah, I
So
think,
d5 is bad, indeed.
Which usually is.
Maybe
I mean,
just take. Okay, take, and then now something like
I
knight
said that,
f4
but bishop b1, it's a big deal.
force you to go to b1.
But I thought in this kind of structures you don't do that. Okay, but then knight f.
No.
Everything is concrete right now. I think I think
Knight
the,
f1 and
the
then I-
nature of the position
I don't
is,
get a
is
knight
quite
f1.
concrete.
I like this position because almost all of white's pieces are in the first rank.
I have to blast open the center and I have to disrupt your pawn structure.
But
open up
even
my
here
bishop.
after knight g3, I'm not particularly scared.
What is your knight doing on g3 though?
It's defending e4.
Yeah, but it's completely restricted by my pawn on g6, which is perfectly placed right now.
Because your bishop on b5 is such a wonderful piece. I mean, I
It
mean,
is.
I
My
don't
bishop
think
on b5 is actually a very good piece. I'm controlling
go
this
p3
diagonal.
here and not lose anything on the diagonal?
it's still a double-edged game. I just strategically, I don't like b3 because it allows a4.
The bishop is perfectly placed on g7.
The
That
bishop on
makes
g7 is a very good piece. I have to agree with that. But I mean, I just think it's about equal. I don't think that black's better or anything like that.
But I just feel still better than Queen. Like I feel like you shouldn't
But
rush with
but
taking your
you
chances.
can tell the bias that players have because that guy over there in the studio is a Spanish player with the black side, and he loves this kind of structures with you can get knight b4 and bishop b5 in. Objectively, this is probably about equal what we were all talking about even at the end. Perhaps black's a little bit better, perhaps white's a little bit better, but it's not a big advantage. After queen b3, white risks that in certain lines the queen is so misplaced that a move like b5 actually comes in, or that I'm forced to define my pawn structure in the center in a ugly manner. For example, what we're looking at, that pawn takes d4, pawn takes d4, knight h5. If I do have to play the move d5, that's an ugly way of defining the center, because now the bishop becomes completely open and I'm giving up a lot of my trumps. For example, the flexibility of the center is no longer there, so I don't have the ability to counter a lot of variations with a break in the center.
Can I go knight f1 here? And then trade d4 with h6?
I don't think you ever really want to trade a central pawn.
I understand
for
that.
a.
Well, here I cannot take because of b5, so I have to take on d7 too.
Take on d7, take on d7.
Yeah, but now you have like a4, a3. So that's
but
not good.
just even if I don't have anything concrete, I mean the structure is just favorable to black.
Why?
Because I have more pawns to advance on the queen side, and you're not going to advance your king side. No, this already looks kind of ugly. I think that this is a bad move, queen b3, but it does give leeway for Michael to find something that might not be there, because you're very tempted to this rook b8s and b5s that we initially came up with that are not necessarily that great.
But I thought b5 worked out fine for me.
I don't know. We never refuted b5 actually. Did we? No. Bishop takes b5.
Well, we haven't checked with the computer, but we didn't refute it. But yeah. I wonder if I can just let you take on b5 and then play against the a5 pawn.
You can.
Just give you a weakness.
You can. I don't know. It's a complicated position. Let's let Michael think here, because he'll think for a while on the many resources that he has. I like his position. Specifically, the line that Christian gave with takes on d4 and knight h5 is what I really like for black.
I agree, and I think Wander is the kind of player who will make complications like this early. Like I played him recently, and
how'd that go?
Well, pretty well. I mean, I played him several times. I played him 3 times in the past year already.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I just keep playing him every tournament. I played him twice this year.
No, b5 is definitely an option.
Is it really? Just
Absolutely.
straight up
Yeah.
works?
Absolutely, yeah.
No, but he's the kind of player who will complicate the games early on. But I think like in this kind of structures it might be unnecessary because it is a long game, and
Definitely.
it's like you'll have a chance to do something later on.
But we do have a new move in the game between Mika Bertain and Caden Trough, yes. In this position
D5.
after c5. d5 was played. I was actually looking at your move, Alejandro, knight to e5, and I felt knight to e5 was actually a very good move. Now, black had to make a choice, queen b6, queen b5, queen d6, queen e6, but there are a lot of variations in which bishop takes h6, bishop takes h6, knight g4 comes on the board, and white is just completely winning. He played the move d5, very natural, closing up the center, trying not to allow the knight to come from c5 into the game to e6, potentially defend the king. And now, there was a very interesting line after knight to b4, this enterprising move, very, very nice idea behind it. Bishop to g5, attacking the pawn on e7. Now, rook f e8 would be a major mistake because you no longer have the square for the queen, and you no longer have this pawn on f7 covered. So after bishop takes h6, bishop takes h6, knight to e5, the problem is wherever you move your queen, I'm going to take on f7, and the position is just going to be done, game over. Very, very interesting variations. After d5, black will have to find a way to destabilize white structure in the center. You would love to play e6 and try to challenge this pawn, but unfortunately, I don't think e6 is working at the moment.
Well, it doesn't work at all because you can't take back with the queen, right?
Yes, you cannot take back with the queen because of knight g5 double attack. But
he's played knight b4, so
knight
after
b4
knight
was
b4,
played.
bishop g5 looks like a normal move.
I really like this move.
Well, it attacks the pawn, so that's
But the black's main move was f6, so maybe now I get to play
And
f6 with a tempo.
No, f6 is the main move, but then okay, I just simply put my bishop back to d2. Whenever I have to move, as a Grunfeld player, whenever I have to move my f-pawn either to f6 or f5, I feel like my king is getting 3 times weaker, and is in general, from a practical point of view, it's a very difficult move to make as a Grunfeld player.
And we have to explain that the whole point of bishop g5, f6, bishop d2, instead of just bishop d2, just blocking the bishop.
It blocks the bishop on
bishop is
g7.
just sad.
Yeah. No, I think that I didn't like the move d5, but perhaps I underestimated this idea of bishop g5, which is actually quite strong. Let's go back to this position, see if I can find
But if you don't
it.
play bishop g5,
There you go.
but d5 is a very Grunfeld way of playing.
Well, the thing
position,
I
right?
didn't like about the move d5 is that the bishop's now open. So in many scenarios, if I can just play something like rook h8 and defend my pawn on h6, I'm going to be eventually putting some pressure on your queen side immediately. So for example, knight c4 will take on b2, and you cannot take with the bishop because now there's no pressure on h6. Things like that are the reasons I didn't like the move d5 so much. But if you can play the move bishop g5,
I like
and
this move.
for now, ignore that pawn on b2. Well, obviously, if you take on b2, you're going to get mated.
I think maybe rook a8 would be a move.
Yeah, but then you're kind of forcing black into this very passive scenario, which is what I like. If I'm able to get
I
the
can just move the rook, right?
Yeah,
rook
b3.
fd1.
rook something. I want to play rook ad1 and b3. That was
Me
kind of
too,
my idea.
yeah.
You cannot take on a2 because I just returned with the rook, and I take on a7. This seems to be a good exchange for black, for white. And if I can get in something like b3 on the next move, move the pawn off the diagonal, restrict the knight on b6, I think that's just going to be a great position. I underestimated how fast white was.
I'm going to take on a2. I don't think that exchange actually is good for white after rook ad1, knight a2, because my knight comes to d3. That's what I don't like. And your rook on a7, I'm not really sure what it's doing. I really don't like a move such as maybe knight d3.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that was easy.
All right. I don't know. I mean, I still like my rook on a7, but that might be a difference of opinions.
I think the rook on a7
But
is
why
good
not
if you
rook
have some
fd1?
attack.
Why not rook fd1? Because b3 could be an option. You cannot take on a1. I'm going to take on h6 and I'm going to checkmate you.
That's true.
So b3 is still an idea. I mean, this diagonal as of now is taboo. You cannot move your bishop anywhere on that diagonal.
Yeah,
You
that's
cannot
true.
take on b2. You cannot take on a1. And then maybe a3, rook ac1. In the future, put your rooks on the open files.
And guess what?
Semi-open files.
We have a move on the board.
We have bishop g5.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Good Mika.
Mika putting on the pressure here against Caden Trove. I like this move, bishop g5. It's not easy to resolve. Actually, the defense of e7 is very uncomfortable. Every time that the Grunfeld player meets with an attack on e7, they want to play e6 and get rid of the weakness, but you can't. You just cannot play e6. Let me explain why. If you play e6, pawn takes e6, you have to take with the pawn, which shatters your structure. If you take with the queen, then I have this same trick, bishop takes h6, and you're just completely lost. You cannot take on h6 because knight g5 forks the queen and the king, and that's the end of the game. So you have to be very careful in this position. You never really want to commit a rook to e8, and you might be wondering, rook e8, why are you guys putting a rook behind a pawn? Well, the point of rook fd1 or rook ad1, as I was playing, is that again against e6 was impossible because again I take, and now I'm forcing you to take with the queen, and it's the same exact trick. So.
But it looks like black has to live with these pawns for now and just commit to the queen side. Like try to play knight d3, knight c4.
That's
and
another reason why rook fd1 is, or
So-
rook ad1 is so powerful, because you try to limit the knight.
right.
Yeah, the knights are starting to be very
Yeah.
limited. I underestimated this bishop g5 move. I think this is quite a dangerous move for Caden, bishop g5, and I still like white's position much more.
I wanted to play knight c4, knight d5, and I'll just eliminate one of the knights, and then realize I just can't. But I
don't
mean,
have
white
time.
black is pretty much committed to the queen. Like you have to do something on the queen side because center is completely out of your hands.
Yeah, but I don't know what to do. I mean, you have to play rook e8, I think. What else can I do in this position?
Yeah, maybe f6 and put a knight on d3 for
f6 such an ugly move.
I understand, but
Problem
we're
is that,
past that.
well, we were talking about permanent weaknesses. The thing about f6 is that it permanently damages your king side. You're never going to be able to fix it properly. Even if you get the move e6, it's still going to be a weakened king side. And as a chess player, you usually don't want to give yourself anything that's permanent.
Especially on the king side.
I can assign a reason to f6, and that is f6,
It's a tempo, and you
bishop
get
d2,
93.
and immediately e6.
Oh, e6.
Try to blast up the center, get some counterplay, get some unbalanced structures. I think this would be the only reason why you would play f6. And if you don't play e6, also let's remember knight f4, knight to e6 is coming on the board. So you're kind of committed to a move such as e6 or e5, because knight f4, knight e6 is a very dangerous threat.
Still a dangerous situation here for Caden, who has the choice of playing f6 or rook e8. I don't really see anything outside of that. You cannot afford to lose the e7 pawn. It doesn't matter how many pawns you capture, not that you can anyway.
Well, I can play knight d3 here.
Ooh, knight d3.
Bishop e7.
No, I understand. I was just saying as an example that I can get some pawns for... I understand losing the pawns e7 is bad.
Yeah, you can't afford
I
that,
was just making it
you
a
can
point
with
that
knight d3.
I can take some pawns, but bishop e7, bishop f6, right?
We understand, yes. And that is just probably losing for the black side. So you got to be very careful here. Let's go back. I do have one move in the Michael Brown game, which I didn't even consider as legal. The move queen c8 might prepare the move bishop takes h3 in certain variations. You have to be a little bit careful, especially since the queen is now on the queen side, very far away from the king. It looks like a perfectly reasonable move to me.
Very non-committal move.
Very non-committal, not the most ambitious move I've ever seen in my life,
No.
but it's completely fine. It's very Michael, I think. It keeps the tension, it doesn't really commit to anything.
And it asks the big question, what is your queen on b3 doing?
I like that question. Now, what is the queen on b3 doing?
It seems like the queen on c8 is better than the queen on b3.
I agree.
This
Sure.
pair of moves
Mhm.
kind of seems like it favored black. Rook b8, b5 is on tap, definitely.
Yeah. No, I think that what Michael has done to play relatively quickly on queen c8 is a very perfectly valid alternative to everything that we were talking about, both b5 and he takes d4, which were also good moves. I think queen c8 is also amongst them.
Yeah, this game is quite complicated. I agree that every time I look at this position, like
Why is the queen
yeah,
on
why is the
b3?
queen
Yeah.
there? Let's take a quick look at Akshat's game. Let's see if what happened there.
And before we look at it, I just want to launch a scenario. Both Caden and Awander lose, Akshat wins, and we're going to have Caden versus Akshat.
Oh, that's true.
As a tiebreak.
We didn't even think about that.
We never even considered it, but for good reason, I think.
Yeah, that is actually one of the scenarios we just kind of glanced over because
It requires two losses by top
it
players.
requires two
It's,
losses by top of players. One of them is white. But yeah, of course. Now let's take a look at Akshat. He is still playing this position. I didn't really like this move knight h4.
Oh, I like that he caught up to his opponent's time. So Akshat is back.
Akshat is back, definitely. I didn't like the move knight h4 by any stretch of the imagination because the knight on h4 only has one purpose, which is to avoid the move f5. But it seemed that that wasn't the end of the world. You could really allow this. Not to mention the knight on the edge is quite dull in this position. I am a little worried about things like rook d2 or rook b4, or more importantly, a combination of these moves. And let's remember that the bishop is more powerful than a knight eventually.
Yeah, if I could just reroute my bishop, I just need some, like, if my bishop was on the other a7, g1 diagonal, this position would be...
Slightly better for black. This might already be
Amazing.
slightly better for black. Not a huge deal.
I wonder if I have time to play, like, f6 and bring the rook, since you don't have the option of playing h4, h5. Even though I really don't want to play f6, I understand that part, but if I could just bring my bishop into the game.
I'm sure that he's considering it, to just play f6 and then bring the bishop
How
around.
about f6, rook c1, rook c7, and...
I don't know.
I mean, I really don't want to play f6. It's like a last resort thing.
You can just play rook c8, I think, because, I mean, one of the important things to ask yourselves is what white is doing, and the answer is white's not doing anything in this position. So rook c8, now that you force the move b3, the rook on e3 cannot transfer to the queen side, and the c3 square is weakened. So you can imagine that following it up with rook c2, rook d2 comes into the game as a very natural resource. I like the move rook c8 simply to take control over both files instead of just one.
Yeah, and your opponent pretty much has to constantly attack e5 with two rooks, because
Yeah.
otherwise my bishop comes in and with a tempo, because I'll attack one of your rooks.
Yeah, at some
So you're
point
kind of
even
committed
after...
to the e5, or you have to play knight f3 back and then...
I'm even considering knight f3 right away, which just means that something has gone a little bit wrong here for white, because I really didn't like the move knight h4. You can see that it's allowed this rook on e8 to start moving around.
And yeah, you cannot just let go of that. The rook c8 looks natural to me. Just get the files and
Yeah.
play a long game and see.
Yeah, it looks a little
see
bit
what
better.
happens.
Looks a little bit better for
So
black.
one game we haven't looked at in the juniors section is Bobby Lee versus Andrew Tang. So let's take a look at that game too.
It's a
looks
battle of the knights versus the bishops in an Italian-ish opening. Actually, it's a Hungarian, sorry, with bishop e7. It does, and there's the idea of h3, knight g8, and f5.
Not hiding your intentions.
Not hiding your intent. It's playable. Little more than that. Knight c7. This really reminds me of a Janish gambit of the Spanish, which is considered to be structurally better for white.
I mean, this looks nice for white. You got the bishops, light squares.
Okay, black also has some pluses. The structure in the center is very solid. It's not going to be opened up at any point. And you're going to play knight h5, knight f4. And
once you get one bishop, yeah.
Once you eliminate one bishop, I mean, your position is perfectly fine. I think black's doing okay here, actually. It's about equal.
You're not impressed by my bishops?
I am not very impressed by your bishops. I think that...
Maybe I can go a5, rook a3, rook b3, and start harassing you. I like my rook lifts.
You can try, but I mean, and
do
you
you
probably
want?
should. But if this pawn was back on c2, I think that white has a serious chance of an edge.
Rook a3, rook g3.
Because you have rook a3, rook g3, but with the pawn on c3, I'm not sure that white has very much. Just little details that actually change the evaluation of the position.
It's a little position. This position is going to be played for a while.
Yeah, we might take a look at it in another 2 hours.
Yeah. Let's go back to the girls section. So we haven't looked at a lot of... No, actually we saw most of the games. One game we haven't looked at is... Well, two games. Is Ashrita's game and Annie's game.
Okay, Annie Wang. Is she playing for anything? She might get second with precise results, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's going to get second or third.
All right.
So she's in fourth place with 4.5. She's half a point behind Emily and Maggie.
Well, Annie's already moved 30, and judging by the structure, there was a Breyer, Rui Lopez. Let me see if I'm right. I'm never wrong, so...
You're what?
Never wrong. That's a Breyer. Look at that. It's a Breyer Spanish, quite theoretical.
So now against King's Indian-esque kind of structures against...
Well, kind of. Not exactly. Because of the difference of the queen side. This has all been played many times. This has all been played. This has all been played. I think there was a Kamsky game against Sam Savian here in the U.S. Championship 2 or 3 years ago that followed this game exactly. Knight f1, queen g5 I'm not familiar with. Around here theory ended. The structure though is well known. Black's extremely solid, really wants to transfer the knight to d6, but on the other hand, white has a few ideas. She has more space. The pawn on d5 is annoying. She can try to go g4 at some point and attack the king side, and she can also try b3 and attack the queen side. So black's very solid, but usually is restrained to passivity. It's hard to break through though. So that's why you see rook b1 many times with the idea of a b3. Okay, takes, knight.
I played this position down the tempo many times because I play with d3 and then eventually I always go d4.
Temping's not really very important in this kind of variation. So
I got the a file, so we got something.
The a file is something that white always gets, so that's really relevant. Problem is that you can't do very much with the a file. Seems like black's relatively comfortable to, compared to most Breyers.
I cannot believe we moved 30 already. Wow.
Yeah, but not much has actually happened. Control over the a file is completely irrelevant. Even if you triple on the a file, you're not going to get anywhere because there are no good penetration squares down the file. Black
So
can usually just cover them very easily.
We have to try b3 at some point.
Honestly, black's just fine here. A problem is b3 is always going to be met with bishop takes d2, taking on d2, taking on b3, c4.
Just close the position.
Close the position. There shouldn't be any problems. I'm not saying that black's better because, well, she isn't. There is no way to make a lot of progress for black either. It's one of those positions that's so closed and so tense.
Yeah, you need
that's
some more
difficult
knights in
to
this
do.
position.
Yeah, that's true.
Like a couple of knights.
Well, b3 was played and this is just about equal. I mean, you can take on d2 and
Fix
take
the
on
pawn
c4.
structure,
Yeah, just change the pawn structure.
Okay. So let's take a look at Ashrita's game. She's playing Talia. So let's see if we have another theoretical battle. What opening is this?
I cannot even guess what opening.
I'm
gonna go with French. No, we're both wrong. It was
I thought you were never wrong.
only when I'm in good company. We have a Scotch after bishop b4 takes on c6.
Over 4 knights.
4-night Scotch. It depends how you want to call it. It's actually 4-night Scotch. D5 and okay, this is very well known. I don't know what the move H3 is. I thought you.
It's a move.
Is it?
Yeah.
H3. Okay.
But that's what I want to say. I know Queen F3 and Bishop F4. There's like a difference between all these moves.
All right. Well, this structure is well known. White's pressuring a little bit because of the hanging pawns in the center, but Black's very solid, has an active rook on B8, and it's usually supposed to be okay. Okay, B4 is unusual.
I thought you played with C4.
Yeah, you do. Takes and okay. White still retains a little bit of pressure because of the better bishop, but it's such a tiny advantage, and the fact that the A3 pawn is weak.
Yeah, how do you defend the pawn?
Should be fine. I mean, I was assuming you take on E8.
Take with the bishop, I think.
I think you take with the bishop, and I wanted to play Queen D6.
Yeah, but I have. Hey, check. You just. But I have a check. Yeah.
Check is annoying, huh?
You cannot block because I have Queen F2.
You mean you have to block because you have Queen F2?
Well, either way, I play Queen F2.
Oh yeah, you have Queen F2. That's funny. Queen F2 takes a 94 check, and you win the queen. Yeah, Black should be fine. I mean, the position is very simplified. The pawn on A3 is weak. Should be fine for Black.
No, I agree.
This is not the most exciting game.
Okay, some more updates from Cristian.
Yes, in one of the very important games of the day between Aronian and Michael Brown, the question was, what are you going to do with the queen on b3 after queen c8? And Aronian immediately responded, I'm going to go back. Queen to d1 was played. This is the position we currently have on the board. But Aronian is losing a lot of tempis. Right now I can just simply take on d4, take, and then knight b4. Very natural moves. I'm trying to put pressure on the e4 pawn, put pressure on the d3 square, exchange the light square bishop if you want. A lot of breathing room for my pieces in the center. Knight d3 is coming. The problem is, how are you going to defend against this knight d3 right now? Bishop d7 maybe, let's say. Queen takes d7. And if you go something like queen b3, the problem is I'm going to continue putting pressure on your pawns. 1, 2 pieces that are simply out of the game. I'm threatening the move knight c2. I'm threatening the move knight takes c4. This just looks like the perfect Spanish for Black.
I agree. I mean, this is a great Spanish. He's put his pieces already in good squares, and White is down so many tempi compared to a normal Spanish.
Bishop b5, bishop a4, I thought was still okay, but queen b3, queen d1 is just a
yeah,
little
that
ridiculous.
cannot be okay. That has to be bad.
So I think you're already looking to get a better position, because
I
you
agree.
cannot let your opponent to play chess like this against you and then not get anything out of it.
Well, normally in this kind of situations where one side is wasting this much time, what you have to do is open up the position. That is why the move pawn takes d4 that Cristian was mentioning is so logical, taking advantage of the fact that the knight on d2 is still in there. It's not in a better position, and after pawn takes d4, as he was mentioning, pawn takes d4, I really like the move knight b4, as he was mentioning. The knight is coming to d3. The pawn on e4 is under attack. The knight on d2 is now stuck to defending this pawn. Trading off the powerful bishop on a4 makes a lot of sense, and now queen c6 is on tap, d5 is on tap, c5 is an idea, knight d3 is an idea. There's a lot of problems with White's position because he would love to finish his development, but he cannot move the knight from d2.
Which is a problem.
That's a problem.
Because when you play knight d2, it's like a temporary thing.
We're going to move it.
transfer-
The knight doesn't
yeah.
stay on d2, and this is why.
Yeah, I mean, this queen b3, queen d1 thing, and I really do want to see Black get good position, because I don't want to see White get away with this kind of play.
Yeah, it's not about the players, it's about the play, although Michael Brown is your voice since the beginning, the South Californian. But I have to agree that when I see a player play something like queen b3 and queen d1, there's like an internal, this is how chess works, chess should punish you for the way that you're playing.
Like in some positions you can get away with things like this, and it always, I get so frustrated when I'm playing and I feel my opponent's doing something wrong and I don't know how to punish, and I'm like, chess doesn't work like this, like why are you doing, like, it's so frustrating.
Now, more objectively, White hasn't done anything so wrong that they should be worse. Perhaps a slight edge for Black, but it should not be more than that. I mean, Black has played an extremely solid setup, not particularly aggressive, which means that even if White wastes a couple of tempi, there shouldn't be any immediate or supreme punishment to what he's done. It should still be kind of okay.
punishment.
Supreme punishment.
Like, wow. No, I understand that part, and the position is not open enough to be punishing, but I still feel like black should at least be completely comfortable.
But there's a
and have no
psychological
issues.
trap there, that when your opponent plays queen b3, queen d1, you say, okay, my opponent's playing ridiculous moves, I must be better. And that loses objectivity over the
Yeah.
position, because it's not true that black is better. It's true that there are chances to get a slight edge, but it's not much more than that. So you still have to treat the position as it is, and forget about the fact that queen b3, queen d1 was played, because that's irrelevant. What's relevant is what's on the position right now.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I was saying when my opponent plays like that. Like, I get so frustrated, and you're completely right. It's easy to lose subjectivity, and in general, it's easy to lose subjectivity in chess. I think.
Yeah, it is. It is very easy.
And we have an update in the main game of the day between Mika Bertain and Caden Trough. Caden did play the move rook a8. He didn't go for the complications, arriving after f6, bishop d2, e6, blasting off the center. But after d takes, queen takes, knight f4, 1, 2, 3, 4. This looks bad. This looks bad. From a visual point of view, at least, this looks just terrible. With the bishop locked on g7, whenever you play f5, I can always have the idea of closing up the bishop and creating a pass pawn with the move e5. So this bishop, for the moment, is on lock. I can always just even give up the bishop for this knight, try to eliminate one of your active pieces, and destroy your structure on that side. But instead of that, he played the move rook a8, and we have this position on the board after a move such as, a very natural move such as rook fd1. Once again, the pressure is on Caden, and he would have to find some defensive ideas such as rook h8 and king g8. They look very unnatural. His position overall looks very unnatural, and he's going to have to find a way to activate his pieces. Otherwise, he's going to find himself in big trouble in a matter of moves. Something like knight c4 looks natural to me, but
b3, no?
b3, I'm going to attack that knight. Where are you going to put it? We were mentioning bishop takes a1 just simply doesn't work. Queen takes h6, king g8, I can just take the rook, and then knight e5.
Well, bishop f6 is a threat, right? No, bishop f6 is not a threat because the pawn covers c5.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Maybe move the bishop somewhere and then knight g5, because
Right.
you cannot defend the square on g5 with a pawn f6, because g6 is just hanging. These two rooks, you're going to need a lot of time to get your king out of there. Yeah. So this position looks just simply very bad for black.
No, I agree. It's the difficulty to find moves in the position. As we see Mika thinking on what to do, we do like the move rook fd1 very much. It puts the pressure on black to find a plan, to find a square for his knights. But let's see if the young player here, Mika Braden, can find a way to really pressure the current leader of the US Junior Championship.
It'll be really funny if actually both Wonder and Caden lose.
That would be so funny for them.
An Akshot too.
Another scenario.
Nothing changes.
Everybody loses.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Or Akshot makes a draw, and Trough still wins with a loss.
Yeah, that'd be really funny if everyone loses.
Well, it would be the
funny
first
to
time
us.
that happens. I mean, I think the tournament where that happened that's been the most famous was the London Candidates of, what's it, 2012, where Magnus Carlsen goes into the tournament with the tiebreak advantage over Vladimir Kramnik, but tied on points. And Magnus plays for a win, knowing that a win secures him that title match against Vishy Anand. And Kramnik does the same thing against Ivanchuk. So Carlsen ends up losing to Svidler. Kramnik ends up
Svidler
losing
or
to
Anand?
Ivanchuk. Huh?
Svidler or Anand?
No, Anand was the title match.
Svidler.
Oh, okay.
He lost to Svidler. And Kramnik in a Pirtz defense gets crushed by Ivanchuk.
I remember that.
And they both lose, and Magnus wins the tournament
And
anyway.
Ivanchuk also beat Magnus in the tournament, right?
Ivanchuk also beat Magnus in the tournament. Actually, the
So
reason the
it
tournament
was-
was so close was because Ivanchuk had just beaten Magnus.
And then he flagged like 3 times in that tournament. It's
That's
not the same tournament, right?
That is the one
So, but the
tournament.
way he affected the standings was fair.
It was
he beat
huge.
both players. No,
Yeah.
but he beat both players, so it's fair.
That's true.
Guys, rook ad1 was played on the
okay.
board, Alejandro's move. And
Which is always bad.
Oh, I mean, it's still decent, but I have a feeling it loses some of the advantage. After knight takes a2, I don't expect the move rook to a1, knight before rook takes a7. Instead, I expect something like
e5, yeah.
e5 and try to completely murder black on the king side.
I gotta disagree with
This
you,
is going to be
Christian.
quite
I'm gonna
explosive.
start defending my move because rook d1, knight takes a2, e5. Again, we're talking.
I'm going to take
about-
another pawn.
Really?
How are you going to continue?
I thought knight f4 should be crushing. Knight f4,
Knight f4,
e6, bishop
e6.
f6.
Yeah, but you don't have a.
Okay,
I don't
what's
have a
your
threat.
threat?
Yeah.
What's
I
your
hate
threat?
when I have all my pieces there and I don't have a threat. How is this possible? How is this
You
possible?
can go g4, g5.
I'm not gonna go g4, g5.
Why
Now
not?
this is a little
You're
bit
already
slow.
committed.
So what is the line
I
here,
guess we'll
Christian?
go
What
all
is
out.
what is the line after knight takes d5? I'm so scared to play this with black. Not to mention, I mean, taking on a2 is such
E6 is the computer's move with the idea that once again, if you take with the queen, bishop takes
h6.
h6, which is the main line, and then f6, the bishop doesn't have a discovery check that creates any sort of huge damage to my
And
position.
if you take with the pawn, does black just die?
If you take with the pawn, black doesn't die as of yet. It's like a White Walker almost. Knight to e5.
Oh my god, no, knight g4 is coming. This is completely winning.
No, this is actually not complete. Oh, actually, yes, you're right. This is
Okay, I don't
completely
need the
winning.
computer
Yeah.
to know.
Completely
I
winning.
don't need a computer to know that this
Knight
is
to
completely
g4
winning.
is coming, and there's no way you can defend. You can. I was thinking that you can bring your queen to f4, but
No.
that square is protected by the knight on e2. Yeah, this is just game over. So
The thing about Caden here is that even if rook a d1 is objectively a lesser move, taking on a2 is tough.
yes,
You might
I
do it
agree.
the only reason you take on a2 is out of desperation because you don't have a plan.
And you don't have a move.
You don't have a move. You don't see how to improve your position. You might as well say, I'm going to suffer, but I won't suffer for free. I'm going to take a pawn and put the pressure on white to prove the compensation. And that's something that, from a practical point of view, you might do, knowing that knight takes a2 is extremely risky.
I'm considering another move. Knight to c2, trying to bring my knight to the center. The computer hates it after rook d2, knight d4.
Well, aren't
and
you
I
just
was
giving
thinking
up a
just
pawn?
take the pawn and then I go knight c4. But let's see why that doesn't work. And now I was thinking to go knight c4.
Rook
now
c2?
Rook c2
Just wins the pawn.
just wins the pawn. Yeah.
Okay. So
It's tough to make anything.
It
work
is
in this
tough to make a
position.
move. That's the thing. Even with the help of an engine, it's tough to come up with an idea. Which is why you might settle on knight takes a2 not because you really want that amazing
of
pawn on
elimination,
a2.
right?
It's process of elimination. You have to do something, and you might as well take a pawn while you're at it.
And I remember Agard has a chapter in one of his books. It's like process of elimination. Or actually.
Yeah.
book?
It's Jacob. Jacob
Yeah.
Baggard.
I think it was the calculation books, like process of elimination.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's what you have to do, as depressing as it is.
And after knight a2, I have 100% e5 should come on the board. Because the way Mika is arranging his pieces, leaving the rook on f1, ready to go on e1 and support both pawns, I think he's ready to play moves such as e5.
So, which actually I think makes knight a2 a little scarier because you
Definitely
wanna
scary
take
because you want to
knight
take with the
4d5.
4 knight takes
Yeah.
d5, not the other way around. And this.
But a3
this
is coming, right? Like if it's white's move, white's just gonna go a3 now.
Agreed.
Or then maybe b3. No, I don't like
A3, B3, both. Scary position for black here for Caden. Not out of the game by any means, but I would rather take white any day.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, let's take a look at Michael.
Ruckshot.
He's actually.
Michael or Ruckshot?
Michael played a couple of
Oh,
moves,
okay.
and he
Oh.
said, "Oh, you are going to lose a couple of tempi. You are not the only one that can do that. I also can lose tempi." He played the move knight b8. Which obviously has the idea of trading the bishops. Wonder had none of that.
I think he's
Played
just
bishop c6.
his thing is like I'm not gonna let your f1 knight move because you still cannot move the knight. Your pawn is hanging.
Well, you're kind of forcing him to go d5 and go into this kind of structure.
But then you're gonna. I think you're well placed because your knight is just gonna go to c5.
Yeah, probably. I mean, after d5, he probably just wants to retreat, and this knight will go from
Right.
a6 to b5. Probably, he might even consider a very quick c6. If, for example, you play knight f1 and you move the knight away from the square c4,
And we also know knight cannot move. This was the whole point of this opening.
then c6 might come very quickly compared to most
Knight
variations.
c4.
I
So you
mean,
get the same structure. Oh, but now knight a6.
knight a6 and knight
can go
c5
to
is.
c5 or b4. But now I have like
It's just a position, nothing special. I mean,
very King's Indian.
yeah, it's very King's Indian-esque. We'll just look at that structure. D5 is what I'm expecting because pawn takes D4 is kind of annoying, and I don't really want to release the tension with pawn takes D5 in this particular position.
And knight
Definitely
A2
not.
was played, guys.
In the
Knight
Caden
what?
game?
Knight A2 was played.
Wow. Knight
The,
A2.
the bridges are burning. There's no
Smell
coming
it.
back from
Can
this
smell
one.
the fire from
Well,
here.
there's two big options here, of course. The move we were mentioning, E5, and the move that originally looked appealing to me, Rook A1. I don't think there's a third option. Perhaps I can play Knight F4.
I wanted to play Bishop H6, but that stupid Queen D6 G5 idea.
Yeah, the thing is, Bishop H6 doesn't quite work. The point is to play Knight E5, attack the queen, go Knight G4, and attack the bishop. Unfortunately for white, it doesn't quite work because of G5. And the queen now covers, I don't know how this happened, covers the bishop on H6, and it's just an extra piece. So this doesn't quite work, but it's something that you always have to be taken in consideration. Which is the difference between here takes E6, that now because I've shut down the 6th rank, this is impossible because precisely this trick of Knight E5, and you attack the queen and you're subsequently going to play Knight G4 and just win the game. So this is partially why E5 is so dangerous here.
I wonder if Mika considered Knight A2 as a move in the position.
It's one of those moves that you consider, but
You just kind of think,
you kind of think,
like,
okay, if he goes
it's
for it,
not
he
really
goes for
hanging,
it, whatever. I mean, you just push your pawns and hope for the best, because Knight takes A2 is such a difficult move to play. Now what he needs to find out is whether he wants to play E5 and go for the throat, or Rook A1 and keep the tension.
And we've seen the strategy of pushing your pawn and hoping for the best pan out several times in this tournament.
Yeah.
And we'll see how it works out. Let's take a look at Akshat's game before we take our second break, see if we have any developments there.
As you would expect, we only have one move, because Akshat took 30 minutes on that position.
Akshat is down 30 minutes.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. But no, it's not unbelievable. I'll take that back. But he spent like 30 solid minutes on Rook B4. I'm not sure why. Now, a move that I didn't particularly enjoy because after Rook E4, I wasn't sure what his follow-up was going to be.
Yeah, I was wondering, do you want to play Rook D4 and then take with the E pawn?
Rook, which one to D4?
The D1.
D1?
This looks very awkward. No, then I'm alone.
I think he just
No.
wants to take with the rook and try to activate the rook via D2.
He has to. I have a to lose a tempo here. I was wondering if I have F3. No, F3 kills the knight. I really don't want to play that. Knight, rook takes, H3, and Rook D2.
Maybe
Okay.
rook D2, maybe F5.
But I play A4, and I don't see the big deal.
Yeah.
Do I have time to...
I mean,
can
on
I
a-
give
on
up my pawn? And
But
play
on a
knight F3?
terrible scenario, I can play this takes, and white's slightly worse. But
I think you're losing the... No, you're not losing the pawn.
I mean, again, even in scenarios where I'm losing a pawn, most of the rook endgames are going to be a draw.
That's why I kind of... I know it looks very unnatural, but I kind of want to take with the pawn and then at least create some kind of play. But that looks just... it looks too awkward with the rook on the b4.
It is an attempt to lose, as they say, because once I blockade the pawn, get my king to d3, I mean, you will
Yeah.
regret taking with the pawn. So rook e4 seems almost forced. If you play h3, then f5 looks winning to me. Or not winning, but very dangerous at the very least.
Okay, a move was played.
I'm assuming it's rook e4.
Yeah.
Rook e4 was played, and then actually we'll take another 30 minutes to figure out what he wants to do.
No, I mean, he has to play fast. He had to have seen rook e4.
Okay, rook e4 is forced, as I said, so I'm sure he had some kind of idea.
Let's see what his idea could have been. So I can either go rook d4 or I can go...
Probably have to go rook d4,
Or I
actually.
can take and go rook... No, I cannot take and go rook d2 because I'm allowing rook a4.
Yeah, takes, rook here, rook a4. Seems to be...
Bishop f8 still, but... No, bishop f8, knight f3.
Knight
This
f3,
is not
and
what I want.
this, even rook takes a7. I'm not really sure what you were going to
f7
do.
hangs. I'm going to hang my pawn.
You were going to hang your pawn? That's an excellent strategy.
Thank you.
So...
No, I think you can go rook takes f2 in that position.
No, you cannot go rook takes f2 in this position. I
Why not?
will punish you in such
Bishop
endgames.
c5?
Yeah.
I'm not
with-
saying it's good. I'm just saying I'm not losing the
No.
pawn.
This is with the king on e4 and two passed pawns on the queen side. You are definitely losing this endgame.
I think this is something we excel at, losing every single position, and then regardless of the situation, we just find a losing line.
Well, it just shows how easy it is to lose the game of chess. I mean, there are so many variations to
Yeah,
consider.
especially when we're playing.
Yeah, especially when we're playing.
Okay, last time, let's take a look if we have any more developments before we go on the break. So I'm going to quickly look at the one... No.
Nothing in Mika's game. I
Okay.
wonder has a couple of moves, but they were not the most relevant. Bishop d3 was played, and b6, which I'm assuming just gives the bishop air on b7 if I need to.
So if I go d5, you're going to play bishop b7?
Not necessarily, but remember the pawn on b6 at least
Right.
also covers the c5 square, also allows me to do that. But yeah, why not? Bishop b7, knight d7, knight c5. Although I would probably prefer to do bishop d7, knight
It
a6, knight
just
c5.
feels like black is improving and white's not. Like, all these moves feel like an improvement in the long term for black. Like,
I still don't think that black has achieved very much, but I agree that white hasn't proven anything.
because if I force you to play d5, it's just feels like it's going to be the best case scenario for black with
I
the
agree.
structure. And at some point you might be forced to play. So I think here he's going to play queen c2 actually. And queen c2
Was played.
No.
There you go.
So we played bishop b5, bishop a4, bishop c2, bishop d3, queen b3, queen d1, queen c2.
Well, to be fair, black's played knight c6,
Yeah, I
knight d8,
understand.
bishop d7, c6, queen c8.
No, I wasn't just being. I'm just saying like how the game is developing, not
It is-
particularly being critical of
It
one
is
of the other
strange.
players.
Yeah, it is strange.
So this is something when you're under like 2,000 students look, or like under even 1,600.
Yeah.
That's the worst because when my students do things like that, I get so mad. And then sometimes when they look at their games, they're like, "Oh, Magnus played it," and I was like, "Oh, he's Magnus."
Yeah, it's true. It's a good evaluation.
No, I mean sometimes that's like the only way you can justify these games. They're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, this line is bad, but Hikaru played it," and I was like, "Well, he's Hikaru. Like, he's gonna get away with it. You're not. You're like 1,200."
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so Akshat's game we saw, Cadence game still no development, so I think this is a good time to take a break as the players are trying to figure out what is going on, especially this game.
Yeah.
So when we come back, we'll probably have some more moves, so don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Welcome back everyone to the final round of the 2017 US Junior and US Junior Girls Chess Championship. We have a very important round in the junior section, but as we went for our break, we do have really big developments in the girls section. In a game that we thought, and a game between Carissa Yip and Emily Nguyen, which we thought was just great for Emily, we're coming back to to a unique position that we're not expecting to see.
Well, we left off around here somewhere, and after knight d5 we were convinced that black has a much superior position. I think every single grandmaster would take here with the bishop on d5 and then just play the move a5, not worry about the pawns there anymore. You have the dark square blockade, so it don't make sense to put the pawns on dark squares, and then maneuver around, maybe 98, 96, something along these lines. 95 is strange, but nothing special. I mean, the position should be about equal around this area. c3. Now if you just play the move queen c5, or probably even take on a4, the game is just equal. Queen b3 is a massive blunder. Massive game-losing blunder. Not totally clear to me what she missed, because the refutation is very obvious. After the move rook a1, there is no way to avoid the move rook a3, and after rook a3, your queen is trapped. There is actually nothing that black can do about it. She is just playing on inertia, but the game is over. I mean, it's a full queen. There is nothing. Okay, it's a queen for a rook, but that is more than enough for a player of Carissa's caliber to easily take the full point. So this game is just done.
And we do have a handshake.
There you go. We have a handshake, and Carissa is the first winner of today. Not the most deserved, as that opening was extremely suspicious. But Emily, who's playing for second place, just collapses, completely collapses.
Yeah, this is her second loss in the tournament, actually. She lost to Akshita in that, that opening where she completely misplayed it.
Yeah, not a good way to finish. I mean, this allows Maggie with a draw to clinch second, I believe.
No, because
a tie for second.
Yeah, Annie might still catch her.
And Annie could still catch her. I think we liked Annie's position.
It's just a really sloppy way of finishing.
Yeah, it's not great.
No.
I have to agree. I don't.
Actually, her last few games, like yesterday, the game she was up a pawn, she was down.
We had
game.
We had two different Emilys. First half of the tournament, Emily, which was very impressive to me, saved a losing position against Aaliyah, but besides that, I thought she had a really good games. And second half Emily, which I thought is nothing impressive. Oh well, that's the game. We're gonna see. We're gonna keep an eye out, obviously, on every other board. Speaking of impressive, I do like the way that Akshita has handled her position, but Purva has been fighting back. I mean, the position seems to be close to equal. I like that Purva has retained the knights.
The queen on a6 is very annoying.
Queen on a6 is very annoying. There is a control over the c file, but for now, rook c1 is always a problem. On the other hand, black can easily solve it by putting a knight on c3.
I have queen c6 here, I believe.
Yeah, queen c6.
Unless I'm blundering everything.
It's probably just fine. The problem you cannot take on
because rook a8, knight b4, and I think queen b7.
Yeah, this works. Queen b7 and you attack.
Queen.
Well, you don't even have to trap it. The knight's also hanging, so you don't have to calculate that. But queen c6 probably forces you to take on c6. And the entry of the knight on c3 should be enough to give white a little bit of problems. But even here, I don't think it's super special. Black's better, but it's not a big deal.
Well, it's better to be black.
It's better to be.
I mean,
no, absolutely, it's better to be black in this position. There's no doubt.
I mean, I don't think Akshita is going to be trying too hard to win this. I think if she gets a draw offer, or she can offer a draw, she'll just take it and call it a day.
Who knows? She's played the move King f7, perhaps not in a big rush to get rid of the queen. As I said, once the knight lands on c3, she's pretty much securing her queen side, so she doesn't have anything to worry about.
No, I agree. It's a very pleasant position for
And we do have a development in the Mika Bratton against Caden Trough game. E5 on the board. Mika going for the kill with his pawn sacrifices. This is going to be an exciting game. There is none of this rook a1, rook a7 nonsense. E5 going for the throat. Let's see if Caden can survive. Mika down to 22 minutes.
Yeah, that's really worrisome.
It's
actually.
a little worrisome. Yeah, still plenty of time, but a very sharp position. Many moves to go until move 40.
So White must have had something calculated because he cannot just keep giving up
No.
pawns and not have anything in mind. So actually, we are expecting Caden to take his time and.
Yeah,
it
this
looks
is
like
a
he's about
dangerous
to move, though.
position. I don't think he has a lot of choices. He can allow e6 for free. I think you really need to take on d5 and just hope for the best. It's a dangerous position, but if you don't take on d5, I'm simply going to play e6 next move, and your position is just going to collapse.
And if it's a only move, might as well play it fast and hope
Yeah.
for the best. But we're going to come back with this game. We definitely want to keep analyzing it.
Of
But
course,
in the
of
meantime, we do have Carissa Yip, the winner of first winner of the final round. She's here in studio with Chris.
With the first victor of today's round, Carissa, the top seed going into this event. Carissa, you've had a very, very rough event, but it's always nice to finish on a high note. Take us through the game.
I didn't think it was really anything special until she blundered her queen on move 20.
Anything out of the opening? Who won the opening battle?
I'm not really sure, just seemed like a regular Paulson opening. I didn't really have any special preparation, just reviewed my lines. Yeah.
Okay, bishop e2. Can you explain this move, bishop e2, to us? Why not just take on c5 or take on f6? Or
I had a file from my coach, and I think he said something like bishop e2 to open up the d file first. So if she takes on d4, then just queen takes and rook d1.
and then rook to d1 puts some
Yeah.
pressure on the d file. And due to the lack of the dark square bishop, the d6 pawn, the pawn on the d file is always going to be weak.
Yeah.
And after that, I didn't have a lot of time to look at it, but Alejandro and Tatev were mentioning they weren't really impressed with what the outcome of the opening for you, and then just something really bad happened. In this position, when you saw the move queen b3 on the board, did you know you were winning instantaneously?
No, I thought it looked really sketchy because the queen couldn't go anywhere, but I was looking at moves like bishop d1 and then queen e4, and I realized I could just play rook a1 right away. And then I was sort of like, oh, okay.
And after that, it was everything went smooth. You converted quite nicely. Carissa, what were your expectations going into this tournament, and how would you assess your performance?
Well, to be blunt, I sort of expected to win, and then that did not happen, so pretty disappointed in myself, but like you said, it's good to finish with a win, I guess.
Still plenty of time to recover. You're only 13 years of age. What is your next tournament?
The match of the millennials.
So we're going to see Carissa in just a few days in St. Louis. Guys, back to you.
I have to disagree with nothing happened until the queen got shot because black just had a nice position. So I think when you get a bad position out of the opening, something has happened.
I'm sure that by the match of the millennials, Carissa will fix this slight mishap in the Sicilian, but for sure she is happy to finish with a win, especially against a strong opponent, last year's champion. And that was pretty much all she wrote here.
And the match of the millennials is a tournament we talked about, which is the very next tournament that's coming up, July 26 to 29. Very exciting event of US millennials playing versus world millennials.
Yeah, the young ones.
Yes, well, also millennials, but this doesn't apply to us somehow. So there are two groups, there's under 13 section, under 17 section. So as we mentioned, that juniors is the beginning of the summer of chess. This is the very first event, and we're almost done here. So we're right after this tournament is over, the club is going to start getting ready for the very next event. And again, there's going to be live coverage. I believe you're going to be one of the commentators.
I'll be doing the commentary with, I believe, Maurice Ashley, who's coming back to the studio, and Jennifer Shahadi.
So, same crew is back. And then right after that, we have the Sinquefield Cup, which is coming up from August 2nd to 12th. Very exciting event with Magnus Carlsen, and not an event to be missed. And our favorite event, which is coming up right after that, which is the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, which is going to be a 10-player round robin. And of course, the big event that everyone is still talking about is Garry Kasparov is going to be playing right here in St. Louis.
Absolutely fantastic tournament here. He's going to be playing against some of the best blitzers and rapid players of the entire world. It's part of the Grand Chess Tour, so it's very important for the participants of the tour to do well. Magnus Carlsen currently has a commanding lead after winning both Paris and Leuven, but we haven't played the classical portions, which are the Sinquefield Cup and the London Classic at the end of the year. And there is still the St. Louis Rapid, which is a great chance for many players to catch up to the current world champion.
So we're going to have some exciting tournaments coming up, but we're not done with our exciting day today. And
No.
I believe we have some more developments with Christian.
We do have some developments in what will be probably the second result of the day. A very important matchup between Nicolas Cheka and Akshat Chandra. We've left it over at after rook to b4, rook to e4 was played a5, king g2, rook to d2. Everything just simplifies instantaneously. Rook takes b4, a takes b4, rook to e4. I'm attacking your pawns, you're attacking mine. We're going to exchange them, and we're going to call it a day. Bishop f8 was played, knight f3, rook takes a2, knight takes e5. This is the current position we're going to have on the board. Black is probably going to defend the pawn on f7. I'm going to attack your b4 pawn. You're going to attack my b3 pawn. I'm going to take it, you're going to take it, and we're going to call it a day. This is going to be a draw. Akshat Chandra looks to be out of the title race.
No, there's no way that Nico loses this position. Wait, why did he play rook b2? Okay, so after rook b2, which was the choice of Akshat, he's trying to trade this f7 pawn for the b pawn and say that, okay, maybe I can pass the pawn. But
Rook e3, which is kind of annoying actually.
rook e3 is a little annoying.
Because bishop c5, then rook f3, and then
Yeah,
all of a
bishop
sudden
c5,
who's
rook
playing?
f3, and now suddenly this pawn is just completely hanging. Probably rook e3, you can just play king g7 though. I mean, the position's not really going anywhere. The knight's gonna, worst case scenario, you establish a knight on c4, a rook on f3, a pawn on h3, and your position's completely solid. I mean, no matter what, this game should head to a draw.
Probably. That's very unfortunate for Akshat.
Well, it's tough to beat a player as good as Nico Cheka with the black pieces. It's hard to do so on demand, and he was just unable to do so here.
And Akshat is actually the only player besides Caden who hasn't lost any games. So he had a very solid tournament.
Okay.
And unfortunately, too solid as he had.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, he wasn't being too solid. He's just been missing opportunities.
Yeah,
it's not like he hasn't been taking risks. He just hasn't been able to convert so many points.
So many points against Caden, against Andrew Tang. I mean, over and over again. That's been his problem the entire tournament. Not something he fixed today because he had a huge advantage from the opening. He played like 17 moves of theory, and he's still in time trouble only 14 moves later. I mean, that's amazing.
I make these comments about Akshat, but I have the same problem, and I completely understand. It's like, it is like an addiction. Even if you make a lot of moves, you feel like you have a lot of time to think, and then once again, you spend too much time, and then you end up in the same place where you've been trying to avoid. But we still have two important game going on. We have Caden the Wonder, and Christian is going to give us some more updates.
A lot of things have happened since the last time we saw this game. After the move e5, knight takes d5, Caden is grabbing every single pawn on the board. He's trying to amass a huge material advantage. And knight f4 was played, which is a mistake. We were discussing e6 would have given white the advantage. After queen takes e6, which is not possible because of bishop takes h6, and you're in big trouble. If you play a move such as f6 at the right moment, I'm going to exchange the bishops, and potentially even something like queen c4 or queen a4, just take the other pawn off the board. Your king is still very badly placed. My rooks are, this one is going to go to e1, put a lot of pressure on the central files. Black is definitely in dire straits. Instead of that, he played the move knight to f4, and after e6, which will probably be played quite soon because there's absolutely no other alternative, white is going to find it difficult to create something on the king side, despite the fact that he has 1, 2, 3, 4 attackers in the game and only one actual defender on g7. But the problem is his position, black's position, is still very solid. I have a feeling maybe Mika was considering playing a move such as knight d2, trying to reroute the knight, go to e4, potentially jump to f6. But this position is going to get wild very, very quickly, because if your attack is not succeeding, you're simply going to be material down, and Caden is going to convert that.
That being said, that's a scary position for black, even after the final knight d2 that Christian was saying. And sometimes we evaluate this kind of positions, and with an engine, the engine says -1. We're like, okay, no problems. Everything's going to be swollen in life. But honestly, if I see this position after e6, even just to move knight d2, knight e4, this is a very scary situation for the black pieces. You don't have a lot of activity. Your knight's stuck on a2. There's a lot of dark square weaknesses around your king.
If I take that e5 pawn, that will solve a lot of my problems.
But it's not so easy to take that pawn without losing h6.
I understand. I want to take it to my queen. The problem is I have a knight on e2.
That's a big deal. You know, you have a knight on a2 completely out of the game. You would like to play knight c6 or something in one go, but it's not so easy.
So what's your threat here?
I'm not sure. So after e6, I have to figure this out, because I need to create a threat in this position.
Wait, after knight e4, can I take on f4?
After knight d2, you mean?
Sorry, yeah.
You can. I was going to just take back.
Okay, but I got rid of... I mean, I'm not sure if it helped me or actually hurt me,
because the knight on d5 is so important.
Okay, but queen e7 now.
Queen what?
e7?
Knight f4, knight e4.
Really?
Oh,
Of course.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Wait, but I have knight e2 check.
King
knight
h1.
f6 just mate.
Knight f6 is coming.
Okay,
Knight f6 will mate you.
Will it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, knight f6 is
Knight f6 is going to mate you. No, you don't have time to do that.
Is it though?
Yes,
No,
definitely.
come on. So let's try it.
Okay.
Knight e4. I want to see the mate. Knight d4.
Check on f6.
I want to play knight f5, but I don't have time because bishop g7 is check. No, bishop f.
Bishop takes g7.
It's check.
Everything is check.
So
there's
king
mate on
h8,
h8 too.
king h8, bishop takes, knight f5, for example, takes, checkmate. Let's not mention that the queen's hanging in all these variations.
No, what I wanted to do is I wanted to take on f6, but unfortunately there's mate on h8 too.
Here? Where?
Yeah, here I want to take, but yeah,
check
there's mate on
here.
h8.
You don't have knight f5.
No.
Yeah, that's I see.
But even there you have queen f8, so this is irrelevant.
No, this is very dangerous. I mean, Caden does, although it's a bad time to think, because if you don't play e6, don't you just lose?
Well, I mean, I think you want to make sure. Well,
no,
yeah.
I mean you play e6 or you resign. I think those are the options, right? Like
maybe he's thinking about resigning.
No, I mean you have to play e6. If you play, the only other move is knight b4.
No, but then you're allowing e6.
But now you're allowing e6 an even stronger version, because now you actually do have to take with the pawn. Although now the knight's here.
No, but now come on, bishop h6.
Oh, okay, but now this is easy to calculate. Check. Here,
even we can calculate this.
Even we can calculate knight takes, and that's the end of the game. No. You have to take. You have to play e6. That's absolutely mandatory.
I mean, okay, we're gonna see e6. So what is the move after e6? Knight d2?
Knight d2 is one move.
Is one of them.
But
okay,
there's so many other options.
I want options.
Not really sure.
Like hidden options.
Bishop f6 is another option. h3 is another option. I mean, any move is another option, to be honest. This is going to be more of a long-term type of maneuvering game, and I do have moves that improve my position as white. Knight d3 is one of them. Yeah. Bishop f6, as I was mentioning. Even h3 to potentially bring the knight via h2 to g4. That could be a very intriguing way of confusing black, perhaps.
It's just so unpleasant to play with black, because you're always worried about getting mated, or it's not so easy for him to create a plan. Okay, you took 2 pawns, so what are you going to do with them?
I'm gonna push them.
It's going to take a while. It's going to take a while to push those pawns.
h3, knight h2, knight g4, so...
It's not going to take that long. I think it's going to be still a very dangerous situation for Caden. Let's take a look at some...
This is very scary. Let's take a look at the Wanderers game.
I wanted to take a look actually at Refengs, if you let me, because...
No.
Let's take a look at Refengs game.
Wait, what? Is that an extra queen?
That's what I was talking about. There's some kind of mess in the position. Material seems to favor black.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
because there's a rook and 2 knights against the queen and a pawn.
Do we want to see how we got here?
Yeah, probably. We left this a long time ago, around here. Knight e5 f6 was played immediately, and black did establish a stronghold here on the light squares and started a kingside attack. That kingside attack, however, allowed his opponent to also have his own threats, such as rook e1, and now bishop e6 is a danger in the position. Knight takes d4, material is now even, although those pawns on the a file don't cause a great impression.
Cannot say rook e1, bishop e6 was such an impressive threat. Like, he gave everything away just to make a threat.
Well, and here, knight takes d5.
And then you have bishop e6.
And then you have bishop e6. So here takes bishop e6.
I'm assuming he did not miss queen e6. Maybe he did something later on.
Well, he might have said that this position offers him more chance. Nah, this is too much material. I think the knights and the rook should overwhelm the queen, just without any real problems.
What scares me is that you might still get mated.
As
if I play like rook a5 and then I play...
Well, rook f6 was played, which is very natural to defend the pawn. But yeah, I agree, something like rook...
I'm going to take on h4.
Yeah, you're going to take on h4 at some point. You're going to go rook g8, the knight's going to move, I'm going to take on h4, your king's completely undefended. This looks losing for Joshua. I think that Rifeng is just winning. I mean, it's too much material. I get that the king on h8 needs constant protection, but...
So that's your king on h1.
Yeah.
I feel like that king is more...
Yeah, it's a more danger than mine. I don't know. The material should be enough to win here for them.
And I don't think Rifeng is going to have any trouble converting.
Yeah. Speaking of people that are trying to lose...
Akshat? Is he getting mated?
Why is Akshat trying to get himself mated? There's no real problems right now because I think I'm still okay. If I take on b3...
And then I go g5?
g5, you probably already have to go bishop, then threatening check and checkmate.
So you cannot go king g7
You cannot go king g7 because knight e8 loses a bishop. But perhaps I still have bishop f8. Maybe.
No, I have rook e8 and g take. Oh, and then... Wait, so let's see. Okay, so let's see this time. So rook e8.
Rook e8.
King g7, g takes. King takes. No. King takes h6.
Ah.
No, but continue. Rook f8. King g7, knight d7, rook d3, rook d8, and b3.
Draw.
But I have a feeling this is who's too forcing. Maybe there's some other subtle...
There's this already looks a little sketchy for...
Can I just go g5 myself?
You can. Just didn't want to.
Well, I mean, I don't want to get mated. Different priorities in the position.
That's true. He might have to do something like this. I don't know. I think allowing all this is already asking a little bit too much from the position. Knight d7 wasn't a comfortable move. Check and yeah. I think he hasn't played g5 yet. He's still thinking on this position. G5 is a serious threat from the white side. I think he's playing with fire, but nothing too wrong right now. I might take that back. If you go g5 and I check, what's your next move?
Oh, I have one move.
Well, after knight check, sorry. Because I'm worried about this pawn. You cannot go here because
king h7.
King h7 still holding, right? I don't know. I mean, it's fine. It seems like black's holding, but we changed.
It just seems very unnecessary.
This seems like a little unnecessary. This is the way that you lose chess games. Possible, but I think that Akshat's playing with fire, especially with the amount of time he has left.
Well, he has less than 10 minutes, but he only has 6 moves, so...
Well, we'll see. At his pace, that's not great.
No, I mean, I think his pace is great. This is one of the best we've seen.
Oh, that's true, actually.
But besides today being an important round, today is actually a very big day for the club. So we do have a birthday. Today is the 9-year anniversary of the chess club. So the chess club was founded on this day 9 years ago, and since then we've had so many exciting events here. First time the US Championship was held here in 2009. Actually, I played in the US Women's Championship, and since then we've had US Championship, we've had US Juniors, now we have US Junior Girls, we have the Singfield Cup, we're going to have the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
They keep us busy.
Yeah, the events keep adding up, and the club keeps getting busier and becoming the prominent chess club in the US.
And the world.
That's true. So definitely everyone wants to be here, everyone wants to be playing here. And we have an interview with Executive Director Tony Rich, who is going to give us more insight about the history of the chess club, and he's here in the studio with Christian.
with one of the most important figures since this club's inception, the executive director, Tony Rich. Tony, welcome to the show. Tell us, take us through the years. How did the club came to be?
You know, it's a funny story. The chess club started off as a simple idea of just having a place to play some chess, maybe teaching some chess in area schools, and that was about all. So in October of 2007, Rex Singfield had a dinner with some chess organizers and players in the St. Louis area, and at the end of the dinner he said he wanted to start a chess club. So we got things rolling pretty quickly. I started actually in January of 2008, worked hard for those 6 months before the club opened in July of 2008. So our initial goals, I guess, were really, like I said, quite simple. We really just wanted to have a great place for people to enjoy playing chess, and we wanted to teach in some schools.
Absolutely. And so Rex was involved in the club's activity since the inception.
Absolutely.
He was the first, the founding father that actually came with the idea and funded everything. And
that's right. It's actually a funny story how even the idea of the club came to be. So when Rex retired and moved back to the St. Louis area, he was a fan of this artist named Bill Smith. And Bill's a sculptor from Illinois. Rex met with Bill one day and Bill said, "Hey, my uncle plays chess. You really should meet him. My uncle's Bob Jacobs." Well, Bob Jacobs has been a fixture in Missouri chess for a long, long time. He's a life master and a correspondence master. And so Bob said, you know, we really don't have a good chess club. And Bob was the one who got all of us chess players together and had that first dinner with Rex.
And tell us, how does the activity of the chess club looks for 2017? We know you guys have a lot of exciting projects on tap.
Absolutely. It's been a very busy year for us, but it's also one of our most successful. You know, we launched the Grand Chess Tour a couple of years back. We've expanded that this year by adding the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. So combined, all of the major events really started way back in May with the U.S. Championship, and the U.S. Women's Championship continued in Paris and Leuven with the Grand Chess Tour events there. Now we're here for the junior and the girls junior events. We follow very quickly with the Singfield Cup. Then we follow very quickly with the Match of the Millennials, which is a new event for us as well. It's our first partnership with FIDE, and it's the USA team versus the world team, much like they used to have USSR versus the world. After Match of the Millennials, we quickly come upon the Singfield Cup, then St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and then in London in December.
Well, we know a very interesting figure is going to come out of retirement to play here in St. Louis, Garry Kasparov. How excited are you about that one?
Oh, as a chess fan myself, I am so excited for this. You know, I knew that Garry was going to be playing in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz probably a couple of months before we announced it. You have no idea how hard it was just to keep my mouth shut, let the press release come out, and keep the excitement and keep the secret until it was time.
And one last question. Who is your favorite in this event in both the junior and the girls section?
Wow, that's a really tough question. I told the players at the players meeting that the junior championship really is my favorite event each year. It's a chance to meet the new kids on the block. It's a chance to bring back some of the old kids that have been playing chess here for a number of years. And what's great about it is it's an opportunity for us to know them when they're still young, when they're still developing, because one day they will be the next Hikaru or Fabiano or Wesley or Anna Zatonsky or Irina Krush. So it's great to be able to watch them go through those phases. But if I were really pressed on it and I had to pick my favorite player, oh boy, can I pick two? Sure. I'd have to pick Akshat Chandra and Caden Trofe. Not only are they good players, but they're also great ambassadors for the sport. You know, Caden just earned his Eagle Scout project, using chess for his Eagle Scout project. Akshat is a St. Louis resident now, and they both do a very good job of not only playing chess well, but hanging out with other kids, getting them inspired, signing autographs or taking pictures whenever they're asked. They really are good ambassadors for our game.
Well, thank you very much, Tony, for everything you're doing here at the St. Louis Chess Club. Guys, back to you.
So we have to go right to the games before Caden has just blundered.
No, we have to look at that. Caden
We're very
has
happy about
blundered.
the club, but we have to come back to this because Caden did not play e6, he played knight a4. And
because this is what the club is about.
Yes.
Blunders on the board. It seems like Caden has not played the move e6 as expected. Instead, the move knight b4, which we thought lost to a very basic idea that involves the move e6.
And we have it on the board.
And we have it on the board. Caden thinking after the bombshell e6. I don't know how he's going to defend. I think he has to move the queen.
Queen d6 was played.
And queen d6 was played. But if you are...
Wait, isn't this... What if I take on f7?
He does. He has taken on f7.
You have to take because...
You have to take. And I believe...
Bishop h6?
Bishop h6 should be a winning variation.
I mean...
that wins an exchange, right?
Well, maybe I can play king g8.
No, I don't think so, because...
No. Excuse me, right away.
Oh, that is going to be very dangerous. I mean, if you take on h6, let's just look at some variations. I can check on g5.
So again, I think I have to play king g8.
Because if you play king g7, I can at the very, very, very least just take on h6, right? And
yeah, this just wins
a rook.
Should be enough.
Should be enough.
Sort of.
That is just completely winning.
So you have to play king g8.
King g8.
Now I have 4 hangs, so what is...
Well, on a terrible day, knight takes d5 gives me a big advantage. On a terrible day.
Is this a terrible day?
This is probably not a terrible day. I'm pretty sure I have something better in this position.
Okay, let's try queen h6.
Knight takes f7 is just completely crushing.
Because if I take queen f4, you just take h6.
And if you take on f4, I take on d6. This is game over. You have to take on f7, and I simply take on d5 and up in exchange.
And
a killing attack.
Yeah, free attack.
Free attack.
That's what I like to say.
So that cannot be played.
Okay, so king g8 has to be played after knight g5.
You mean after bishop h6? Rook takes f7.
No, so bishop... Oh, sorry, we just looked at that.
Yeah, so you have to play king g8. This looks highly suspicious. Let's see how I finish you off in this position.
Okay, at the very least, you can start by taking on d5, right?
I mean, the thing is, I recovered a pawn. And
we have some moves.
We have some moves in the position. We don't have to guess. Rook takes f7. Well, rook takes f7.
Okay.
There was not a lot of choices there.
I thought we had more than that, but let's see what Mika's going to do. So he has to take on h6. I don't think he has anything better.
Yeah, bishop takes h6.
Okay, so king g8.
You must play king g8. I cannot believe there's another move here.
No, because knight g5 is a threat.
Surprisingly, there's nothing immediate that I can find that is just crushing. Unfortunately, you have this taking on f4 and so many variations. I can take on g7 right away, which threatens queen h8 checkmate, so you do have to take the bishop. But after taking with the king, I was assuming that I have a win.
No, you cannot take with the king.
Because?
Take on knight g5. You don't have rook h8 intermediate.
There. Take and knight g5, and I have this threat of queen h7.
You can play rook h8 and lose all your pieces, literally.
You literally lose all of your pieces because of this trick. So it's not like this. He probably has to take with the rook.
Yeah.
And he's holding on?
I mean, he's not completely lost. It just looks...
scary. No, it has to be bad, but how? Oof, we can guess here for a while. Let's take it to Christian to see if he has any input
we're done.
on this position.
This is all we can do.
Some crazy things were happening, but I actually wanted to jump right here and predict this move, knight to b4 after knight f4. I thought he's going to actually go for it, because weakening the dark squares after e6, it looks extremely dangerous, and if the knight lands either to e4 or g4 and then to f6, then that's just going to be a checkmate on the board. So it did feel like knight a b4, bringing back the king from the exile on a2, is the natural way of proceeding. But unfortunately, after e6, as you guys were mentioning, the situation becomes quite alarming. Queen c6 was the right move. You have to get out of the d file, and after e takes f7, rook takes f7, bishop takes h6, you had this extra option of exchanging with knight takes f4, bishop takes f4, go with the king to g8. This position is still very unpleasant after a move such as bishop e5, trying to exchange your main defender, rook e1, exchange knight g5 or rook e5. This position, despite the fact that you still have a pawn up as black, your king is very unsafe and it doesn't look practically playable. But instead of that, he did play the move queen to d6, which is just almost game over on the spot, as you guys were mentioning. Bishop takes h6, and right now king g8 is the only move in the position. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop takes g7, rook takes g7, and now I can just simply play a move such as rook fe1, activate all my pieces, bring all my soldiers into the game, and your knight on d5 is still quite on an unpleasant position. If you play a move such as e6, I will immediately attack it, focus my forces on the weakness on e6. This position, just from a practical point of view, looks extremely dubious for black. King unsafe, a lot of weaknesses, and all my pieces just attacking on active positions.
And not to mention, in that situation, you're only up a pawn. you're no longer up 2 pawns, which you can say, okay, if I consolidate it, I can win, or if I give one back, I can start thinking of pushing back your attack. Here, you're only down one, and there he goes. Bishop h6 is going to be on the board.
Yeah, but Caden must have been expecting this.
Yeah, of course. King G8. I imagine King G8 will be played relatively swiftly because, I mean, everything else just completely loses.
And I like that rook f1 line.
Yeah, at the end.
Because you're threatening queen c4 in that position, actually. You're taking advantage of the pin.
A lot of things. I mean, even in this position, on a terrible day, after everybody gets traded, on a terrible day, I play queen a4, queen takes a7. I'm not even down material. I just have the better pawn structure and the safer king. Well, just more ambitious is to play rook fe1.
Well, but I think we have different priorities here. As black, if I think I'm looking at this position, I'm thinking, okay, at least I'm not getting checkmated.
Yeah, no, I agree, of course. Rook fe1 is much, much more ambitious. We have bishop takes h6 on the board right now. Caden has to find the move king g8 to just stay alive. But his position is, I would say, more than dubious.
Yeah, his position is just really bad.
Objectively, this is lost. But
really?
Yes, it's going to take a while for Mika to convert because the material is limited. And if black manages to save his king and potentially exchange the queens, then okay, I'm still a pawn up. So objectively, completely winning. Practically, still a lot of work to do.
So yeah, still some work, but I have to agree that there has to be some kind of win. Bishop takes h6. The pressure is on Caden. Time trouble is going to be looming at some point because Caden is down to below 16 minutes. He has 17 moves to play. Actually, 18. That's a lot.
So it's going to be playing on increment.
He's going to be playing on increment at some point in a difficult position, whereas Mika, with the initiative, has a little bit more time, still not that much, but it's always easier to play with the initiative in this kind of positions. Bishop takes h6 loses. It's not the hardest calculations, but he needs to make sure that it doesn't work and then realize, well, I have to play king g8, I have to do it. But this realization that you have to go into such an inferior position is something that sometimes prevents you from playing. You want to find a better alternative, and that's time consuming for us. Now that we've looked at the variation and we look at it with a relatively cool head because we're not playing, we see, okay, king g8, you have to play. But while you're in the heat of battle, you see king g8, you see what a dreadful position that leads to, and you just try to not get into it.
But again, it's process of elimination.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point you have to make a move, and process of elimination, you're going to play it.
He'll play king
g8,
but he's going to spend some time on it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he missed this 6 or like what happened, or he thought this is the lesser of the two evils.
I think I have to agree with Christian that he just didn't think he was going to survive the dark square assault, and he just figured perhaps I'm not going to die on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just choosing one.
Let's remember, he's under a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
A wonder is breathing down his neck, and all of White's pieces are just simply assaulting his king. He's under a lot of pressure, his time is ticking, and he has to make decisions at every corner. This is not an easy task when you feel the pressure, when your opponent is playing confidently. He had great preparation out of the opening, Mika. He got a nice position, very, very attacking position, and right now Caden is just faltering under the pressure.
And I do believe Akshat's game is about to end in a draw.
It should be very close to that. We have this position. Let's go back a little bit. We left it off here, and Akshat decided to go for the enterprising bishop c5, not really caring about rook e8 right away. And the point is that after takes g5, I wonder why he didn't play rook e8 first. I think because it's the same thing. So g5 takes check, which is important, king g3 or king g7. And now if you go rook e8, I'm going to sacrifice my rook for a knight to prevent checkmate, and I have 2 pawns for an exchange. This is still a drawn endgame, but perhaps black's on the better side. Instead of that, he plays knight e8 check, king f8, knight f6. Now I'm threatening again to checkmate you with rook e8. You really do have to play king g7. I don't see any alternative.
I feel like Cheka has so many like repetition, or at least like offers to repeat the position.
To repeat positions compared to other people, yeah. And I mean, you can just go check, and it's just going to be a draw.
Yeah, I think this is what's going to happen. But again, once you have the forced draw, you can take your time.
Yeah, absolutely. Akshat with 3 minutes on the clock, but it's almost mode 40, so it's completely irrelevant.
Yeah, so that means Akshat is. We're assuming this will be a draw, and it should be a draw. So Akshat is out of contention, regardless
for
of
first place. Yeah.
So we have a wonder, and
it's the A Wonder game. It comes down to the A Wonder game, where a lot of things have happened. It also feels like black hasn't made a move in a while.
A lot of bad things have happened for black.
Well, I'm sorry, but what is the bishop doing on e6? I thought you put it on c6.
It's a good question.
Wait, also, did you at some point go knight a6 and put it back?
Black didn't do
Wait, what?
absolutely anything in the last 6 moves.
Queen b7. Okay.
Well, you're forced to move your knight back, so if there's any consolation.
Well, he's played knight a6, knight b8, queen b7, queen c8. If I
It's
can
really
see.
justified why it's played, basically.
Well,
Queen
black's-
d1 and queen c2. right?
White's doing great. There's obviously no danger on the king side because with the bishop on f1, you just have everything covered. The sacrifice on h3 is just never ever going to work. He even plays knight g1.
He wants to play
to make
g3.
sure. Yeah, to make sure that this doesn't work. And he wants to play g3 just to scare off the knight. Black's position is very uncomfortable. I don't like the fact that this knight is on b8. It cannot even develop. If you play the knight to d7, you just lose a piece to d5, which is almost ridiculous that you can get a bishop trapped on e6. You cannot play c6 to break open because, again, the same trick. You take and then d5 is going to win a piece. I really hate black's position.
I agree. It feels like both players did the same things, like wasted a lot of time, but black's way was worse.
Well,
like in some point, white started improving his position, then black didn't.
Yeah, the
so
pawn
you
on
really,
b5.
Yeah, and you really justified that whole bishop dance on the queen.
It just feels like Michael had no idea what to do. Now they're both in a little bit of time pressure. They're on move 24.
and a lot of time pressure. Actually.
And I wonder, with 16 moves still to play, has 12 minutes. Michael with 19 is in a much better shape. So they gotta hurry up. They gotta hurry up, and this is gonna be crazy because in time trouble we know anything can happen.
And we have seen anything happen.
We have seen anything
trouble.
happen. Yeah.
King g8 was played in Trought's game.
He did find it. He found the only way to keep alive. Now Mika has to not overstep. He cannot allow himself to calculate some craziness that leads into hallucination like bishop takes g7 and knight g5. You just take on g7, then you can take on d5 and play that very pleasant position.
Well, I still think he's going to spend some time and try
Absolutely,
to figure
yeah.
out.
He will figure out. He will take some time here before he moves because there are some tempting options.
So this game is not going to be over quickly.
Anytime soon,
So
yeah.
we're going to have a long battle, and Akshat game should be a draw as we're expecting, and a wonder is just on the better end of things. So
Yeah.
we might have actually a wonder versus Kaden.
We might. We do have a
Result?
result in the girls section as Maggie Feng has drawn her game against Agata Bikhovtsev. And
So she's tied for second.
currently she is second alone.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so she's at least tied for second.
She is at the very least tied for second. But
Let's see what Annie is doing. Or let's take a quick look at that game.
the way that Annie is playing, I don't think she's going to end up winning. She's still not in a huge amount of trouble because this knight is very hard to reroute. But obviously,
Doesn't have squares.
he doesn't have any squares. But obviously, white is the one that, because of the very active queen, is slightly better.
So maybe I can reroute my knight to b4.
Yeah, that would take forever, but you might be able to do so. Promise, as soon as you throw it to do it, I'll just put my bishop on f8. It's kind of hard to make any progress with white, but obviously white is the one with a little bit more space thanks to the pawn on d5 and the fact that it's passed and the active queen slightly better.
Well, I mean, I really want to play bishop f8, no? Bishop f8, bishop d6, bishop c8 before.
Yeah,
Fantasy land.
even that is, yeah, you are going to just lose your c4 pawn if you do all that.
Such is life.
Such is life.
What do you want to say? Do we have anything else in the girls section?
That
Let's
is
take
about
a
it.
quick look. Let's take a look at the games. Let's see actually this game. Let's see if she's gonna score another point.
Well, I expect a draw between Ashritha Eswaran and Talia Cervantes. They've reached this pretty drawn bishop endgame. Shouldn't be anything for either side. It's just materials way too reduced. The Akshita game, she still holds some strength. The pawns on e5 and d5 are not super mobile because they will leave weaknesses if either one of them moves forward. But it's obviously black that's playing here in a little bit more of a risky way, giving heir to her king, which is a little more dangerous, but controlling the center. I like how she's playing. She's able to eliminate this queen out of a6. It seems like things are going well. Taking on c3 is always dangerous strategically for white because I'm going to be able to take with the pawn, and that's a very dangerous passer.
We do have a result.
As
in
we have a
Akshat
result,
game.
Akshat Chandra will not be the 2017 U.S. Junior Champion, as he has been held to a draw by Nicholas Cheka. Yeah,
Yes.
he is probably going to end
He's
up
not
the
happy.
tournament in 3rd place. He is not happy, but to be fair, Nicholas didn't make any serious mistakes. I mean,
Nicholas had a very good performance here.
he had a pretty good performance. He had a decent tournament. He took some unnecessary risks in certain games. Sometimes they paid off, sometimes they didn't.
So Akshat will be tied with Rifeng probably for 3rd place. because
We'll see if Rifeng-
should win. Right.
He should eventually crack open White's position at some point, yeah.
We are.
But it's still going to take a while.
Like if I could put a knight on g4, I'd be very happy.
That's pretty much game over.
Knight f5, knight h6 already.
Yeah, you can play knight f5, knight h6. White doesn't really have any threats.
Yeah, if you
You
play
got to be
rook eight-
careful, but nothing too special. I mean, Black's winning. There's no doubt in my mind Black is winning in this position.
Well, Akshat cannot be happy
Nope.
with how things ended today.
Nope, not at all.
Maybe he can be happy about his time management.
That's something. At least he wasn't in too much time trouble.
Do we have anything in Caden's game? I mean, now this is the game we're
This
watching.
is the game. He has taken on g7, followed by rook takes g7. It would be tempting not to take on d5, but unfortunately the knight on f4 is currently hanging. I should probably take it
Yeah,
to
you
get a
don't.
tempo.
You don't have a good place to go. It's not just a tempo. Like you don't have a good square for.
You
the
don't have a
knight.
good square for the knight. You
Like
would
it-
like to move it somewhere useful, but like if the rook was on e1, knight e6 is crushing.
Yeah, that's just game
But
over.
you don't have it. Might as well swap the knights and play rook e1. White has a great position.
I agree.
Okay.
So what's the time difference? 4 minutes.
It's 4 minutes
That's
with
not a
still
lot.
16 moves to go, 15 against 11. Time ticking obviously for White. A tough defense ahead here for Caden Trove, the leader of the tournament, going into the final round of the tournament.
And anything in the Wonder game because they're really running low on time now.
Not super low on time, not a big difference compared to the Caden game. They're actually handling time management about the same. They're both on move 25. The knight has retreated to g6. Things have gone wrong for Michael Brown. It's not a decisive advantage by any means, but his position is quite unpleasant. If I would just play the move bishop g2 like a normal person, it's already very hard to find a move for black.
And we had a different situation just a second, not a second ago, a few moves ago when
Moves to go, definitely.
Black was the one with easy moves and it was hard to find moves for White.
And he's put this knight on c4, which actually I also kind of like the idea of putting the knight on e3, controlling f5, controlling d5. The light squares become very important. It looks bad. It looks bad for Michael, I gotta say. And let's remember, if Michael Brown loses today and Caden also loses, we don't have any playoff.
But we definitely want to have a playoff.
Definitely have a playoff.
We want to spend as much time here as possible.
Well, it's always the most exciting, right, to see the playoffs. You always like to see those close tournaments. They fight it up to the end with a rapid game. I mean, that's just the excellent culmination of any event.
Yeah. But we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
Did you take on d5?
He has
Yes.
taken on d5.
So now the next move is critical point.
Well, rook e1 is
not
very
critical
natural.
point, just interesting what will happen.
Well, it's hard to believe that rook e1 is not going to be such a natural move. You can play queen a4 and go for my idea of winning a pawn, but why do that when you can always do so later? Just play rook e1, improve your position, and I believe that White is in the driver's seat and it's up to Caden to defend. As a point of view from a chess player, I mean, you just want to improve all of your pieces. Rook e1 always causes dynamic threats. And as soon as a pawn lands on e6, I'm going to be able to play knight g5, and the idea of knight e4, knight f6 will be in the air.
And
So
then sacrifice on d5 in some positions.
yeah, so this is a very difficult position for black to play from a practical point of view. You're always under threat, you're always under pressure. And just the fact that knight g5 comes into the position in such a powerful way is very, very dangerous. I think that rook e1 is a very obvious move, and I would be a little bit surprised if we didn't see it.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you don't even have that many options.
No, I
Again,
don't.
process of elimination. You
Yeah.
have to make a move, you're going to make a move.
Rook e1
Wow,
doesn't
this
the most
is
normal.
not what Caden wanted for today. Because yesterday when he was saying, yeah, if I draw, at least I have at least a playoff. And if
Yeah.
I lose, then I open the door, and looks like the doors have definitely been opened.
Well, anything can still happen. They're
So
both under
Mika
pressure.
has moved. So he did play rookie one.
He played Rookie 1. I mean, that was not the most difficult move. He just played it. And Caden is currently thinking in this position, he has to be so worried about something happening on the A2 to G8 diagonal that, again, my mouse is not cooperating. This diagonal, that it's very likely that you're going to see an E6. If not this move, at least the next one. Also, he's running out of moves. The rook on G7 doesn't have any great squares, and putting it on H7 just begs white to play Knight G5.
Well, I mean, Queen C4 looks like a threat, actually, because you don't have E6, so you have to play Rook D8.
So, for example, Rook H7 just loses the game to Queen C4.
No, you still have...
E6.
No, yeah, E6 loses, but I think you have Rook
to
D8.
Rook takes D5, yeah. You have Rook D8, and it would be a miracle
no,
if
but
this worked.
I don't have Knight G5, so you're surviving for now.
Barely surviving.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure that's true, but we'll see. We'll see what Caden chooses to defend with. It's an uncomfortable defense.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to keep an eye on this game. We're fixated on this
Oh,
game.
definitely.
But in the meantime, we do have Akshat Chandra in the studio, who looks like he's going to finish in 3rd place in the tournament. So he's here in the studio with Christian.
With one of the top contenders in the junior section. Akshat, you've had a pretty difficult tournament. It didn't end up the way you wanted to, but today it was just a very difficult game to win against such solid players as Cheka. Take us through the game first.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect him to go for all this. I was just following a game of Aronian. He beat Kramnik in this in 2012. And funnily enough, my opponent played like Kramnik, but it was one of the rare instances where playing like Kramnik was probably bad. Because, I mean, black's just clearly better here. I mean, I just followed Aronian play. I didn't even, like, check if there was an improvement. I mean, I see the computer saying Rook C8 is more accurate first, but... I mean, the endgame I knew was better for me, but he played it pretty solidly, I think.
So in this position, perhaps you should have maintained the bishop pair?
No, first Rook C8, then take on D5.
And then take on D5 and at least activate... Okay. Activate the rook before entering the same endgame. Queen takes D5, Queen takes D5, Rook takes D5. Rook A1, Rook E8, G4. We had this position when things clarified. What was your assessment at this moment?
Well, I was hoping he'd continue following Kramnik on the 24th move and play G5.
This is still the Kramnik
Yeah, King
position.
H7, yeah. It's a tricky move, King H7, because now if he plays G5, it's bad because H takes, Knight takes, King G8, F4, and Rook B8, and Black gets a lot of winning chances. I mean, White's king is really open, and the bishop will come to like C5 at some point. It's very bad for White.
So the combination between the two rooks and the bishop is clearly superior to the two rooks and a knight, and the dark squares have cleared up around your king, which
right, yeah.
Is going
but
to
he
leave
played
him
knight
uncovered.
H4, which was tougher to like refute. I mean, I was thinking mostly about ideas to play after Rook B8, B3. My initial intention was to play Rook D2 here, but I couldn't see anything after he plays Rook E2, take, Rook B4, H3, F5, and he has Knight F3 at the end, and he can even give the pawn temporarily and play King F1. Or he could just take on G4, I think, and then play King F1, and he gets the pawn back, and there's not many winning chances here for Black. Another idea is to play Rook A5 instead of Rook B4, which I see the computer suggesting, but the point is, I guess, Rook E2, then Rook B4, and you can't play...
Still very few pieces left on the board, so...
Right, it'll be tough to win, but maybe it was a better try. At least I keep a pair of rooks, and now F5, Knight F3, and... Okay, maybe
E4.
I can push a little here. But still, okay, obviously tough to win. But yeah, I mean, it's...
And everything after your move in the game, Rook B4, things have simplified quite quickly, and you guys entered this position.
Yeah, I actually missed the repetition. I thought that maybe he's going to play Rook E8 and give me a chance to take on F6.
Position?
Yeah, and maybe I could try here, although White should hold it accurate play, but yeah, he can just force a draw immediately. So.
Yeah, Knight E8, Knight F6,
yeah.
With mate threats, and the tournament is over for you. You will most probably end up in 3rd place, I believe. How would you assess your performance?
Well, I mean, I definitely left a lot of points on the table. I feel like I should have been in clear first, at least at some point in the tournament. If not all throughout, I mean, I didn't convert many much better winning positions. So yeah, I mean, if I had done that, maybe the tournament would have ended up a little differently.
Still a very solid performance for you. What is your next tournament?
I'm actually playing in a tournament in Ohio tomorrow. It starts, so I have to leave tonight.
Me too. I have to leave tonight also. Guys, actually Chandra.
Well, busy chess players we have all over the tournament in Ohio.
I know,
I'm actually
but
not sure.
one person's definitely leaving tonight. I don't know about the second person who's
Yeah,
working here tonight.
That's true. We may have a very late night for you guys tonight, especially if Caden loses his game and I Wonder only manages to draw, or if Caden draws and I Wonder wins his game. Well,
we also have the very unlikely that Caden wins, which...
well, then we know that everybody's making their flight tonight. So after Rook F8, which was played by Caden, it's now Mika's time to think. I don't see any immediate win. Still, the move Knight G5 strikes me as very tempting. The move Rook F8 is of course natural. I mean, E6 did leave a lot of weaknesses. But if there is no immediate win, then this move looks a little bit tempting. Knight G5, though, is what I would be most worried about.
So I'm assuming Rook F6?
Rook F6
no, Rook F6
runs into 94, and then you're just
so maybe something on
losing.
F4.
Queen F4, I think I can... Well, this doesn't actually win, surprisingly, because I take with the knight. No, I just win G3, and I'm going to double attack on E6. After the knight removes itself, and I win an exchange. Actually, the knight's almost trapped. No, this loses. If Rook F4, I was thinking to simply remove my queen to H3.
Now you have some Queen C8 moves in the future.
I have Queen C8, I have Knight E6, this is still a problem. Queen E6 check wins immediately. Yeah. So you probably have to go Rook F5, is what I was thinking.
Okay, so now everything's defended, which is annoying.
Everything's defended for now, and I don't see an immediate win. I would like to play something like Knight E6, but I'll always have to worry about Rook H7 and H2 hangs. So I have to be a little careful still as white. I'm not sure if Rook E6 does that much. It feels suspicious, but I don't see anything immediate.
Rook E6, if you go Queen F4, I want to take on D5, but then now I have back rank. No, but that doesn't work still. You still have, you can still block.
I have no idea how this was supposed to work.
I thought the rooks are not on F5, I just hallucinated, but I'm also getting mate on C1. So maybe I can just play like H3 or something. I don't
well, perhaps because of the Rook F5, he's played the move Rook E5. That in certain way avoids the move Rook F5, because currently I do have the move Rook takes D5, and because after Rook takes E5, this is not a mate threat, because the knight's on F3, I can just take the queen. So this kind of forces E6. Also, I don't have this move, because again, Rook takes D5 just when it's a crucial tempo, and that's the end of the game. So I think you have to play E6, right?
And then maybe just Queen E4?
Queen E4 looks tempting. Defends this Rook and allows me to play Knight G5. Also gets rid of this Rook H7 annoying stuff.
Yeah, if I take on E6, it's just over.
Yeah, it's just over. And you cannot play Rook F4 because I just take the Rook. It's pinned to the queen.
So you have to defend.
So you have to...
Rookies. You cannot play... No, you can play Rook E7.
You can play Rook E7, but you cannot play Rook E8. If you play Rook E8, I take on D5, take on D5, and this is check.
Actually, yeah.
And you can take it either way. If you play Rook E7, then after Rook takes, Pawn takes, this is hanging, but Rook E7 just blunders this pawn. So
maybe Rook F6 then.
So Rook F6 kind of runs into Knight G5. This position looks uglier and uglier, honestly. Rook E5.
What do you want me to do?
Rook E5 seems like a good move to me. I mean,
so E6 was played, only move. So
E6 was played, and we're expecting Queen E4.
Okay.
Well.
So we are still keeping an eye on this game, and we'll let you know if we have developments in the meantime. We do have an interview with Nicolas Cheka, who just drew his game against Chandra with a very solid performance.
Yes.
He's in the studio with Christian.
With one of the most solid and consistent players in the event, Nicolas Cheka. Nicolas, congratulations on your overall result. You knew that Akshat needs a win to even be considered as a contender for the title. What was your strategy into this game? Did you try to play a little bit around that need of his to win?
I figured, considering his circumstance, taking on move 6 and bishop f6 was much more wise than going bishop h4, which kind of plays into his hands. He wants to then g5 and yeah.
All the crazy 25-30 moves theory.
So I figured that was probably what he wanted, considering that he needed to win. So this was more of a closed, more quiet position. Although somehow my position went wrong. I'm not exactly sure where, but I just got into a slightly worse endgame, which is not what I'm looking for with white.
Were you aware that apparently this game, all the way to the move King takes h7, is a game of Kramnik?
No, I know. I was not aware.
I think that's why he was blitzing out. But knight h4 seems.
Wait, was it Aronian Kramnik?
I think that's.
I've seen the game, but I don't remember.
Aronian Kramnik, and knight h4. I think it was one of the novelties. I think g5 was played in that game, and Akshat was showing us some very interesting lines. Did you feel endangered at any moment after knight
I
h4?
thought his best shot was after, instead of going rook b4, going rook a5. And then I'm forced to defend somehow, the rook e2. And then after rook b4, I can't go rook e4 anymore because the a2 pawn's hanging. So I have to go h3, and then f5 is unpleasant. Well, I guess I can just kind of sacrifice this pawn and bank on his bishop being pretty bad.
And towards the end, you found the very important resource with knight d7, I think it was?
32.
32, yes. I think this was the critical moment because there are still some nuances in the position that you have to take into account. And I think knight d7 is the move that just kills the game instantly. Did you calculate everything, the idea with h4, g5, and creating this mating net?
Yeah, that was the intention. He actually had to be careful at one point because there was a nice trap he nearly fell into. So h4, bishop g5. If he had taken here and king g3, then I think he's losing after this move, because after king takes f6, I have rook e8.
King 8. And h7, h8.
Yeah.
Is,
and the bishop can't stop because it's defending the rook.
Correct.
Yeah.
Very nice maneuver.
So unfortunately, he took on g5.
He saw h takes g5. But okay, with the open of the h file, you also have ideas maybe of rook h4, rook h7, but you have to be careful not to allow the king to get out. Well, Nicolas, quite a solid performance. How would you assess your overall tournament performance?
I finished +1, with the exception of my game yesterday. Thought I played pretty well. Yesterday was not so good, but on the whole, I'm, pretty good.
And what are your next plans?
Well, I'm playing the match of the millennial, so sticking around in St. Louis for a little bit.
Well, we're looking forward to have you there. Guys, Nicolas Chepa.
Well, definitely a top player here in the junior section. He had a solid performance with +1. I'm sure that he'll be coming back for many years and improving that score.
Definitely. He's one of the players to watch.
Yeah.
I think it's the first time playing in US Junior.
No, he played last year.
Okay.
I do remember that, yeah.
Yeah, so definitely solid performance, losing only one game against injured... No. What did he lose to?
He must have lost a game.
Ruifeng.
That's right, Ruifeng Li.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that game, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So only one loss in a tough tournament. That's a great tournament. So let's go back to our key matchup. Let's go see what is a Wonder doing, because I see we have some more moves. We saw the center is now open.
Yeah.
Sort of.
So knight c4, and we saw this position, and Michael Brown decided he had to go for it. He ripped apart the center with f5. That might backfire, of course, as white is better developed. Pawn takes, bishop takes, and I was kind of expecting that because of all the light square weaknesses, I wonder might essay the move bishop d3. I'm not necessarily afraid of exchanging the light squares bishops as white, because I'm able to take advantage of the diagonal.
I thought I have d5 after that. I mean, I'm sorry, I think I have e4.
e4?
Yeah.
And I see that you have tongue-slipped your intentions there because you want to play a d5 fork at the end. Not sure that works, though.
Rook takes.
Rook takes.
Rook takes. I see your intentions.
d5.
Rook e8.
But actually, rook e8 doesn't work. Takes, takes, takes. Oh, it does work. Check and...
I thought this is what you were going for. Oh, and then you have queen g2 at the end.
And I have queen g2 at the end. Because queen f7, takes, takes, queen g2, and I emerge up an exchange. So, well, some calculation to be done, but I think bishop d3 worked. Queen d2 allows black to develop a little bit, but okay, the rook on b8 is not great. Rook e2, and this is, I believe, the current position on the board. And Michael is thinking on, sorry, a couple of moves, bishop e6 and knight e3. So now this is the position in which Michael is thinking. Still a little unpleasant, I feel, but things are looking up a little bit. The knight has developed, which is something. The knight is now on g7 instead of on b8. And he has been able to at least put some pressure on the center without it being blown apart in a bad way. He's still able to defend his key stronghold on e5. He might consider a move like rook f8 to take advantage of the open f-file. I think that relative to a few moves ago, he's improved his position. I still like white, but not as much as I used to.
I mean, I feel like this game is developing very fast.
Very
Not
quickly.
in a way like the Kaden game, but
Yeah.
like with each like 5 moves, the nature of the position changes a lot.
Yeah, and I think that
Like small developments is very relevant.
I think Michael's doing well. I think Michael's doing well to reach this position from the inferior position that he had. I think F5 was well timed, and I think that White hasn't been able to punish the opening of the center.
And you cannot take on e5, you cannot push c4. I'm going to take on d4, put a knight on e5. So
Yeah,
there's this
putting a c4 pawn at any time is just
Mm-hmm.
past the move. C4 always kind of runs into giving up all of the dark squares, and that actually is strategically complex and risky for White, because sometimes you get d5 and for your knight or your bishop, but the knights on e5 and c5 are going to be really annoying. So you have to be careful already as White to strategically put your pieces in the best case scenarios. It's a tough position for both sides to find moves sometimes.
I was thinking of just, I know this is very committal, maybe anti the position, but just going d5 and then maybe rerouting my bishop to g4 and knight on f5. No, with white.
Oh, okay. Putting the I was like, what? That doesn't make too much sense. But
I mean,
okay,
I
d5.
understand I'm giving up a lot of squares, but I thought if I just have a light square dominance and try to do something when you're king. But
I don't think this is anti-positional at all. I think this makes a lot of sense.
I mean, it's just very committal.
It's very committal. It's something that you need to calculate properly, because you need to be able to deal with the knight landing on c5.
Right.
But if you're able to deal with it, like for example, if I already have a pawn on a4 and I can play bishop a3, then black is going to be void of counterplay.
And if I can plant a knight on f5 and a bishop on g5.
If I trade light squared bishops, knight on f5, knight on e4, oh yeah.
Oh, he did play. Wait. Oh, okay, the zero analysis. I was like, when he went to d5.
Play knight f6, which
makes sense.
It makes sense. The knight on f6 is, of course, relatively well placed. It controls a lot of central squares.
But you're also letting go of the control of e5 and c5. So
that's true. For now, I have to watch out for things like knight f3 that reinforce a threat on e5. On the other hand,
running into knight e4.
Awander needs to watch out for knight e4. Also, g4 is now an idea.
Yeah, the knight on g1 is
the knight on g1 is the problem. Yeah, still a complex position. I mean, I still prefer white, but it's just a little bit. I think that both sides have chances.
And they made a lot of moves, so I don't think we're going to see some crazy time scramble. Well,
5 minutes for Awander.
For 9 moves.
We'll see. We'll see. It still has the increment to work with.
Do we have anything in the other game, the Kaden game?
Kaden's
so we do have queen e4, knight, rook f6.
Rook f6, knight g5. So everything that we expected is being seen.
I think rook e7 was played.
Yes, rook e7 was played. It's starting to look bad, but there's nothing immediate. I don't see any immediate killing blow.
Barely you're hanging on.
That's all he needs right now. He's barely hanging on, but what else can he ask for from the position that he had?
That's true, like our standards are like, at least I'm not getting mated, right?
Yeah, I would actually just play the move g3 here.
Yeah, I was thinking of making
like
improving making.
Yeah, you make a loft for your king, and you avoid both rook f4 and knight f4. I'm not sure if there were actual ideas, but...
And black is running out of moves. Like, you cannot move your queen away from your rook, because I'll take on d5, you don't have king g7, I take on d5, now
I think my next move is rook f5.
You're going to give up the pawn, or you're not... Wait, what?
He gives up e6, but it leads just into a drawn endgame, because here I have rook takes g5.
Ah, look at that.
And I think this works.
Well, he's the one with the computer, so if he said he's going to play this, I'm going to believe him.
Well, I don't know if rook g5 works, but I'm assuming that's the point. That here after takes, I mean, okay, I would give up back my pawn, but who cares? I reached an endgame and I'm not in any trouble.
I think so too.
What do you mean you think so? You have an engine.
It does work.
Okay, so rook f5 is a threat then.
Not necessarily
a threat, but
I think what he needs to actually understand in this position is that whenever black goes rook f5, I do kind of want to play the move f4 and try to not immediately. I want to try to stabilize all my pieces on the king side, the rook on e5, the knight on g5, and just play it slow, because you're running out of moves. At some point, you're going to have to push your pawns on the queen side, but that's going to lead to some weaknesses being created. So maybe a move such as h3, rook f5, f4, and I'm going to ask you what's your next move. g4 is coming on the board, and I'm slowly going to push you down. And at the right moment, I have the move f5, g4, rook f6, f5, completely blast open your position on the king side. And you have nothing else to do but try to push your pawns on the queen side. But that's going to be a little bit slow, and it's not going to yield the same results as my attack on the king side. That's just going to checkmate you.
Well, we probably will see the continuation g3, rook f5, because g3 is on the board and Caden is out of moves. He really has to play the move rook f5. And even then, f4, as Christian was saying, is probably just much better for white, taking advantage of the fact that you don't have time to take on e5, because queen takes g6 is check and you're just going to get mated. Actually, it's probably even more precise to first take on e5 and then take on g6. Either way, this is just winning. So after f4, you still have to find a move. I mean, it's not a big deal whether I played h3 or g3, quite honestly.
Well, if you're going to play g4, you rather have pawn on h3, right? Probably. Or does it
In
matter?
some lines, yes. In some lines, no, actually, because g3 is covered. I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, maybe just...
I don't think it's a big difference at all. I think that after g3, rook f5 is nearly forced. I really don't know what else could he do. He didn't play that, actually.
He didn't?
No, he
played queen c6.
Queen c6. And if I just take on d5, what is he going to do?
He's going to resign.
Are you serious?
Rook takes d5 just wins. I saw it in a second.
Oh my god.
And was played on
It was played. It's done.
It's
done. This game is not done. It's just over. The pressure got to him. The pressure got to Caden. Rook takes d5. That's game over. Mika's going to win his first game of the tournament. And what a game that is.
Wow.
Oh my god. Caden cannot believe himself. But that's it. It's game over. I mean, that's a free piece.
Oh my god. What a
turn of events, guys.
That's the game.
This is unbelievable, and Wander is definitely on the driver's seat right now, and he's going to get an influx of positive energy right now, seeing that Caden is losing.
Oh yeah.
He only needs to score in a better position.
That's it.
My
There's
god.
the resignation.
Wow.
Caden has lost, and I'm sure that we will have him in the studio with us soon. Somebody's going to have to get both Caden and Mika here in the studio. What a crushing victory by Mika Braden. Comes well prepared to the game with this groom-filled variation. Keeps applying the pressure, and Caden cracks in a position that was already very difficult. Changing the curse of the tournament. Oh my god, and now it is all up to a Wander Liang to prove his mettle. If he wins today against Michael Brown in a position which we liked, but is still complicated, then he will be the 2017 US Junior Champion. If he loses, Caden still retains his lead and the title. There is no time in his life that Caden has been rooting harder for Michael Brown to win a game. On a case of
what do you mean? He always roots for Michael Brown.
In case of a draw, we will be going into tie breaks. Only two players, a Wander Liang versus Caden Trove. It's all down to this game, guys. A Wander Liang versus Michael Brown. This is what we're going to be focusing all of our energies on. The move e4 is on the board.
I have to say, this is very painful to watch for Caden. It's really heartbreaking. I feel like I really feel like I'm watching my last year's US Championship, and I was leading the whole tournament, and then last round I lost, and as Ipakita was half a point behind me, she won. She won the tournament, and I finished second. And I was leading, I think, from like the fourth or fifth round until round 11. And this is like watching that happen in front of me again. It's very, like, for me, it's very painful to watch this. I feel very bad for Caden.
Yep, I agree. Wander only has less than 5 minutes for the rest of his game, until move 40. He has a 30-second increment, so he's not in a huge time pressure, but he needs to find some good moves.
The key to chess, finding good moves.
The next 5 moves are
crucial.
Very crucial.
They're crucial for the event.
I wonder if he knows the result.
He needs to find the right plan in the position. And I think something like c4, knight f1, knight d2 to target the pawn on e4, and c4 has to be played first because you're not going to allow moves such as d5 and solidify the position. Potentially even d5 at the right moment, but you have to be careful. If you give this knight some breathing room after d5, this could potentially turn against you. So the next couple of moves, the next 5 moves before time control are going to be crucial, and we're going to see which player is going to choose the right plan and stay in the game.
Now let's remember, this is strategically a very dangerous position because as here, Christian is mentioning a lot of things can happen and go wrong. He's played the move f3, which surprises me a little bit, as it does weaken a lot of squares. That being said,
namely your king.
I'm taking advantage of that f5 square being so weak. See, if this pawn disappears, I can always plant a knight on f5, and the most important thing is that he wants to open a file because this rook on b8 is completely out of play. If the rook was on f8, it would be a completely different situation.
Can I just go d5?
Here?
Yeah. So if you take,
oof.
or you're gonna knight f. Oh, yeah, the problem is the f4 moves. Because I was thinking if you wanna
Yeah,
take on
C4
e4, I'll
moves.
give you a pawn.
I can also take on d5.
Oh, you can. If you get my bishop, I don't want to give you a pawn.
Yeah.
I thought you have to move your knight and give up your bishop now, so this doesn't work.
So it doesn't work. He probably has to take on f3.
I wonder if Wander knows that Caden lost.
I don't know. We'll have to ask him after the game. At what point did he know that
Because this
Caden
really
has
changes
lost?
things.
It changes everything.
He can just doesn't have to go crazy. He
In
can
chess,
just
we
try
always
to-
say, "Oh, we don't." I always focus on my game, and I don't see the other results. But that's not something that's true. That's something that grandmasters say, but they are being liars to you. Always aware of how the other games are ending and what you need to do to win a tournament. So
yeah, I mean, there's no way you're pressing to win, and then you know the draw is good
and
enough.
d5 has been played, which I am not very fond of. After pawn takes d5, pawn takes d5.
This happened?
Well, d5 is on the board.
This looks bad, guys.
But even after c4, but pawn takes d5, pawn takes d5, c4. I'm still liking white quite a bit. The pawn on e4 is just a permanent target, and I don't see the counterplay.
I'm not sure.
Well,
I mean, for the time being, your knight on g1 is really bad.
that's true. Still a complex position, especially with 3 minutes.
Can I just push my h4 or push my kingside pawns?
You can. I think
Something
he has
was played.
made a move. I
didn't see him capturing.
He takes on e4.
Okay.
You have to take with the pawn. If you take with the knight, knight takes d5 just wins the pawn and should win the game with a better position. So he has to take with the pawn. Not a lot of choices here for Michael Brown. We're in time pressure. What a situation, as Ginentrov has lost his game against Mika Braden. Crazy scenario.
And we will keep an eye on this game, but in the meantime, we have Caden Traff in the studio with Christian.
With Caden Trough, after one of the most painful games of his career, I'm certain about that. Caden, what happened? Tell us, take us through the game, take us through your emotions throughout the game, and the final result.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he prepared well in the opening. I know this, you know, bishop b5, check, c6, knight g5 idea. And I just kind of remembered, okay, castle, obviously, yeah, bishop e2, takes, and I remember I looked at like knight a6 and somehow decided black should be fine, but I knew after queen h3 I think there's some major complications that I'm supposed to go into to equalize for sure. So
it's very dangerous. Even objectively, I'm not sure if black actually survives in those positions.
Yeah, I feel like knight a6 is somewhere. After queen h3, I want to say h5, but I mean, if you're not prepared in this, you never want to play this. And since I knew he was in prep and I obviously wasn't, I didn't want to play this at all.
So you play the move h6, knight f3, queen d7. You were actually following one of the important games from 2017, I think,
okay.
Wojtaszek versus Mamedjarov, if I'm not mistaken, from Gashimov. But he was too, and he kind of knew what he's doing. I think h5 is the move that was played in that game, g5. Bishop takes g5 and the position crumbles very quickly.
Yeah.
You play this move king h7. You knew that you're already in kind of an inferior position.
I mean, okay, I already have kind of admitted that I'm worse because, okay, he can play knight g5 and just knight f3 anytime. Yeah, I mean, I definitely felt like I was worse, but okay, just see if he can figure out how to take advantage.
And at this particular moment, after e5, you took on d5, knight to f4. Did you consider the move e6?
Yeah, I thought about e6. I think I was just a little too optimistic about knight a b4. What I missed when I played knight a b4 was for some, after e6, queen d6, I only thought about bishop takes h6 right away. as opposed to what he played, taking on f7 first. And here I think it's kind of a different game, because now if he takes on f7, I just take on f4 with the queen. Yeah. So it changes things up a lot, but where if he takes on e7 first, now after I take back, he takes on h6, I just can't take back the bishop. So yeah, I had to play king g8, and I mean, I'm up a pawn, but
very unpleasant position.
Yeah, very, very bad. And then
at the end,
yeah, at the end
I think rook f5 is one of the few moves to still survive.
I thought about rook f5, but I was worried about I think f4. And
now you have to start pushing, but
yeah, I didn't think about just. I didn't realize that he doesn't have a threat here after rook f5. It's kind of interesting, but yeah, I mean it's unfortunate, but it's a hard position to play in time pressure. Many things can go wrong, and yeah, I think earlier I should have just played e6 and yeah, instead of knight a b4. And you know, it feels like he has compensation, but not so optimistic as after knight a b4.
You're in a tough spot right now, but you still have chances for a tie break. So we'll let you go. Potentially prepare for a tie break. Thank you for participating and playing brilliant chess in this event. Good luck in your next events.
Thank you,
guys.
Well, we have a result in the girls section as Saporova Virkud with the white pieces has drawn against Ekshita Gordy. And I'm not entirely sure, but I think that Andrew Tang has won against Bove Liu. We'll have a confirmation of that very soon with the black pieces, of course. And we are going to keep focusing on the game between Wonder Liang and Michael Brown, as that is the deciding game here in the tournament. This is the current position. Michael has just put the knight back on f8. Both players 5 moves to make until move 40 is reached. And
after knight f5, I'm not sure what's happening. After I just want to take your bishop and go c4, d5 and just mate you in the diagonal.
I think knight f5 was quite strong. He played the move c4 instead and allows the move bishop g6. At least it secures the square on f5 for black, and you can see that e4 is further defended.
Maybe d5 now.
d5 would be interesting, definitely. Now you attack the knight, you take advantage of the fact that the knights are not controlling neither e5 nor c5. If you're going to play d5 at any point, now would be the time to do it, as black's coordination is not quite there. The idea of playing rook f2 and even a very simple knight e2, knight d4 looks very dangerous. He goes the other way around, which I also like, the move rook e f2 first, challenging black to find a move. Remember that if you hold on to your knight like this, I always have to be worried about c5, c6, just breaking the coordination of the pieces. But also the move d5 that we were mentioning looks very dangerous.
I mean, this position looks very scary for black, and
So
black
agreed.
is running really low on time.
Very low on time. 1 minute and 39 seconds now for Michael Brown. He has to make a few more moves in a delicate situation.
We're still going to keep an eye in this game, but we have an interview with Mika Britain spoiling Caden's perfect tournament. He's in the studio with Christian.
With the player that just threw this whole tournament into the fire pit, Mika, congratulations for your win. Take us through your strategy going into this game, through your preparation. Enlighten us.
So I just wanted to make the game interesting. I figured it was such an important game, might as well make it fighting and interesting and just see what happens. So I prepared this tricky line, knight a6, queen h3. It's a very tricky position for black. I think his best is h5 here, but I think black is much more likely to play h6 in the game, kicking the knight off of g5. After h5, I think white just has to play g4 and go into an endgame.
How is the endgame going?
Maybe a small queen d7 takes on g5.
Can you play
h5.
rook g1 here?
I'm not sure about that. I didn't look at it.
But g takes h5
I was going to do
gives
g
you
takes h5.
a superior endgame.
Small advantage. I don't know if I would have been able to convert this, but I figured I would try this. I had a feeling he would play h6, because if he's going to play h5, he might as well kick it off of g5.
Correct. And knight f3, queen d7, queen h4, You were following a game, Wojtaszek Mamediaro from Shamkir.
I don't know what I was following.
And King H7 kind of threw you off a little bit.
Yeah, I looked at like Knight B4. Rook sacks always work. For example, I think you can sacrifice the rook. I'm not too sure. I think after H5, H3, that also works out for white.
These are some of the variations we were looking at. Even G4 in this position is possible.
Just giving up the rook, it always works.
Yeah,
that was my conclusion.
Give up the rook, it always works, guys. In this position, you took this decision to play this rook to D1, leaving the A2 pawn defenseless. What was your train of thought?
So originally I thought he wanted to play C4 and Knight D3. So I want to be ready to play B3 when he plays C4. I also thought if I played rook A D1 and he took the pawn, my intention was originally to play rook D3. Probably doesn't work though. I want to play Knight E5 next and swing the rook across, but I don't know. I just looked at it a little more closely and decided there weren't enough resources to win the game here.
Still looks quite dangerous even in this position for black. You did play the move E5, which is the best objective move. Knight takes D5, Knight F4, Knight A B4. Were you surprised by this Knight A B4?
Yeah, I thought he would play E6 here, and then I plan on playing Bishop F6 and just creating as many threats as I could. I didn't know if I had enough for 2 pawns here. I didn't think that mattered either because we were both getting low on time, and practically this looks like an easier position to play for white.
And that's what he thought as well, and he played the move Knight takes B4. Were you excited when you saw this opportunity of playing E6 and blasting open his king?
Yeah, actually at first I thought it won right away because after Bishop takes H6 I missed that he had King G8 because I thought I would just win a lot of material on the spot. But then I realized I just had to basically give up a pawn and just play a position the pawn down that's still probably much better for white, but it wasn't winning.
Well, congratulations on your win. How would you assess your overall tournament performance, Mika?
I feel like I've played pretty good chess. I think towards the middle of the tournament I really kind of lost control of the score, even though I still felt like I was playing okay, and maybe today I did my tournament a little more justice.
Absolutely, and a little more exciting for us as well. Guys, back to you.
Well, we have reached move 40 in the key game between Awonder Liang and Michael Brown. This is currently the position that we have on the board, if we can take a look.
I feel like white could have played a little better than...
I think I like what he's done. I think he is close to winning.
I would prefer putting my knight on F5 first.
But I don't think you need to, because I think that if he puts the knight on D4 right now...
No, I meant in that initial position, because I think if I took your G7 bishop, that'd be very problematic.
Let me stop you for 1 second. If you put the knight on D4, I think black resigns.
Why? Can I go knight D3?
Knight D3, rook F6.
Oh, on the knight C6. Okay.
And if you don't have knight D3, you're totally paralyzed, which means I'm going to threaten knight E6, you're going to threaten knight F5. You don't have knight F3 check at any moment because this bishop's always hanging. Is the knight D4 just winning?
Well, now that you put it this way. What am I threatening? Knight E6. Knight E6 just... If I put a knight on E6, it's just over, right?
Well, knight C6 also wins a piece.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of threats here. There's a lot of threats on black.
You don't have like queen D6 moves because knight F5 and...
This looks losing to me. I mean, after knight D4, it just looks like a completely crushing advantage. I don't know if you agree with Tatev, but I don't see any defense.
I think you made a good case for your move.
I try.
But I mean, it's move 30. He's not going to place knight D4, and there's no
it's
need
move 40. Yeah, it's move 40.
There's no need. It's move 41.
Yeah, he'll take a look at what's going on in the position. He's going to gather his resources. He knows he has a superior position. He doesn't know how much, but I'm sure that he knows he's better. He knows the tournament situation. I think by now everybody knows that Kidin has lost against Mika.
But it doesn't matter for him.
He's just going to play out his game. Well, what a turn of events. Unbelievable what we're seeing here in the U.S. Junior Championship. Mika Bratton, who had not won a single game before today, has won his first game of the tournament. And
what
against
a game to
Caden
win.
Trove. Wow. And,
Wow.
and truly in an amazing fashion. It's not like Caden
Yeah.
blundered or something. No, he just was
I mean,
better the
Caden
entire
did
game.
blunder, but it was just collapsed. I
was-
mean, at that point, it's just very easy to
He
blunder.
collapsed in a
Yeah.
very difficult situation.
Well, in the meantime, we have the winner of the girls section. We actually didn't get to talk to her after she won her game yesterday, and we have her with us today after she drew her game with a very impressive performance of 7 out of 9. She's in the studio with Christian.
The junior section is still up in the air, but the girls section was decided yesterday after Akshita Gorty just played a brilliant game against Maggie Fang. A brilliant games all throughout the tournament and just demolished the opposition. Akshita, welcome back to the show. Take us through the game and through your thoughts before the game, because you already knew you're the champion. How did you approach this game?
Well, yeah, I already knew, but I just thought I had one more game, and I still should play my best, and because a win is still good for me. So I had no pressure, so I just played. Yeah, so I thought I came into a better position after B5, maybe, or after C takes B5. I thought I had a good position, but I probably didn't play it accurately because I didn't know how to kind of make it more better. Maybe after knight, yeah.
Can you explain us why did you think your position is better at this particular juncture?
Well, I was getting the C file, and at the same time, I thought my knights could become active, and the C3 square seemed pretty weak. So if I can play like B4 and put my knight on C3, then maybe I could still get an advantage. So I played rook C8, knight 4. Yeah.
You are still maintaining the pressure, still building up all your pieces, increasing the pressure, and then when did you felt you allowed her back into the game and secure a draw?
Maybe when the rooks got traded. I'm not fully sure actually. Yeah, maybe here, or
when the second pair of rooks got traded.
Yeah, but here I didn't exactly have a plan to increase my advantage because I didn't know how to actually.
Her target would be on A2, so somehow you have to get to that one. But unfortunately, she does have her own ideas on the king side due to her good knights. And if you take with the knight at some point on A2, rook A1 is always going to be on tap. Very difficult to make progress. Still a dominant performance. What is going to be your next tournament, Akshita?
Actually, I don't know because I just played 3 straight tournaments in a row, so I'm taking a break and then I'll see what's my next tournament.
Akshita Gorty, she needs a break after a dominant performance, winning the 2017 US Girls Juniors.
A well-deserved break.
Well-deserved one. I mean, she played 3 tough tournaments. She played the World Team Championship in Khanty-Mansiysk in Russia, and she had a tough opposition there, playing Grandmaster after Grandmaster. Then she played the World Open, which is one of the strongest open tournaments in the entire world, and now she's here in the US Junior Girls Championship, which is also a very, very strong tournament. So I'm not surprised that after 3 events back-to-back, she needs a break.
Yeah, I need a break just thinking about her events. So we have actually reached move 40 in our critical game, so Wonder is still thinking?
Yeah.
So I think it's a good time for us to take a break, let Wonder figure out this position, and we will be right back with maybe we will come back with a winner.
Yeah.
So don't go anywhere.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last round of the 2017 US Junior and 2017 US Junior Girls Chess Championship. If you're just joining us, this is the craziest round we've had so far. The tournament leader, Caden Traub, who was leading the tournament with half a point, has lost his game. And Wander Liang, his closest competitor, who was only half a point behind entering this round, is actually at a winning position. So right now, everything might turn around, and Wander Liang might just become the 2017 US Junior Champion.
Everything is on the shoulders of this young man, the youngest grandmaster in American history, just waiting for his title to be confirmed in the next FIDE board meeting. He has this following position where you can see that knight on f5 is such a monster piece. The pawn on e4 is a little bit weak, but the main thing is that this threats on the bishop on g7, on the pawn on h6, his king's feeling unsafe, the bishop on b2 is very powerful, and where are black's threats? Where is the black counterplay? He needs to create some kind of magic very soon, but it's going to come down to the wire. Black already needs to find some sacrifices or something very creative, or white is just going to easily take over. For now, I think white is winning, but there are still some complications on the board.
Question, could I have played knight e6?
Knight e6 was probably also good. I'm assuming that at this point there are resources of knight f3. No, this blunders the bishop. Perhaps he didn't like... Christian! What is the problem with knight e6?
A Wander is simply playing an impeccable game. Knight df5 is the best move in the position. Knight e6 wouldn't have been as accurate because rook takes c6, f takes c6, and after knight d3, at least I get some activity around my pieces. Knight df5 is just killing the game instantly. I'm not really sure what's your next move. I am threatening to take on g7, then take on e4, and your king is completely exposed with the action of my bishops. This bishop coming on the b1 h7 diagonal, I'm going to force the exchange of the bishop on g6, and that's just going to be game over. This is done. Simple as that. There's absolutely nothing black can do.
And we have a result another game. I believe Andrew Tang has won his game
against Bovelu.
Second victory in a row? I believe he won yesterday.
Yeah, I think he won yesterday. We can take a look at that game, which we actually kind of ignored. Let's go all the way back. We saw it way back here where black had a pleasant structure, and he started attacking on the king side, although it took kind of a while. I'm not sure why you wouldn't eliminate this knight. Yeah, you probably want to. Andrew decided to sacrifice a piece. How sound this, didn't even take the rook on e1, really like that extra piece. How sound this is, well, I'm not sure about it. I honestly don't think this works, but it's always tough to play under pressure like this.
Oh, and we have another result in the girls section. Talia Cervantes has won her game against Ashrita Eswaran in that. I mean, we didn't look at it on the show, but we did look at it during the break, and we thought it was a draw, but black won, and we will go back and look at that game.
So in this position, black has a rook and a pawn for two bishops, but unfortunately for white, this bishop is a little bit hemmed in, and there is the severe threat of simply rook to g1, and some checkmate at some point somewhere should happen, even if I can't find it.
Great insights.
Queen f3, rook g4. I'm assuming there's a reason I cannot take on h3.
Well, if bishop takes, I have rook.
I guess that's what we're going to find out.
Okay.
King h2. King h2 is a big mistake, actually.
Why?
Because rook g2.
Queen g2.
And then f3 at the end.
But okay, what do you want me to do if I'm king?
If this... but you're throwing rook g3?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're throwing rook g3.
So
okay.
it's already a problem.
It was already a problem. All right, so this nice combination, which because of king h2, queen takes here, queen e2, f2, looks really dangerous. Also, this also looks winning. He decided to take, but this endgame is hopeless. The queen is way too powerful. It's coupled with the pawn. And here a very simple but cute combination. Queen takes d2, and the pawn is unstoppable. So Andrew finishes on 2 wins in a row. A little bit too late for his tournament, but he can be glad about that.
Well, it still finishes at 50%.
That's something.
Yeah. I mean, I think he had a bad start. Wow, he had a lot of decisive games. He has 1, 2, 3, 4 losses, and wow, he has 4 losses, 4 wins, and a draw.
I don't even remember his draw.
His draw was against Akshat.
Oh, he barely saved that game in time trouble.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Absolutely.
I remember. This is one of the games that Akshat said he couldn't convert it.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, we've taken a look at that game, and tell us about the Talia game.
Well, Talia is actually here herself, so she can tell us about the game herself, as she's in the studio with Christian.
With one of the most pleasant surprises of the event, Talia Cervantes. Talia, you came into this event as one of the lowest seed, yet you played brilliant chess, great preparation, and you finished on 2 consecutive wins. Take us through today's game against a very, very powerful opponent, Ashwita Ishwaran.
I think after the opening, I didn't really know the opening much. I haven't played this for a long time, and also I wasn't expecting this from her. But I think my theory ended at here. Yeah.
After the move h3?
Yeah. And I have seen ideas with the c6, bishop d6, rook e8, stuff like that. So I thought it would be okay. And
at what moment did you take control over the game?
Probably in the endgame. I think b4 was a nice move that I missed. But I feel like after trading the rooks, now it looks kind of drawish. A little bit better for her, obviously, because she has some initiative, but it kind of looks drawish.
And starting at this position in the endgame, you completely took control over the game.
Thank you.
What did she do wrong?
I don't think this was the mistake, but I think knight d5 wasn't necessary. Because my king can go up really quick, and when the king goes to d6, that's another tempo. Well, if I get my king close, and then I try to put my pawns on dark squares and leave her pawns on light squares, which is what happened, I had some chances.
So the main difference in the position is that your king is much more active than her king, and it reaches the center immediately after king e7, king to d6. It still seemed like it's within her grasp to make a draw.
Right. I remember, like, this year, a few months ago, on one of the Blitz tournaments here at the chess club, I had an endgame with Ben Fango, and it was the same color bishop, and he absolutely outplayed me the same way, just putting the pawns on the opposite color as the bishop and leaving my pawns on the same color. It was terrible.
Take knowledge from defeat and apply it in your future games. And this is exactly what she did. She allowed you to put this pawn on h4, I think g3. She should have played g3 and tried for an h4 and actually solidify the pawn structure with your pawn on h5. But this is already starting to look quite grim for white.
Yeah.
And after that, it was just a complete domination in the endgame. You took the pawn on h3, and then the pawn just promotes. Game over. Yeah. A great finish to your tournament.
Thank you.
How would you assess your performance, and what are your plans for the future?
I think I have been playing good chess. Maybe I had some problems with finishing the positions, but I think it got better as the tournament went on. And I have a tournament next week also, so like I'm happy that with the way I'm playing.
You're playing almost non-stop. You're saying that you are just coming from a tournament into this one, and you felt a little bit of fatigue at the beginning of the tournament.
Right.
But after the free day, it seemed like you just exploded playing crazy chess. What did you do in the free day to gain all that extra energy?
I pretty much just stayed in bed the whole day and came here for Maggie's birthday. And then after that, I had some time with family also, and I completely forgot about the tournament. I had some rest.
Well, congratulations and good luck in your future events. Guys, Maggie's birthday keep coming up. We were not invited.
What can I say?
Life is tough. As a chess commentator, you usually get overlooked to the young rising stars. Underappreciated. But what can we do? I hope the organizers take notice and they receive notice of our future boycott coming up. But
starting after this round.
After this round. So we do have the move, a couple moves in the Michael Brown game, which is obviously the most important one still left. After knight h5, knight df5, knight f3 check was played. More of a desperation attempt than anything else. At least it opens up a couple of diagonals, especially this bishop on g6. But it's a pawn. I mean, here, I wonder simply takes it. Bishop takes and rook takes. And I don't see any particular compensation. There are no tactics that work out here for black to regain any kind of material. You're going to be trading off the dark square bishops very soon. And that king on g8, I mean, it's becoming weaker and weaker and weaker.
I think knight e7 is already a threat, so you have to play king h7 here.
You might have to play king. Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think king h7 with the idea of at least defending the bishop and getting out of the check reach of this knight is probably the best move, but it's an ugly position. I mean, you have already lost material.
No, I mean, I'm not arguing, but
you got to do something.
The game has to go, I think.
The show has to go on, yes.
Right. Okay. Well, again, we have so many games finishing one after another, and we have another interview with Andrew Tang, who won his game today to finish at 50% with 4.5. He's in the studio with Christian.
With Andrew Tang, the Bullet King, one of the most decisive players in this tournament. Andrew, you won 4, you lost 4, and you made 1 draw. How would you assess your tournament?
I mean, okay, I played some bad games and some good games. It could have been a disaster, but I think I managed to pull through for the last couple of games and make it not such a terrible tournament in the end.
Take us through today's game.
Okay, so I surprised him with this bishop e7 setup because I've never played it before. But he found a decent line over the board. I don't think he knew it, but with h3 and knight c3, it just took him a lot of time, which I think was critical later on when I sacked the piece. Yeah, so once he puts his knight on d5, it's kind of slightly better for white, I think. And, okay, like, I don't think much happens until move 16, maybe.
So your idea of withdrawing the knight on g8 was simply just to play f5 and try to open up the position around on the king side. But the knight came onto d5, very powerful square for that knight. And when was the critical moment?
Well, yeah, so, I mean, a lot of maneuvering happens. I just wanted to get my knight on f4, which happens on move 25. And at this point, I'm kind of committing to sacking my knight because once he plays g3, if I retreat my knight, his king is pretty safe because I can never put my knight back on f4. So he was also low on time, so I just decided to go for it with knight g5. I'm not really sure what was happening, but it looks pretty interesting, and it's not very easy for white to defend, especially with no time.
A practical decision.
Yeah. So.
Objective as well.
Right.
Because it seems the.
Yeah, I think there's no way I don't have a perpetual at some point. Like, I should be able to force a draw when I want to. And, yeah, okay. On move 36, I thought a long time about g3. I'm not sure about it. But I was happy with g takes h3 in the end. f3, I thought g2, bishop takes, and then rook g3, queen f1, rook g8. Yeah, rook 8 g5. I guess it's just not fast enough. Rook e2. Rook h5. Bishop d2. I thought rook takes h3 was interesting, but oh wait. Yeah, never mind.
Because
maybe it's the
after
wrong
queen G3,
position.
rook to
yeah, okay.
h2 and just finishes the game on the spot.
I couldn't find a win until I found rook g4 though, because at first I wanted to play rook h5, but queen takes f4 or something.
Oh, wait.
No, okay.
Maybe not here.
After rook g8, sorry. Yeah, after rook g8. I mean, I was gonna play something else. Okay, I don't know what happened.
And this position, you just found this nice tactical shot with rook g2, forcing the entry into this completely losing endgame for him. Queen takes h3, and you converted quite accurately. Andrew, it was a pleasure having you in this event.
Thank you.
You played very, very concrete, decisive chess. What are your next events?
I don't think I'm playing for a while, but there's gonna be a tournament in Riga in like a couple weeks. That'll be my next one. Yep.
Guys, Andrew Tang, the Bullet King.
I don't know what your definition of a while is, but
I think when you're young, a while, like 2 weeks.
2 weeks seems like a forever. Yeah. Okay.
I think last time I played was June, and I'm not gonna play until September. Is that a while?
I think that's a while. All right. We have a little bit of an update in a game that we haven't taken a strong look at. But Rui-Feng Li seems to finally be crashing through against Joshua Colas.
He won in a true Rui-Feng Li style.
In a true Rui-Feng Li style, it's always a mess. But in this position, after knight takes f2, White's king is in real danger. He cannot take on f2 because after check, he just basically gets mated. Can't play rook king h2 because of the rook hanging. And if rook f1, I have check here and checkmate.
Just to credit for my variation.
Yeah, okay. If you don't take on f2, the only decent move is queen takes on f3. Now you have to be careful not to play rook here to a2, because after you trade everything and you're technically up a piece, you can't actually defend against the pawn just queening. But if you do it with the other move order and you just play knight h3 check first, then here rook a2, and there's no good way of defending against rook h2, which is just checkmate, except by giving too much material. So this is game over. Because of the weakness of the king, I expect this game to be finished very soon. Very importantly is the fact that this knight on g6 is an excellent defender. There is no way for the queen to coordinate and create any real threats.
Yeah, because f8, h8, like all the squares where you can check, and the rook on a5 covering the g5 square could potentially be checked. So a great game by Rui-Feng Li.
Yeah, as usual.
We haven't looked at the complete game, but nice finish, and we're expecting a resignation soon.
I expect it as well.
And there's another game we haven't looked at, and that's the game that's going to keep us here.
For a while.
Yes, we have the only game in the girls section.
Still going on?
Rachel Orlik and Annie Wang.
And Rachel is one of the fastest players in the tournament, which might be...
As you can see, the time difference of 44 minutes versus 4 minutes.
It's a 40-minute differential, and we have this very complicated position. We thought that black was fine way back here.
But then she proved that black is more than fine.
Yeah, apparently. In this position, we thought, okay, black's just okay, but Rachel perhaps overstepped her limits trying to win this position, because after queen takes c3, I think around here she realized things were not so easy. For example, the move knight takes e5 actually already loses, because I simply defend my pawn on f7 with bishop e8, and I'm threatening both to take on c2 and to play bishop g7 and win your knight. Can't defend against both. Knight g5 is not an optimal solution. Bishop e8, queen d8, yes, this is a very weak bishop, but after taking on c2 and taking on f2, the queen redefends here on f7.
So from here on, crazy things happen, and I was wondering if black had a better way of playing.
I haven't found one. I'm not using an engine, so I don't really actually know, but I don't think so. After d6, checking h1. Of course, I have a perpetual, but with extra pawns, there's no reason to take one. I can't really take on g5, because after d7, you just queen, and I cannot stop it. c3 was played, which seems logical. d7, c2, and this is the point of having played that queen f4 check, is that now even though white queen's first, I'm going to queen with check. So queen takes f8 was played. Only legal move is to take the queen. She promotes, rook king g7. Knight e6 is the only possible way to defend against c1.
After 96, I have king h7.
You have king h7.
I don't want to compromise my pawn structure, and I want to...
This would have been a easier.
I think she should have played 96 first, perhaps. Because now you don't have a move.
Well, you can take the queen, which
No,
is
I
always
understand,
good.
but that's then you lost like a million pawns. Check, take.
Yeah, then you take on e4, and it's too many pawns.
Yeah.
Well, knight here doesn't help you because I just have king h6. And a knight g5, I still have king h6 actually. I might be running out of checks. King h6, knight takes on f7.
Oh, then you have queen h8.
I'm not sure. King g7.
Oh, that's what you want to do.
Queen here is forced, right?
Presumably.
But after takes, you're kind of running out of checks. I'm going to escape this way. And
then block on g5.
Yes, I'm blocking g5.
And then lose to g3.
Yeah. No, this looks winning. But okay, she didn't find that.
Actually, you're out of checks in that position. Queen h7, king f6, and we're done.
Well, queen h8.
Okay.
We're
So
not done.
I cannot. No, okay, but I cannot block on f6.
I might have to just run.
No. King g5.
Guys, king e7.
No, king e7 is winning, I agree, but...
Okay, I wanted to be fancy, but...
No, king e7, check, here, check, and I just... That's it. That's the game. So,
yeah,
this
I'm going to hide behind my pawns. But I mean,
you already did. There's no more checks. So, after pawn takes e6, the game becomes a little more complicated as white's able to eliminate the c2 pawn. I would assume that this is still winning, but it's going to take a while because every queen endgame you have to be careful of perpetuals. That being said, I mean, it should be a winning endgame. You have a passed pawn on the b file, and there are many scenarios in which I cannot allow I just don't allow perpetuals.
Question: after queen c2, is there a reason not to push my pawn?
Why she didn't play?
No. On move 62.
62.
Yeah, can I just push? Am I missing something?
No.
Or do you have check on queen h7 or something? I mean, at some point the king is gonna.
The king should run to the queen side at some point to take advantage of the strong position of the queen on d4.
I mean, your queen cannot do much because I'll just take on e4 and then I'll have even more room to run.
Yeah, this is the current position. She needs to not be too greedy. Sometimes you just want to make a fortress and not worry about the king for the rest of the game. Like imagine I put a king on h7, a queen on b7, and I just pass the pawn. But it's actually not so easy for you to defend against all the checks. You should just allow checks and go to the queen side and just not be afraid of perpetuals. She's very low on time, but luckily for her, it's a queen endgame, so she can just gain time by moving the king back and forth if she needs to.
Okay, so we're expecting a win, but I am wondering after 96 if she considered just moving her king.
It probably was easier. Okay, let's take a look obviously at the game of the day, or the remaining game of the day. Wonder Liang here with 11 minutes against Michael Brown. He has played the move g4, challenging black to find a move because obviously g7 is hanging against knight f4.
And I want to point out quite a flashy win, which would have ended the game on the spot after king h7. I'm going to give you the queen. Knight takes g7, bishop takes c2.
Oh,
knight
takes would have played this.
Knight takes h5. This is just simply over. This bishop on b2 is controlling everything. Knight f6 is coming. Rook f7. I'm going to checkmate you because if after rook f7 you go king g6, the other rook goes to f6, king takes h5, g4, king h4, knight to g2, checkmate. This would have been game over instantaneously. There's absolutely no way you can defend against all of my threats. Instead of that, he did play the move g4, bishop b2, and right now he has to be a little bit careful. Queen b2 already allows some counterplay after the move queen to f6, and my position kind of defends itself on the king side. Instead of that, after bishop b2, I should take on h5, try to force this bishop, this very strong defensive bishop, out of this b1 h7 diagonal, and after the forced bishop e5, king g1, bishop takes h5, after knight e7, checkmates are going to come on the board in a matter of moves. Right now, Wonder is definitely calculating this variation, and we're going to see if he's going to go for it, or if pressure is going to take its toll.
It's not going to be a difficult variation to calculate, honestly. It's
forced.
very natural to try to remove this bishop from g6. I think pawn takes h5 is both obvious and winning. I mean, we've seen Awander calculate under less time on more complicated positions like he did against Ruifeng Li. And I think g takes h5 here is obvious. I mean, it's just completely
Yeah,
winning.
because you have the discovery check on the king, and you want to make sure you want to play it.
You want to mate him.
Yeah.
You want to mate the guy. You know, pawn takes here. Check, as Christian was mentioning, the king anywhere. I don't really care about where I put it.
Okay, so
Knight e7
where's the
check.
checkmate? Rook f7, I'm assuming.
Well, if you play king here,
I want to see if does rook f7 work.
rook f7
Does
works.
work.
It does
No.
work. Yes, it
Why
does.
bishop g7?
And then I take.
Okay.
And
I
I get
take.
it. And I don't have check because of bishop g7.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. But
Be careful, Alejandro. You might lose this
I'm
game.
overstepping
and
here.
lose your medals.
All my medals. So I have to be a little careful here. I thought this was a little
Okay,
easier.
let's. Can we get a medal here or no?
No, this has to be obvious. And we're just
Not
tired.
worthy, not worthy of
We're
medal.
just tired, but this has to be very simple.
Okay, let's see. So
It's not as simple, I would say. It's definitely not as simple. You have to make a move such as knight c6 and allow queen d7, knight to f5, king if it goes here, then you're just simply going to be on a pin on the long diagonal forever, and you're just simply going
Well,
to
that
lose
just wins a
this
rook, right?
rook. This is just obviously game over, but that is exactly what the Wanderer is calculating. He has ways he can misplace his pieces, and then he would be in trouble, but I don't think he's going to allow any sort of complications.
He still has plenty of time. He has 13 minutes left. It's plenty of time.
what a finish to the tournament. I mean, we're
Absolutely.
not done yet, but.
Oh, yeah, it's becoming crazy. Photo finish here, and between Awander Liang and Michael Brown, he needs to find this kind of killing blow at some point to clinch the title for himself. What a great opportunity here Awander has, who will, if he wins, qualify for the U.S. Championship. It won't be his first, but actually it might be his first, yeah?
He's like 14 years old. Like, what?
No, no.
If he didn't play this year, he didn't play last. He didn't play. No, last year was Oakshaw. No, it's just gonna be his first.
It would be his first, yeah.
I'd be shocked if it wasn't his first.
No, you're right. It will be his first U.S. championship, which is a great opportunity especially for a player of his level.
Did anyone make this prediction that the Wanderer will win the tournament?
I did.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep, you can go back and look at the video of round one if necessary, but yours truly did make the prediction that Awander would win the event. So,
I mean, he hasn't won yet.
well, let's go, baby. Come on. G takes h5 for the win. But seriously, Awander has been so impressive this year that it would have been hard for me to root against him. Not root against him, but to predict against him winning the event. I thought he was very, very dominant. When he started with only, I believe, half out of 2, I was very, very shocked.
No, I mean, we're all shocked, but I'm talking about... No, I was talking about today. Did we make this prediction?
Oh, no.
No, before the tournament, I think it'd be easy to pick a Wander.
Well,
What?
maybe.
What was your prediction for the day?
G takes h5.
G takes
was
h5,
great.
and bishop e5 played immediately. The king, I suspect, will go to g1.
Yeah, because in the positions you were playing, the king was on h1. I was
Well,
constantly
he's-
thinking, why can't I take with a check? And then I realized I don't have to go to h1.
Well, he did go to h1, so he plays like me. Oops, sorry.
Oh, let's see what's going on in this game. So this game should be...
I don't
over.
care about
Okay.
that. King h1, he has to take on h5. I think this is pretty clear. Otherwise, you just lose instantly. Yeah, you have to take on h5.
Is 97 the only winning move?
No.
No.
There are plenty of winning moves. Knight takes h6 is also winning.
Knight e4 is probably winning.
How is knight h6 winning?
I don't know, but it's just probably
Knight
winning.
d6 is also winning.
How is this winning?
Knight takes h6.
Yeah.
Oh, rook f7?
Bishop g6, rook f7. Now you cannot take the knight because after knight g4, I think you're getting checkmated in a couple of moves.
So why could...
And yeah, I guess that if rook f7, you take my rook, I'm going to mate you somehow.
And
knight g4 is coming.
If
yeah.
Well, bishop takes f7 is not possible. So you have to go bishop g7, and now I'm just going to pin that bishop. This is just killing. Game over.
All right, so he has several chances to win this position. Maybe he has calculated something that's not 97. There must be more than one win in this position. You just imagine that with equal material and that king on the diagonal ready for a discovery check, that everything is coming at you. The knights are going to enter the game. The rooks are going to enter the game. This rook on b8 is just not part of the defense at all. This smells like victory for a Liang.
Wow.
What a turn of events.
I feel very bad for Caden. My heart really goes out to him.
Yep. Yeah, I can imagine why. And it's a tough tournament, and losing in the last round and dropping everything. First place, the qualification to the U.S. Championship against one of the lowest rated players in the tournament.
Yeah, and we kept
so
saying
tough.
he has the easier path, but as we said, there is no easy path in this tournament.
Well, he had to score
1 out of 2
points in the last 2 rounds. He drops an important half point yesterday against Joshua Colas. He had a winning position. That's his fault. And today he gets out-prepared by Mika Braden. He falls into a precarious situation and cracks under pressure.
And we have a result in the Colas and Ruffin game. Ruffin has managed to win that position.
Yeah, not surprisingly. White was getting mated everywhere, as we showed.
So Ruffin ends with 5.5 points, so he's tied with Akshat.
For third place?
Third place.
Yeah.
And Nicole, okay, so they will be third and fourth, as we're expecting Michael to lose, and Caden will, Awander will win the tournament.
Well, that's what we're expecting right now, but the tournament's not over because Awander has 4 minutes left. And it doesn't matter how winning you are. With 4 minutes on the clock, it's possible to spoil any position. Well, perhaps not any position.
Most positions.
Most positions,
Some
at least. He has to hurry up. He needs to find that killing blow. Sometimes you get a little frustrated because you feel that there's a win, but you don't see the checkmate. And instead of sometimes just looking at the fact that you can win a rook, like Christian has mentioned to us, you get a little flustered. So he needs to be very careful not to overextend, but that the position is winning, that there is no doubt. He needs to be careful. I expect the move 97 check, but as Christian has told us, there is more than one winning alternative in this position.
We're going to wait and see what he does, and in the meantime, we do have Ruffin Lee, who just won a very nice game against Joshua Colas in the studio with Christian.
With the top seed of the event, who definitely didn't get the result he wanted out of this tournament, but still finished on a very powerful note. Today, this looked like a demolishing game from you. Take us through the critical moment when everything just fell for White.
I think the queen versus 3 pieces was somehow drawn, but I feel like after he played rook c1, then my pieces got very active. If he plays king g1, I can't really do anything. If I play rook f5 now, queen d6, and rook e6, he has some counterplay.
Rook e6 doubling up on the 6th rank, and then the knights become a little bit vulnerable. But instead of that, he played the move rook c1, rook f5, and now everything just comes your way. Rook to e7. All your pieces are entering the attack. He cannot take on c5 because of knight g4, and now if he goes on the first rank, rook e1 is coming with a checkmate. If he doesn't, if he goes on h3, you just simply grab another pawn, go back, and I would assume something like rook e2, rook h2. The knights are defending the king very, very nicely. Instead of that, he played a4, check, king to g1, and after that you build a very nice mating net. Knight takes f2, g3, g2 coming. Brilliant performance today, but overall the tournament must be disappointing for you. What is your overall assessment, and how are you going to try to learn from this experience?
I think I just played quite badly in the first half. In the second half, I played some nice games, and I guess next time I'll try to do better in the first few rounds.
Well, Awander Ruffin Lee, we're going to see him in the match of the Millennials in just a couple of days. Guys, back to you.
Absolutely, that's going to be a spectacular match. We do have 2 more moves in the Awander game, as 97 was played as expected, followed by the move king g7. Now, there were some tempting mating ideas that didn't quite work, as I really overreached, and he has found the move knight c6 that I think was what Christian was telling us is the winning alternative. Knight c6 attacking here, the queen on d8, and the bishop on e5, allowing very strong pins in many variations.
Was it necessary to put my king on h1, or I'm never gonna take on f3 with a check?
You can take on f3 with a check. The problem is I'm not sure it really helps you, because you can take with the check, I take, and I just move my queen away, and I'm still gonna be facing the exact same problems.
I don't have a square with the queen. I don't have queen d6 or anything.
You don't have queen d6 for check on f5, and if you play queen d7,
no, you just take on queen c3.
Yeah.
At the very least.
Well, that seems good enough to me. You play queen c3, and that's going to be a rook. Here, knight g4, and I collect an extra piece.
And then rook queen d6, rook
queen
e3.
d6, rook e3. White will emerge up a piece, and that's enough to win the game.
Can I get greedy?
You can.
What do you want?
I will try to go knight to f5 in that position after queen d7. You said bishop takes f3 first.
I think we might as well throw in the check,
and
right?
I wanted to go knight f5. I really wanted. I don't know if it wins or not. It's still winning, but you guys are right. This is not as convincing as the variation you were mentioning. Knight takes c5. Simply just put the rook on the pin on the long diagonal and just pick it up, win the game, get the championship, and qualify for the 2018 U.S. Chess Championship.
Wow.
Let's play it simple. You got 2 minutes and 45 seconds. If you see a way to win this much material in such a clear fashion, you just go for it and you force your opponent to resign. Knight c6 is on the board. This is a winning alternative for a Wonder Liang. It's Michael Brown that's suffering in this position. It seems that this is it. Wonder has found a win. I don't find the refutation.
It's a clear path.
It's a clear path. I think
that's all you need. You just need one winning path. You need to find every winning idea and position. One is enough.
And he's found a good one. I think this is a very good one because it simplifies the position. At the end of the variation, the position is just very, very, very simple. He's played the queen to d7 without taking the rook. It doesn't really change much, I think. Knight takes e5 is what we were considering as the winning shot. We gotta be a little. I think the reason that he doesn't give up the bishop here is that he controls g4. So the variation that we were looking at is a little bit less trivial, but I think not much actually changes. He plays knight f5, which was Christian's idea.
Best move in the position.
Best move in the position. The difference is here the bishop is still on h5, so I haven't sacrificed my exchange, right?
So what are you going to do after king h8?
I was probably just going to take on e5 here because
I'm going to attack rook e3, attack your bishop, and then I'm going to pick
why
up.
Why can I not take on e5?
Because bishop f3. You cannot take with the knight. Oh, you can take with the knight.
I can take with the knight.
But then you don't have the knight ready to jump to g4.
I'm confused.
You're taking with the knight.
Yes.
So I'll take with the rook.
Rook on e5?
Yeah.
Yes, rook takes
so if
e5.
queen c3, I'll take on f3.
I
mean, even this looks
scary, but not finishing. Rook e3 was played by a Wonder, which Christian mentioned was the winning move.
So bishop cannot get off the diagonal, I'm assuming.
No, if you play, I agree completely. If the bishop moves, queen c3 must come as a devastating blow.
So it has to go to f6, one would assume.
Or g7, perhaps.
And then I'm just going to pick up the rook on b8.
Oh yeah,
tempo.
The rook on b8 is hanging in every variation.
I mean, so focused on the king.
We're so focused about everything else in the material there. Sometimes it's easy to forget that you are simply picking up a rook on b8, but that's a very important rook because it distracts the other one from the defense. But that's an extra exchange and a completely winning attack.
Wow, what a nice game.
Brilliant. I mean, okay, the opening was a little suspicious, but outside of that, I thought this was really well played. Bishop f6, and I agree with Christian. A rook is a rook. Pick it up. Think later. It attacks the queen, so there's no trickery with rook takes e3 or anything like that. There goes the rook. I'm assuming you have to take on b8, and now even something very simple like rook e6. I agree, rook e6.
What about rook e7?
These guys want to be so fancy all the time.
Well, rook e7 is obvious, but rook e6 looks simple. I don't have to calculate anything. That's it. That's the game, guys. I expect Michael Brown to resign at any moment. Maybe this move, maybe next move. It's not going to last much longer. This is the championship right here, right now for a Wonder Liang. Unbelievable turn of events as the leader, Caden Truff, showing such a solid tournament all throughout. Loses to Mika Braden, and now a Wonder Liang with a tough but accessible opponent in Michael Brown, international master of 2,500 strength. I Wonder shows his class, outplays him in the middle game, and finishes him off with a brutal attack.
Shows good nerves.
Excellent nerves here from the youngster, Wonder Liang.
Wonder is a scary kid. He's a very scary kid.
On the board or off the board?
Both.
Oh my God, this is it, guys.
So I think Rook F8 was played, so I'm assuming Knight G3 just.
Knight G3 just.
Knight G3 hits the bishop and the bishop, and
Knight G3, bishop G6.
Bishop G6. I can just take on G6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So bishop E8, and then I'm just going to take with the rook from F1
yeah, and then
to
Queen C3.
F6, rook takes F6.
That's
Queen
too many.
C3.
That's too many bishops hanging. So this is the current position. But Knight G3 is winning. It's not the only winning move, guys. He can choose many other things that are also
that's
winning.
the simplest one, I think.
I'm not even sure. I mean, rook takes F6 looks pretty easy to me. Rook F6, and a Queen C3. That's it.
Okay, he has still time, so he has to make a move.
Knight to
Knight
G3
G3
was played.
I thought both were
my
winning
moves
very
are the
soon.
best.
Agreed. Always the best. So here after Knight G3, it's high time to resign. There's just an extra rook for white.
Oh my God, I cannot believe this is how this tournament is going to end.
This is exactly how this tournament will end, Tatev, because it's done. It's a done deal here. Nothing is going to save Michael Brown, and Caden cannot believe what has happened today.
I don't think anyone can believe what has happened today.
A devastating blow for... there you
Oh
go.
my God.
It's official. Michael Brown has resigned.
Wow.
Wow.
What a day.
What a day at the office. I wonder, Liang.
I can see a little bit of a smile on a Wander's face right
Which is
now.
very unusual. I don't think I've ever seen him smile.
I think he'll be smiling when he's down here.
Oh, definitely.
You should tell him that he's scary.
Wow, what a turn of events we have in the junior section. Wonder Liang has won the tournament.
I don't know what to say. I'm just speechless here. But I mean, just great nerves.
Absolutely fantastic nerves from the reigning U.S. junior champion, Wonder Liang. He has defeated the competition after a rough start, starting with half out of 2. He lost easily a very clean game against Andrew Tang in the second round, and he recovers magnificently. Takes advantage of the fact that Caden is unable to score in the last 2 rounds the amount of points that he needed.
Yeah, he just won when he needed to.
And we can't wait for, yeah, that's important. He won when he needed to. There it is, international arbiter Tony
He's
Rich.
smiling now.
Congratulating Wonder Liang, the U.S. junior champion, and he's going to come downstairs to give us his thoughts.
So many congratulations from all of us. Such a great last round game, winning just when he needed to, collecting $6,000, getting the title of 2017 U.S. Junior Champion, but most importantly, qualifying for the 2018 U.S. Championship.
I think that's the most important
Definitely.
thing. That's going to be an excellent opportunity for a Wonder Liang. A tournament like the U.S. Championship is incredibly difficult to find. He will be facing elite opposition, not just grandmasters, but the best of the best in the entire world. Something that he's just hasn't had the opportunity to do so just yet. That's going to be a spectacular event. He has a full year to prepare for it.
And we are very lucky as all of our top players play in the U.S. Championship, because in a lot of countries, like in Armenia, every time I watch the Armenian Championship, we don't have Aronian, we don't have Sargsyan, none of those players play, but mainly thanks to the St. Louis Chess Club and Classic Center, of all the sponsorship and everything, all of our top players, Magnus, maybe we have Fabiano, Wesley, and Hikaru playing every single year, and our championship just getting stronger and stronger, and we keep getting this very young, talented players. They just keep making the tournament even more interesting and more
Younger
challenging.
and more interesting and stronger. I mean, the tournament increases on its rating average year after year, both in the women's and in the championship section. It is going to be a spectacular event, and of course we're going to have it here usually around April or May in the St. Louis Chess Club.
Well, yes, I guess it will depend on the rest of the events. We do have the candidates tournaments next
We
year,
have
so
to schedule around the candidates event, as we
Yeah.
expect at least 2 Americans to be playing in that event.
what an exciting time. And I wonder if Wonder is the youngest player to qualify to U.S. Championship. Might be.
I don't think so, because we've had opens before, or Swiss tournaments.
Right.
So as far as I'm concerned, there must be players younger that have qualified. I remember when I played San Sevian well, it was 2013.
Oh, that's possible.
That seems like it was younger. But it doesn't matter. I mean, he has won a terrific tournament here, qualified his for the next year's championship, and what an event here for A Wonder.
Yeah, and we cannot wait to hear from him, and he's right here with Christian, and we cannot wait to hear his thoughts.
With the 2017 U.S. Junior Champion, A Wonder just confirmed me Ray Robson was actually younger. He was 13 when he first qualified for the U.S. Championship, but this is still such an achievement. Congratulations, A Wonder. Take us through this incredible game.
Yeah, so to be honest, I was preparing a lot of things, but the Berlin didn't really occur to me. Yeah, so I guess after this rookie one, G6, I spent a long time trying to reinvent the wheel, come up with some new ideas, but like maybe bishop takes c6 and d4 or something. But at the end, I just decided to play a slow and solid game, you know, trying to outplay him, outmaneuver him. And so, yeah, I guess this is all kind of normal stuff. Yeah, now this queen b3 was a little strange, I think.
What was your plan behind queen b3?
After like rook b8, I just wanted to go like bishop b5 and bishop c4 and kind of make this a5 look like not a great move, but I think it's...
Shift your focus maybe on the
yeah,
pawn on f7.
But after like queen c8, if bishop b5 now he can play a4, and then my queen has to move away. If bishop takes a4, there's knight takes d4, so this isn't very pleasant for white. So I decided, you know, like the contraption looks kind of strange, so I just went back.
Well, sometimes you have to acknowledge your mistakes and just start it over.
And
play the move knight b8, which seemed a little bit strange for us.
Yeah.
What we were considering was just eliminating the pressure in the center with e takes d4, c takes d4, and now just knight b4. This seemed quite natural for us.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I saw before the game he likes to play the Breyer, so maybe he was going back to his roots. You know. And
you play bishop c2.
Yeah.
And in the next 5 to 10 move, it seems like you just build up your position while he didn't really realize anything on his side. It seemed like you just completely took control over the game.
Yeah, I think like maybe knight b8 wasn't the best way. I wasn't totally sure what he could have done.
And in this position, how are you feeling? You knew that Caden is under a lot of pressure. You knew that with a win, you might actually win this outright. What was your emotion like?
Well, I mean, I checked Caden's game, and I saw he was under a lot of pressure, but honestly, I think maybe it wasn't the best thing to do because I got kind of nervous, you know, like I really have to win this game and I'm much better, so, you know, well, maybe I shouldn't have, but
you did build up the position quite nicely, and then I think one critical moment was in this position when he played this move e4.
Yeah, yeah. I think f3 was kind of natural, like opening up the position. He's not very coordinated. I thought another move might have been c4.
I really like the move
but
f3.
I think
C4 objectively, supposedly, according to the computer, is better, but f3 from a practical point of view just seemed much stronger. And did you feel threatened at any moment after this, or everything went smoothly?
Actually, after, like, around here, like, let's say after, let's say after knight c6, like, I thought he should have played, like, bishop takes f3, rook takes f3, queen d7, and then I was, like, calculating some, like, knight f5 check stuff, and it didn't look so clear to me. But I guess I can just put like knight takes e5 and queen c3.
Did you saw that, knight takes e5?
Actually, I didn't during the game, so I guess I got kind of lucky in that regard. I feel like knight takes b8, maybe it's winning, but it's definitely not very clear. So
I think once you would have reached this position, probably knight e5 would have came quite naturally to you. I wonder, this is one of the biggest results in your career, in your young career. What are your next steps going forward?
Well, the next tournament I'm playing is the Millennium match, so my journey in St. Louis is still not over, I guess. And I still have a lot more chess to play, so I guess I'll focus on that first.
Well, congratulations from our team here in St. Louis. A Wonder Liang played a brilliant tournament. What a comeback, guys. And he is the 2017 U.S. Junior Champion.
He's played great. He's played absolutely great chess here. Wonder Liang winning in the crucial spots. Wow. So this finishes, I believe, the junior section.
We had a very fighting run. We only had one draw, and I think this is the only first time we're having 4 decisive results.
4 decisive results. Yeah, we're fighting round all the way down to the end. I see that we still actually have one game going on in the girls section. That is just a testament to their fighting spirit. As you can see, score sheets everywhere as the players are
on move 77.
Yeah, they're well on the second half of their second score sheet. And it is a very complex queen endgame. Clearly, white's down 2 pawns, but black only has 2 minutes, and there's a lot of checks in the position. It's not so easy to find a safe haven. I would venture to say that this is already a perpetual, but since I'm not an engine, I'm not going to go ahead and do that. It's still very complicated.
Well, let's take a look in the standings in the junior section as the tournament is officially over.
We can officially say the junior championship of 2017 is over. Let's take a look at the standings.
So in the first place, we do have a Wonder Liang winning that crucial game today, clinching the first place, collecting $6,000, qualifying for the 2018 US Championship. Second place, Caden Trough, very heartbreaking day for Caden. He was leading the tournament throughout up until round 9, but his nerves gave out. His opponent played a really nice game, nice preparation. Rifeng Li and Akshat Chandra tied for 3rd place with 5.5. Nicholas Cheka with a very solid performance at 5 points. Michael Brown and Andrew Tang scoring 50% at 4.5. Mika Bratton with 4 points. Pavel Lu with 2.5, and Joshua Colas with 1 point.
No, amazing, and some serious prizes there for the players that did the best. $6,000 for Wonder Liang and a qualifying spot for 2018 US Championship. Caden Trough, he takes home $4,000, but a big gulp of disappointment because he has to feel he had the tournament in his hand, going with a full point advantage into the rest day.
Guys, we have a big potential result in this position.
Someone getting mated?
After G3 was played, King to F3,
Queen F2.
And now Queen to F2 will come on the board.
Oh my god.
And there it is, Queen F2 is on the board. That's actually a pretty way to finish the tournament.
And this is a game over, a draw?
That's a draw, it's a stalemate. I don't know what Annie's thinking about, but...
She's shocked.
Do you think she missed it?
Of course she missed it. Why would she play that if she didn't miss it?
That's a great question. Okay, King takes F2, and there it is, a stalemate on the board. What a nice way, picturesque way to finish the Girls' Championship, which was actually super strong all throughout. Akshita
very competitive,
dominated the event, but I loved seeing some of the new faces. I mean, I have seen Akshita play, I've seen Ashritha play, I've seen Annie play. Carissa's obviously an upcoming player, but I liked seeing Rachel and Talia play in this tournament. I thought that they provided excellent chess, excellent preparations, and even though I'm not as familiar as I am with other players, I am very happy to see that they performed very well.
Yeah, it's always nice to see the newcomers perform well. You don't want to see the same old faces constantly dominating. You want to see fresh blood. You want to see tournaments becoming more competitive. You want to see chess growing in general.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's it bodes well for the future of the U.S. Women's Olympic team because this was a very fighting tournament with relatively high level by players that are very young.
Yes, they are. I'm not sure what the average age was, but I think apart from maybe Apurva and Agata, the rest were very young.
Well, I think Maggie just turned 17.
Okay, so
our winner of the tournament is 15 years old. So,
oh, she is?
Akshita's 15 and I wonder's 14.
Oh. And this was a great tournament to
Absolutely,
cover,
yes.
and it's been a real joy watching these players play, even though we had some very long days today.
Oh, yes.
Today may be our shortest day, but it was
enjoyable. I mean, today felt so short. Watching so much drama unfold at the very end. What more can we ask for? Christian, tell us your thoughts of the tournament.
I mean, what an exciting tournament, guys. Unpredictable from the beginning to the end. After the first half of the event, both Caden and Akshita looked like they're running with the tournament. Akshita did run with the tournament, Caden didn't, because of such a incredible comeback from a Wonder who had the top 4 seeds in the last 4 rounds and managed to score so many points and catch up and surpass the leader Caden Trough, who just fell under the pressure and couldn't find himself in the last couple of rounds. This was such an exciting event. It kept us on the edge of our seats until the last moment. I'm looking forward to the next one already.
Absolutely, and we're going to have plenty of chess coming up for you guys. Don't forget, the Summer of Chess is just starting. This is the first of a series of tournaments here at the St. Louis Chess Club.
And as several players have mentioned already, several of them are going to be playing in a Match of the Millennium, so there's no rest for the wicked. So Match of the Millennium starts on July 6 and until July 29. We have 2 sections, under 14 and under 17. So we had Carissa Yip will be playing, Wonder will be playing.
No, there will be plenty of strong grandmasters playing in this tournament.
I think someone else said they'll be playing with that. Rufeng said he was playing. And
Czech also.
Czech as well. Yep.
Wow. So you will see, if you enjoyed this tournament, you will be enjoying that tournament. Several of the players who played here will be playing there. Following this tournament, the Sinkville Cup, which has become a staple in the chess world, one of the strongest tournaments of the year. The strongest tournament in the U.S. will take place here with Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano, Wesley, Levon Aronian. All these players will be right here playing in this chess club where we are right now. And then following that, the most exciting event of the year, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, where Gary Kasparov will be playing. So these are tournaments you do not want to miss. And you can go on the grandchester.org to see all the information about the Sinkville Cup and the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. And you can purchase tickets to watch the games live. So you can watch the commentary that's in the studio. There will be live commentary, which is be on the next door on the king side, which will be more interactive. So you definitely want to be here for that. These are not tournaments to be missed. And we did enjoy covering this tournament. Many thanks to all the players for their fighting spirit, for giving all their God, even though it gave us the long days, but we appreciate it so much. Many thanks to the production crew, to everyone at the Chess Club, Jenny and Rex, for sponsoring these events. Tony Rich, who is both the arbiter and the executive director of the Chess Club, and Joy Bray, the general manager of the Chess Club, and all the staff for welcoming all the players and making us also feel at home. Well, this is home for you, making me feel at home. So we really enjoyed covering this event, and wow, what an exciting event has been. And we have have you looked at the standings in the girls section?
I'm not sure, but here we go.
Here we are. So let's, one final time, let's take a look. So we do have Akshita Gordy with 7 points, collecting the $3,000, collecting the title of the 2017 U.S. Junior Girls Champion, qualifying to the 2018 U.S. Women's Championship. And she completely dominated, as we can see. She's 1.5 points ahead of Maggie Fang, who finished 2nd place and collected $2,000. Emily Nguyen, newcomer Talia Cervantes, what a strong performance, tying for 3rd place with Annie Wang. And Rachel Ulrich, another newcomer, with 4.5 points. Apurva Verkut with 4 points. Carissa Yip with 3.5. Agata Pakovsa with 3. And Ashrita Eswaran with 2.5 points.
Well, thank you guys for joining us. It was a pleasure covering the U.S. Junior and U.S. Junior Girls Championship. I was very happy with everything I've seen this last 10 days. Unbelievable chess, fighting chess, and what a dramatic finale we had here in the St. Louis Chess Club. Anything?